So, real quick, everybody, thank you so much for taking the time and effort to come to this wonderful podcast today of the Squad Podcast, the Testimony series. As you know, I'm Socrates, your host, along with podcast moderators Winterson and Dodo. Really quick, I just want to go over the ground rules for this podcast. It's going to be a very structured format where we'll have the pro ICO. Per question, we'll have the pro ICO explained first, and then anti ICO, and then finally there's going to be a cross-examination period. The cross-examination period is the time for you guys to ask questions towards each other for the each side, and then ask for clarification or maybe provide comment towards the other side. There will be 20 minutes to answer each question per side, so that leaves around 4 minutes per person to state their case. So again, 20 minutes per question per side, and then 15 minutes cross-examination period per question. We'll take a few handful of comments from the audience if we can. There are a lot of questions already that are predetermined. The question list is available in the Discord on the hashtag podcast question list. Those questions are in exact order as they appear. I'll read each question out on the stream, one by one when the time comes. We'll have a video VOD on the right side of the screen for the audience to keep themselves entertained. For one of the questions, there is a VOD for explaining the question's context. So when that time comes, I'll pull up the VOD. The timers for the 20-minute and the 15-minute cross-examination period will be displayed on the Twitch stream on the top right corner. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, please let us know. But I just want to make it very clear that during the 20-minute answering session per side, please keep yourselves muted. This is, again, strictly only a period to explain your position, whether pro or ICO. Commenting on other people's positions from the opposing side is during the cross-examination period. This is so that we can make sure that the the podcast is streamlined and kept organized and concise. Any questions? Cool. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the introductions. If everyone looks at the roster in the announcements, we're going to introduce ourselves in that exact order. So I already introduced myself. I'll go ahead and let Winterson explain himself.
What's going on, guys? Most of you do know me. Winterson here, squad streamer. My position is more of the middle ground. I like the ICO, but some things could be changed. Competitive caster, teacher of new players, and just enjoy squad. Dodo, that's you. Dodo.
Well, thank you, Winterson, for introducing yourself. I'm Dodo. I have played squad for around 1,100 hours now. Since March of 2022, have played competitively for around 1 year, and I'm casting since 3 months also, so you might know me through there. My general opinion on the infantry combat overhaul is that it's a nice idea, but it's been implemented wrong. But I'll leave the debating to you debaters and focus on the moderating myself.
Hello, I'm Darth. I'm 34, employed. I'm sad. I need money. I've been playing squad for 4,000 hours. I like the update.
Helios.
Hey,
Helios
I'm Helios.
Yeah,
I've been playing this kind of game since Project Reality 0.5, a long time ago. I got into squad probably around 0.3 or so after playing a beta on my friend's computer. I'm very much pro ICO. I really appreciate the way that the game is going, and I feel that it's got a tremendous amount of potential, just needs a few small tweaks. I think that's about it.
Hi, my name is Sandy. I've got 3,300 hours in the game. Started doing competitive with 2 hours in the game in 2017, but I've taken a couple of big breaks from the game. I am pro ICO. Pro ICO, anti-update.
My name's Savin. I'm 28 years old. I am pro ICO. I've been playing squad a couple hundred hours over the years. Most of that time has been since the update. I've been playing this style of game since Project Reality 0.2. I took a break just because I was enjoying Battlefield and some more arcadey games. And then came back to Project Reality when they dropped 0.6, huge update, of course. And then with the ICO, suddenly I was interested in Squad again. I've been enjoying it. I do have some opinions on things that could be tweaked, but overall, I am very much pro ICO.
How's it going? I'm Honcho, 36. I'm a squad content creator on both Twitch and YouTube. A very big enjoyer of the update, but I also know that there's a few things that definitely need some adjustments here and there. I've been playing squad on and off since 2017, but pretty solidly sort of since 2020. And yeah, that's me.
Is it me? Okay. I'm Taz, about 1,300 hours in squad. I started playing a little over less than a year ago. I am employed. My parents do not tell me when I can get off Discord or not. So that's that. I'm anti-ICO. I feel there are some cool things, but I'm more along the lines of like, I just don't like it. I do host casual Clan v Clan games through my Discord. So we're getting used to that. And then out of the 1,300 hours, I'd say around 750 are in a heli cockpit.
Hello everyone, I'm V, player for Ark. About 1,800 hours in the game, played since whenever CAF came out. Anti-ICO, I feel like it has brought more negatives than positives overall.
Hey guys, I'm Zero. Been playing for about 1,600 hours. Been around for a year or two at this point. I am commander of the public server tactical trigonometry. I'm also former team lead as of about a week ago of EMP, former world champions. And I am definitely anti-ICO. I feel like it's been having a very negative effect on my public and competitive communities. And yeah. Super, mic's not working.
Headset muted, my bad. I guess that brings me to me, Swooper. I've been playing for about 3 years, 2,500 hours. I've played everything from milsim, casual to competitive. I've been in the competitive scene for about a year and a half. I am anti-ICO with some caveats, I would say.
Hello, Moonshine, 4,200 hours in squad. Started playing with clans around 600 hours in game, went through Polish community, then to Raven. Won some tournaments, played with I think all of the competitive teams available in past year and a half maybe. Anti-ICO, but not in general. I hate suppression and I hate the way the changes have been communicated, and I think there is a middle ground to be found, but not with this style of communication.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody, for the introductions. Really quick points before we get into this first question. Number one, ground rules. Please, no profanity. I know sometimes it slips, with the profanity language. Just apologize and move on. This is a safe stream for the families. This podcast will be played on the big screens in the stadiums and also in the families' homes and also in the universities as professors teach their future, squad competitive players and all that good stuff to take on the world. So yeah, anyways, safe stream for the kids and the families. Number two is I know some people can't stay the whole time for the podcast. So when the time comes where you need to leave, don't worry about it. Just head on out. Then we'll have somebody else on the reserves podcast roster join in to fill in the slot, whether pro or contra ICO. And everybody in the Twitch chat, thank you very much for being here today. Please, go ahead and cheer on your primary panelists here, chosen from around the world through their communities. This is going to be a legendary podcast. So without further ado, question number one. What are your thoughts on the impact of the infantry combat overhaul update on the future of squad gameplay? Positive and negative impacts and recommended changes for future updates. You have 20 minutes, pro ICO, take it away.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. So the ICO, some positives. It does enhance immersion for better or for worse through both realistic and some exaggerated mechanics like suppression. It reorganizes the skill set that's required to play the game, takes focus off of raw FPS skill, puts more focus on communication and map knowledge. And it does provide additional challenges for players to overcome, like finding stable firing positions, the decision of whether or not to bring your gun up and aim to kill, or hip fire to try and get suppression off first, and then gain fire superiority, push your fight. You can also even avoid gunfights where you're outnumbered through stealth, which is surprisingly effective even in a full PvP game like Squad. And here's some negatives. I think that the ICO does not positively change the skill ceiling in any meaningful way. While it does not negatively affect the skill ceiling, in my opinion, I think that a good change, if it's going to benefit both sides of the community, should add alongside a new skill set, should add the ability to refine your existing skills and not require you to replace them. I don't think it solves the problem of people cheesing and exploiting game mechanics either. You can clearly still do that. There's already people doing it. And I don't think it solves the lack of teamwork or the frequent infighting within squads, because I think that really no matter what you do, you're not going to stop people from being stubborn. But this update, I think, has, as much as they aim for that to be their goal, I don't think that it hits their actual goal. That's about all I have for the positives and negatives. The ICO is still a net positive for the game in terms of player count. It is still trending upward in players as time goes on. I think that the previous gunplay system was less in depth than the current gunplay system, and less in depth even than the prequel to the current game, which was Project Reality, which is only technically a spiritual prequel, but I think even a spiritual successor should aim to improve the systems that already exist in the current game. And that's it.
I'll fill the silence, I guess. My thoughts on the impact of infantry uh, play. I think I think slow is better. I think that a majority of the negative um, expressions that I've heard about the update are just about the RNG nature, and I'll agree that one-on-one gunfights being RNG, where you're essentially just waiting for either person to fight the aim or the animation long enough to get a lucky head tap, is ridiculous. But I think the changes overall, I think crew serve like machine guns get a lot of extra use that just really wasn't there. I think in pubs, anyways, good MG players are a dime a dozen. So it's almost had that feel of like marksman, where you're like, come on, man, why are you taking an MG? You got to lay down and put yourself in an animation for that. Half the time, you're not going to be in the right place. So I think it's good to see that have some use. I would like to see them differentiate the suppression from riflemen and crew serbs, arguably. I think there's some middle ground to find on that. Um, Not that OWI will ever really care about us, but that's another thing. Positive and negative impacts, like I said before, one-on-one gunfights feel really terrible right now. And I think that's a large portion of why people don't want to push objectives, whether they understand that or not. If they're a new player, I'm sure they haven't even really tapped into that all that much. Um, and I haven't really played around all that much with vehicles yet, nor have I held onto a rocket for longer than 20 minutes, so I can't really make a comment on the arming distance update. Um, Recommended changes for future updates. It'd be nice if they could actually address some of the issues with the game that have been in the game for years, like flipping your vehicle on rocks that don't exist or low walls that you absolutely should be able to drive over. And if even if they don't want to go through like specifically with that change and go through and find all the discrepancies with mapping and terrain, shorten the time for flipping your vehicle. That'd be great. That's something that everyone's been asking for forever. There's all sorts of issues like that. So that's why I said earlier that I was pro ICO and anti update. They put absolutely all their cards into this one thing and changed so many things and didn't touch nearly as much as they should have. The scope should have been more general. And that's me.
I feel that the ICO has changed the game primarily from being an aim-based game, which is supported by this logistics and macro teamwork, to a primarily positioning and logistics game, which is supported by the individual player's ability to, put centers on pixels. The gameplay feels more defensively oriented, with attacks requiring much more planning, use of the combined arms, and significantly higher levels of logistical support. We already had logistical support being huge in previous games, but now I feel that previous patches, but now I feel that it's significantly higher. The RNG aim sway, I believe, is really the only feasible middle ground. Obviously not maybe the current variables, but this idea behind it, between flat out not being able to fire because of restricted animations, RNG deviation cones, and the pinpoint kind of aiming style that we have in a lot of games. The issue is that we don't exactly
Helios, you
Cut off
cut
there.
out, bud. Helios, you with us?
Ooh, he's got me from earlier.
No, guess we'll move on to the next person who hasn't spoke yet.
Darth, I'll let you go first.
Okay, right. Brilliant. Sorry about that. I'm a little bit nervous. Give me a chance. Yes, my main point is that you're positive. Is like you're being observant of your surroundings. You're taking your time. You're being cautious, being alert before before you're taking a shot. You're taking your time. I mean, also, I just want to say about the teamwork element is that I know most people are saying there's update encourages and team. It's like, okay, 50-50. But it's the communication part that you are talking. Oh, there's enemies shooting from one direction or this direction. How are you going to deal with that? For future updates, I'll probably say I want playable cast. I want to be killed by an attack chopper. Thank you.
I think these guys have covered quite a few good points here. I spend literally like 100% of my time playing on new player-friendly servers. Hence, I even run one myself, Dead on Dismount. I've seen a big shift since the updates come out in the way that people generally play. I don't know if it's because of the mechanics promoting that shift, or if it's people are on the back foot. But I have seen, again, a lot more people taking the defensive role, because that's maybe a little bit, I don't want to use the word easier, but I suppose if they know, all right, I'll just defend the midpoint, that's one less thing for them to sort of think about while they're trying to get on top of all of the other mechanics and changes around them. But not only that, watching people move around, people aren't like just randomly split off into like random folk here, there, and everywhere. They are moving more as a squad-based entity, I suppose. Now, I know that all of this could well have been done on V5, and people did used to play that way. But on the newer player-friendly stuff and the pubbies and the things, I think this update's kind of snapped folk out of their box and kind of made them kind of relook at the game. Well, not maybe relook at the game, seems a bit of an extreme statement, but it's just kind of made them change their playstyle, I suppose, to try and accommodate to what this is supposed to be there for. Like, as I say, yeah, you could have done all these movement changes, the different tactics, all that stuff. You could have done it in V5, and it was done. But it seems to be a hell of a lot more common within this update. But I will admit, we are still in the honeymoon phase. This is all new. It's exciting. It's different. What will it be like in 2-3 months' time? We're not really going to know till we get there, because we're going to probably get constant rolling changes, balances, tweaks, and fixes. Some are going to be better, some are going to be worse. We're not really going to know until we're actually round the corner. So again, it could still go one of two ways. It could make things better. It could make things worse. It's going to be turbulent for a time. I do agree that I think OWI does need to communicate things much better. It would be really good of them to maybe put out a statement or something to say, right, okay, updates out. This is where we want to go forwards. But the one thing that I will say that this update's kind of made me feel is a little bit of regret, because I do kind of wish that I'd maybe stepped into not a comp scene, but maybe got involved in some scrims, kind of I feel like I've missed out on an experience, because I've spoken to a lot of comp players and a lot of really experienced folk that used to do that kind of thing, and they are looking back fondly upon the matches and games that they've had, sorry. And I do kind of regret not taking the plunge in there, but you can't wind back time, so I'll be very interested to see what happens going forward.
Right. Helios, did you have anything else to add? You kind of cut out mid-sentence there. Take that as a no. I believe that's everyone, Socrates, from
he was muted. See if he says something.
Can you hear me now? I don't know what part Discord cut me out on when it crashed or not.
No worries.
What was the last thing I said?
I'm gonna say you got 8 minutes. I think you got time to start again.
Oh, okay. I'll just start over. I said so. ICO has changed the game, in my opinion, from what was primarily aim-based and supported by logistical and teamwork and combined arms factor to a game that is primarily based on positioning, and I mean this from all levels, and logistics, supported by that amount of aim. So the gameplay is now primarily defensively oriented because attacks require a significantly higher investment of positioning, combined arms, and logistical support, right? So in order to get all those pieces in place, you need significantly higher levels of time. And because attacks require so much more, we'll call it finesse now, defending just becomes slightly easier. And it's a serious requirement that you buy enough time for your attack to be staged and then conducted throughout the defense. So you're going to see, I believe, as the correct decision, a lot more emphasis being employed on the good defense because, a bad attack is, a lot of tickets lost and things like that. So the game will become slower and is already significantly slower. Certain elements of it at the lower levels are accelerated by the inclusion of the point fire mechanic. And I think that's a good thing. It feels good when I use it. Maybe a little bit more things can be used to change it, but as I start to kind of get it, I like it more and more. I believe that the aiming sway, with it being this kind of RNG animation thing, is a good middle ground between the deviation cone horrors of PR.7, flat out being unable to fire because we're stuck in an animation, and pinpoint aiming, kind of center screen laser beams as we would have in other games or maybe even versions of the game. I think the positive impacts are going to be that suppression is a weapon now as a concept. You can soft kill people coming at you. You can soft kill people trying to stop you from coming at them, and you can do it at great levels with a great number of weapon systems. And I think we've only scratched the surface at how much this new idea, and it is a new idea because of how debilitating it is, can be employed in the game. And we're also going to see a whole lot more abuse of it that's going to require some patching. So I'm really excited about it, and I think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing because no other game, in my opinion, does it as well as Squad does right now. Every other game makes it feel completely useless. And the only game I don't feel that it's useless in is a flat-out RTS called Company of Heroes. No other FPS has actually made me really want to stop what I'm doing because I'm being suppressed as much as Squad has right now, and that I really like it. Logistics are now much more important, even before 5.0, because every time I'm running a squad, I find myself burning out of ammo in minutes of firefights, and I'm always running to the team asking for a helicopter to come drop off more ammo or somebody to come bring it to me, way more often than I used to be. And that's fantastic. All of these things, defenses, attacks, need to be expensive in terms of ammunition. You need to spend it more. I know it doesn't feel satisfying right away because of the kind of, I would say, the attitudes of a lot of games being focused on getting those satisfying kills, but the points leading up to there should cost bullets, and it should cost ammunition, and using these soft kill mechanics is a great thing that makes the game more interactive, in my opinion. So yeah, the logistics, ammunition, suppression, it's all way more at the front now. Negative impacts, one-on-one gunfights feel weird. And I mean that where I somehow I found myself with no buddies. And one guy's looking at me at within 50 meters, and another guy, I'm looking at him, and we're just trying to shoot each other. Sometimes it's hard because of aim punching to get the weapons on target, but maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it should feel kind of frantic. How do we tweak those numbers? I'm not sure yet. I'm still learning. It also feels kind of awkward to have to train my brain not to ADS so much, and just rely on that point fire system because I don't want to go through those animations, and I'm being hurt to go through those animations and aim. But again, I got to train my brain before I can make a whole thing. Maybe that's another final negative point, is that a lot of these mechanics that ICO is pushing on us are being pushed on us by our arms being twisted. So a lot of players are going through that gameplay loop that they're super familiar with, and every time they try to do something normal, squad twist their arm. Oh god, it hurts. And sometimes the new features that are being implemented don't feel so good because suppression doesn't give you any positive feedback, right? Logistics except number goes up doesn't give you any positive feedback, right? So there's not a lot of feel good here, and you're trying to fight through or around all these negative consequences to get back to that point where things felt good. And I think that's a big part about why a lot of ICO, at least in terms of, I guess, casual players, not the super competitive guys who are looking at the mechanics, that's why it doesn't feel so great. And that's why it feels primarily negative, because a lot of these things are negative feedback loops. And I yield back the rest of my time.
Awesome. With 3 minutes left, is there any last comments that you guys want to add before we transition to the anti side? All right, restarting the timer for 20 minutes. Give me just a second here. And you're set.
Well, I guess I'll start. Again, sorry if I'm quiet. It's 3 a.m. People are sleeping, but as far as the impact of the gameplay and the future of squad gameplay, something that I'm noticing is a lot of people talk about the micro portion of squad, the infantry play, the FPS portion of squad. Now, I think that there are some positives, and the negatives outweigh the positives, but there are some positives to ICO on the micro side. However, what we don't really talk about all that much is the macro gameplay, the changes that we're seeing in macro gameplay. And what I mean by that is the kind of top-down RTS portion of Squad, because Squad is 2 games in one, at a base level, and that's the micro FPS and the macro RTS. What I'm seeing on the macro side is that we're seeing a lot less teamwork. People see squad sticking together, maybe talking in local more, possibly. That's not true for the experienced player base because we've always been talking, but on the macro side, we're seeing a lot less teamwork, a lot less working together on a team level, specifically squad lead level. We're seeing a lot more turtling. We're seeing a lot less just basic moves in the game that could change the tide of the game that were happening before. Even from less experienced SLs, we're seeing a lot less willingness for new SLs to listen to experienced SLs in the middle of a game to get a goal accomplished. We're seeing people, fighting over things that don't matter just because they're so immersed in the firefight that they don't realize that, hey, this is kind of useless for the overarching game. As a whole, it's hurting the game, in my opinion. I like to equate it to the difference between playing Squad and playing Battle of Bunker Hill. We're seeing a lot more Battle of Bunker Hill or Battle of that random house in Lower Neva that doesn't actually matter for anything for the entire game. As far as the micro side, I like the concepts that they're going for. I don't like how they implemented it. I think that they way overtuned it because it's taking player agency away from the game. And the reason why player agency in the game is important is because before you had a system where a squad lead and maybe half of his squad could make game-changing moves to change the tide of the game for an entire team. So before, if you're playing in a pub match and you had even just 1 or 2 good squads on that team, those one or two good squads could change the tide of the entire game and kind of herd the rest of the team into doing good things for the game and maybe even winning the game. And I'm not seeing that happening anymore. I'm not seeing the ability to make that happen anymore. On the individual level, I think that the suppression is actually really cool. I like it quite a bit. I agree that it makes it so that machine guns are more useful. I like the changes to the machine guns. But I think that they way overtuned the weapon sway and the weapon handling, making any FPS game RNG, especially in a 1v1, is the complete opposite way to go, in my opinion. I think if they would have added the suppression and kept the same gameplay mechanics or gunplay mechanics, sorry, I think we would have seen kind of the same type of effect, but with a lot less staying in one spot. That's really kind of the macro and micro effects that I'm seeing, and I don't think that it's going to change unless they kind of tune it down quite a bit more, even than they did in 6.1. So I guess that kind of goes into the positive and negative impacts. Recommended changes for future updates. I think that the suppression mechanic is a really cool mechanic. I like it quite a bit, but I don't quite like it the way it is. I think that in such a cinematic game, having your screen completely blurred out and being blind for 75% of the match, especially if you're a frontline infantry squad, you're going to be blurred for 75% of the match about. I think that is a disservice to the game, not being able to see, the particle effects and everything else that are going on, but on a realism aspect, it also it's immersion breaking. It feels unrealistic. It should be the same type of effect, but a tunnel vision instead of a complete blur. And I think that would be a happy medium ground. And I think it would do exactly what they're wanting it to do with the suppression, but it would give the players a little bit more player agency. And that's kind of my middle ground there. I don't think it would have that effect that a lot of people say it would have, where, people will just start tapping heads again, because you're still going to have aim punch, you're still going to have, some sort of weapon sway, you're still going to have everything else. I just think it should all be toned down. That's kind of my basic, without getting too deep into the woods, opinions on everything there.
Nice. I feel the impacts on the ICO have not per se killed squad, but definitely possibly crippled it pretty well. I see where OWI is trying to go with this update. Being someone who shot a rifle countless times before, I don't really like the suppression. I don't like how my character handles the rifle. I don't like, the iron sights and scoping blur and all that stuff. Kind of like Super said, being a frontline infantryman, just being blinded 75% of the match is just not very fun at all. I see where they're trying to go with it, but it's very cinematic, and I like that in squad. That's why I love playing squad sometimes. Is like my first game on was just mortar fire all around, and I was like, this is freaking awesome. But now it's like, it's only an experience if I can actually see the experience. If there's mortar fires and grenades and gunfire overhead, I'd like to see it. I get, you're probably supposed to be pressed and heads down and wincing or like everything like that. But at the same time, I don't want to feel like an 80-year-old man with cataracts playing this game because I can't see what's going on in front of me. And it for me, it's turned into who can get the shot off first, and then go from there. The heavy MG suppression is definitely something I like, but at the same time, being just a normal rifleman, it's not very fun because it's just like who can get this shot off first. The positive impacts, I guess, it has brought a lot more people to the game, because I know before the ICO dropped, there was just tons of people just already just not only uninstalling, but just getting off the game. They're like, yeah, I'll wait for ICO, or ICO is about ready to drop. I don't want to play. And then when the ICO actually dropped, they were at what, 16,000 people like online within 10 minutes of the update. And that's cool because it keeps the game still alive. That's why I'm saying probably it's not dead. It's just more crippled. And then, yeah, communication, I don't really think communication has really increased because I don't know what servers other people are playing that are saying the same thing, but I've been playing a bunch of different servers on and off, trying not to stick just to one. And then the communication will always be in squad. It's like no one here is playing squad like a real soldier who's being paid to hold a rifle and shoot. You know, everyone's just playing to have fun. So not to listen to someone or not listen to someone is their choice. And half the time people just don't listen. That's why we call them blueberries. Lost my train of thought, but that's pretty much all I have so far. If anyone else wants to jump in.
I can go next. Why not? So I'm going to focus mainly on a macro perspective here because I think the micro will be covered a lot by everyone. So I primarily pretty much only play public squad on TT, right? My server. So
Hey, Zero,
ready to
real
go?
quick, Zero.
Yep.
Could you explain the difference between micro and macro for the people that are watching?
Sure, I can. So micro gameplay is going to be your individual gameplay as a player, how you move around, how you shoot people, how you do your own things. If you're a piece of armor, it's how you move that one piece of armor, things like that. Macro gameplay is how you interact with the map, how you interact with the game as a whole. Macro gameplay is going to be things like where you choose to send your squad and what objective your squad is holding, how you address the points on the map and things like that. So I'll be focusing on this big picture stuff right now. So one of the things that we like to talk about, I guess, or has been said, is about what you can do, right? Tactical opportunities, I would say. And I would say the ICO has greatly reduced tactical opportunities. One of the things we've seen on TT very recently is blobbing, what we're going to call it, where basically almost every player on the team is playing within a 1 to 200 meter of each other. Just one giant blob moving across the map. Now, I'm sure this is very interesting to some people, and some people might enjoy it, but ultimately that is taking a lot of the intelligence and tactical nature out of this game, right? There's not incentive like there was to flank. I'm known not for my shooting ability, but for my flanking ability. I'm mainly a flank squad SL and a combat engineer. And ultimately, those things are being punished. It takes too long to set up those things. It is not justifiable to have that many players out of play for that long. Movement speed is too slow. So now we're looking at the situation where everyone moves in a giant blob, right? Ultimately, this isn't good for teamwork because as far as an individual player goes, all you have to do is be a part of the blob, shoot some people, and that's it, right? But this doesn't make for interesting games. It makes every single game pretty much exactly the same, right? It reduces replayability, and it makes the long-term players of this game just not have the interest that they really want to. There's also lack of offense, right? Especially with the changes, how they got rid of ticket bleed not too long ago in RAS. For games, modes like RAS and AAS, there's really no incentive to attack. Capping a point might get you 30 to 60 tickets max, but the amount of resources you need to utilize, as previously said, to capture a point is just not worth the tickets, right? First of all, you'll have to overcommit. You might risk losing your defense, right? But also you have to use a lot of vehicles, a lot of infantry who are ultimately pushing into an area now where they are suppressed, they move slower, they can't really push, right? I find it very rare when we're looking at the analysis of these games, do we actually see that an attack is worth it, right? Unless you are vastly the stronger team, right? If the teams are evenly matched, attacking seems to never be worth it ticket-wise. So now we're seeing stalemates, we're seeing longer games. At TT, we've seen the average game length increase by about 40%. Now, long games can be good, but what aren't good are giant stalemates where we're not seeing any action, right? Where people are sitting around for these long periods of time, where I see players who get one kill over the span of 60 minutes, right? That's not a tactical shooter. We talk about squad. We talk about it as a mix between an arcade shooter and a milsim game. This is not a tactical shooter. Moving from that, we just reduced incentive for improvement beyond just attack, right? Now, everyone says, oh, well, this decreases the effectiveness of one individual shooter, or we call them fraggers in a comp community, right? It's not really the case. So my actual KD has gone up about double. We do stat tracking at TT, and my KD's gone about double since this update. I have seen some of the well-known comp players from previous times come up observer and still go 40-0, or even more. The difference is that now the way they do it is they sit back and they snipe people from 400 meters out with their crazy mechanical skill. They never get hit, and they just hide in one spot the entire game. They don't enjoy it. It's not really rewarding to get the kills. And the RNG takes away from a lot of the actual enjoyment factor there. And it's negative for communities. Ultimately, when you combine all of these things, there's a big negative impact on the community. So I run a public community and I run a comp community. And one of the things, we have a really good pipeline of players who are more interested in competitive style, right? They'll join the semi-competitive gameplay we talk about, participate in tournaments like Clash of Nations. And this is going to be the kind of thing where we don't really practice a lot, but we play together. We play scrims and matches, whereas competitive is a lot more practicing, all these things like that. But players just are kind of losing interest now because there just doesn't seem much of an incentive for them to come, for them to get better, right? Because if you get better at shooting, what can you do with it? I mean, you have RNG that's weighing you down, so why get better at shooting, right? If you learn more about the game, well, one of the ways that I can be very effective normally pre-ICO is I see a gap in the enemy front, wherever it is, and I either flip a hab behind them, flip a rally behind them, or go behind them and just take a small team in and knock out their hab or whatever it may be. But now that it takes too long to do that, it's greatly reducing our ability to actually jump on these opportunities. So players are being punished, or not necessarily punished, but not rewarded for having that greater game sense. So all in all, I think that we're really just reducing players' want to improve. We are reducing the creativity and tactical nature of the actual gameplay, and we are reducing what was once a very interesting, diverse, intricate game into basically just two giant blobs of infantry fighting each other with some armor contributing shots from far away. I'll pass it on next to, I think, Moonshine.
I don't want to steal some time from V, so I would like to keep my speech as structured as possible. I got 3 talking points that I would like to go through, and I really appreciate that both Super and Zero already touched on some of that. So we got micro, we got micro, we got macro gameplay, but in general, I would like to approach it from the perspective of a person who actually spent hundreds of hours with new players and introducing many people to the game. So I would like to go through 3 things actually: perspective of a new player, of an experienced player, and of the community in general. And I think Zero might be a great contribution to the third part when his time comes again. So the difference between new player and an experienced player is that when you start a game, any game, and I'm not only talking about squad, but any game in general. First, when you're a new player, you listen to others, you learn, you listen to their stories, and you try to get better at the game. And this incentive has been taken away, as Zero said. And then, when you gradually gain experience, you make those stories. You make those pushes, you have the immersive experience, you're having fun with the game, you're trying to figure out the way to enjoy the game in different ways. And then you tell the stories. So first you listen to the guys, then you gain your own experience, and then you teach others. So this is what I've been trying to push on many servers where I was an admin. Learn the game, teach others, get good, have fun together, and you do it gradually. You don't instantly get better at the game. You don't pick the part of the game that you enjoy the most. You just learn gradually. You find your favorite roles. You find your favorite areas of the maps. You find your favorite people you play with. You join communities. You get better. Maybe you look for more competitive, more strict, more structured experience in game. But in general, I believe that after combat overhaul being introduced like overnight with all the changes, it took away the learning curve, and many new players have lost those hours and those teachers that could teach them the game. And now, from the experienced player point of view, many of us, many of the more experienced community members, long time standing squad players, we lost the incentive to get better. We lost the incentive to teach others. We lost the incentive to have fun with the game, because how can you have fun in the game in which for the 75% of the time you can't see anything? So this is something that handicaps new players, because you cannot fight back because you can't see anything. This handicaps the experienced players because you can't teach people, you can't talk about the map knowledge, how to enjoy the game, how to flip the rounds, how to do great comebacks from full cup to full cup, because there is no incentive for you to apply your skills. Because huge part of the skills that you acquired throughout your gameplay, like the movement, the parkour that everyone hates, the positioning with all the shadow changes, with all the mechanics changes, have been taken away from experienced players. And now transitioning to the community point of view, and we saw it on Reddit, we saw it on Discords, we saw it in the communities. A lot of experienced players, admins, community heads, they just gave up on the game because they no longer have the incentive to get better and to teach other players. Because of RNG, because of the fact that you cannot see the game, because the moment somebody shoots at you from 300 or 400 meters, the sway is killing the game, and you're basically fighting the game, not the enemy. So from the community point of view, you have a huge drain of experienced players, of people who are balancing the servers, helping out new players, and the people who are actually carrying the servers and the communities. And it comes down to the last talking point I wanted to touch upon, not stealing too much time. The way the changes have been communicated to the communities, the way the changes have been implemented is outrageous, and it shouldn't be like this, that the players have to learn the game from ground up basically overnight, and it's impossible for the experienced players to enjoy the game. Therefore, it's impossible for them to keep the servers running, keep the servers on a high level, and then it's impossible for them to teach new players and keep the game fun for them, because it was the experienced players, the squad leaders, the admins. These were the guys who were making the game fun for new players, and that's it.
I'm not gonna really add much more to that because I feel like a lot of been said, but the change of meta towards the defensive static side is kind of obvious with the ICO. And what it does is eventually bring people to play in mostly one or two ways as infantry. I'm not touching vehicles here because you can pretty much go 100 kills without much of an effort, at least before the hotfix. So it leads eventually to the game being more repetitive on the individual and team level. And well, if the game is repetitive, obviously people will eventually get bored, leave, and I feel like with the ICO, it's gonna happen after a much smaller amount of time. And for that, ICO pretty much failed because it didn't bring the teamwork improvements we were supposed to experience, because the changes had nothing towards actually doing it. And we've told OWI, I feel like after the playtest, that it didn't really improve. It's just people stacking in one's places, blobbing as you call it. So yeah, the game became static, repetitive, and frustrating for squad leads, for shooters, for everyone else, pretty much. As for the changes, I feel like reducing the sway and suppression and maybe increasing the game speed would actually bring a few ways of playing that aren't exactly possible now, but that really would need some testing. And one major thing as well, I think we really need that ticket loss and take and bleed back, because there's really no motivation to go beyond the middle cap. That's it for me.
All right.
So that's
pretty good on time.
That's great points from both sides. One question, if the one of the comp players could answer, could you define what competitive is for the people that are watching? Like, what exactly is competitive squad?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and field that. So first of all, it's kind of a weird question because it's there's not a consensus on what that actually means. So a comp player, by my definition of what I would say a comp player is, and I think this is the general consensus, is a member of a team who puts in an extended amount of effort to practice outside of public servers, like in servers in the custom browser, right? And then play in scrimmages or matches as parts of tournaments frequently. This is what we typically define as a comp player. So there's constantly tournaments going on right now. SOT, a Squad Open Tournament, just finished up that had 24 different teams. It was a 27v27 format. But we also saw other tournaments constantly. There were 3 Rivals tournaments this year, and there was 1 Global Squad League tournament this year. Those were in varying formats up to 36v36. This level of gameplay is extremely organized. So for EMP, we took I want to say probably over 100 man hours for planning for each match that we went into, right? I mean, it is absolutely insane. Some of the teams, some of the European teams especially, they will practice, they will have scrims 5 times a week, right? 3 hours a day, 5 times a week to prepare for these things. We do timings for every layer. We try every single vehicle, and we see where the vehicles go and how quickly they can get there, right? We scout out each part of every map and find the best angles to sit in. We develop really strong plans. We have, everything set up ahead of time. We do rollouts, right? Some of the teams will even go in with like concept of operations, things like that, and talk about their various efforts and objectives. So comp is really just super organized squad at the end of the day. And then now we're also seeing something mainly through the tournament called Clash of Nations, where we're seeing semi-competitive squad, is what I would call that, where it's basically comp but minus a lot of the effort. We're doing it in an organized sense, but we're not putting in the same level of effort and stratting, simply because it's a little more open to the public, right? It's easier to be a part of.
I'll take the comment there talking about comms on comp. He says people still think that we just run around and shoot in a comp match. Yeah, I mean, like Zero was explaining, competitive isn't just like a team deathmatch on Quora, right? We're not just going and shooting. It's not just Twitch shooting. In fact, it's a lot of the times more slow and methodical than even pub play is. And part of that is communication. It's the highest level of communication in any squad game, all the way from the individual level with the teammates around you to the squad lead level and the command chat level to the whole team level. I mean, depending on the team, you could have 3, 4, maybe even 5 levels of communication that most of the team is able to access. I mean, that's one of the reasons why if you watch a comp match, it seems like they always know where the vehicles are. They're always getting mortars on targets extremely quickly. They're always trading. There's a concept in comp that can be translated over to pubs called trading, right? Like your buddy goes down, then you take out the guy that killed him. Like all of this is only possible through very deliberate communication. It, like I kind of said in the chat, I mean, it's the pinnacle of teamwork, communication, and coordination. That's really all there is to it.
Something that I wanted to mention, just I'm not a pro ICO player, but I am a competitive player. I think something that people can understand if anyone's just popping into the stream to kind of see what's going on and they don't already know. Competitive isn't a separate instance from public matches. Pubs are your bread and butter. You can do as many scrims and habs and specialized trainings that you want on a private server, but it doesn't beat just getting repetition on a server with everyone else. That's how you get your map knowledge, knowing better ways to attack hills and rocks and boulders and towns and stuff like that. It's and with that in mind, were your squad leads? Were the people that prior to the update and arguably half the time now swing your games? Were the people that put down the good habs that don't get found for a hot minute? So I think a couple of the arguments that I've heard from pro ICO or especially newer players is just that disconnect or that misunderstanding of, well, competitive players are just this tiny minority of the community and they don't even really have an effect on us. We have a direct effect on you guys. Most of the time, we're your squad leads.
And I just want to bring up a point here that you addressed, not about what competitive players, but about the point you made about squad leads. And that actually brings me a talking point. I want to hear the other side on this. But I would say post ICO, we have greatly reduced the ability of an individual player to have any impact on the game. I'd say squad leaders, right, still have fairly substantial impact on the individual game. But before, right, we could have individual members of the team having massive, massive impacts on the game, right? And this is a huge incentive for them to improve and a huge reason for them to play. But now it seems like everyone's relative importance has gone down greatly. And while I understand that this is maybe obviously realistic, right? What kind of incentive does it really give when you're telling your players, well, look, we are very much limiting the ability that you can contribute? Because you can't tell me that an average rifleman in the middle of the blob, right, who can't be consistently effective with their shots, right, and things like that can have a massive impact on the game. So what are the thoughts of the other side on this?
And can I just add to that real quick before they answer, is that exactly what Zero is saying was kind of presented as the goal for the ICO, except the individual player not being able to have as big of an impact, I think, was kind of misrepresented in the fact that they think that it's going to make it so that the quote unquote lone wolf is discouraged or even ineffective. Whereas, what is your opinion on the fact that while on one side with what Zero is saying, it's making it so that and individual players have less of an ability to make an impact, but on the other end of the spectrum, it's actually a lot easier for that lone wolf marksman to go off and just drop bodies, or that fragger that takes a rifleman kit and just goes off on his own. It's a lot easier now and even more effective to be a lone wolf in the current iteration of Squad.
So, not to change gears, and if the pro ICO guys could completely ignore what they heard about the con ICO guys said about what comp is, pro ICO guys, what did you think competitive Squad was? Like, what was your ideas on it? What did you? I mean, if you knew about it at all, like, what do you think about it in general?
Yeah, I'll go first. My ideas on competitive squad were always just that it would be maybe a more tactical, more organized version of squad. I never thought that it was just people running around shooting blindly. I think that in most competitive games, it's actually, well, the reason it's competitive is because it's a higher skill bracket. It's high skill people playing against other high skill people, and that's kind of the point of competitive play. Um, and I think that competitive squad, there's definitely a place for it. Squad has definitely the bones of a good competitive game. There's, big teams that are broken up into smaller squads. That kind of is like perfect for a competitive scene because you can have, smaller groups of people that are working together all concentrically as a bigger group that can work towards a common goal. So that's great. I think that it's more impressive to me when a competitive scene can work with the accommodations they're given by the developer rather than demanding changes be made. So, like for instance, Escape from Tarkov, they have a big esports scene, and they have to just deal with what Battlestate Games does for the rest of Tarkov. And I understand the conversation of the competitive players a lot of the time are your squad leaders in a more casual game, and I get the sentiment there, but I kind of disagree with it. I think we should be pushing newer players to learn how to squad lead so that they're not so scared of it, rather than just being like, well, I have to do it, so we should make the game how I want it. You should just push players to learn the mechanics better, and that way everybody works towards learning these new mechanics, because it's not only the competitive players that are struggling, we're all struggling together. So I think that the infighting between competitive players and casual players is a little unnecessary. I think that we're all working towards a common goal, which is a squad that we all enjoy. And I think, like has been mentioned by both sides many times, there is a middle ground that we can work towards, and there is a compromise. And I think that the tribalism is a little unnecessary, because I think that the idea that the casual player thinks that competitive play is only snappy, twitchy gameplay is wrong. And I think that a competitive game doesn't have to be snappy or twitchy. And I think it's adding to that. I think it's fine that Squad wants to be less snappy and twitchy. I don't think it needs to be necessarily like a movement shooter, which it never was to begin with. And it doesn't need to be a twitch shooter like an arcade or even most tactical shooters would be considered in this day and age, with all the modernized movement and aiming mechanics that have been implemented both through indie games and AAA games. But yeah, no, I think that competitive squad overall is a good thing. I think that competitive esports leagues, they bring a lot of attention to games. They bring a lot of new players in who are interested in both playing the game casually or building a career in the competitive scene. Not that there's much of a career to be had in small uh, competitive scenes to begin with, but you can make a little bit of money and it's fun either way. But yeah, I agree with a lot of the points being made, but that's a big one I disagree with, is the whole, well, it's bad for us and we're the ones that carry the game, so it should be changed. I think we should just try to push people towards all learning it, and with compromises, of course, things can be better, but um, I yield.
All right. Well, thank you. I think we can all agree with a lot of those statements. Is there any other pro ICO guy that'd like to give their comment on what they thought comp was. I mean, we kind of got a description on what it is, and we got another question that we'll get to after that. But if you wanted to say your piece about it, please.
I maybe don't want to comment on what comp is, but I do feel for the longest time, there were a handful of individuals, I'm not naming names because I'm not going down that route, but I felt that comp players or the comp scene was badly not branded, but it was almost as an insult to some folk. Like if someone was, oh, you're just a fucking, sorry, didn't mean to swear. You're just a sweaty comp. You know what I mean? There was a lot of that going on that I don't like seeing that kind of thing because that creates segregation, that creates divides, and that creates a lot of animosity and stuff like that. As I've mentioned earlier, a lot of the folk that I've been speaking to through various Discords, through Twitch communities, blah, 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 and I've been meeting, speaking with competitive people, all kinds of randoms, but the competitive folk that I've been bumping into and speaking to have been some of the nicest folk I've actually ever met within the squad community. Now, my vision of that was initially skewed by the reputation that was being perceived, but obviously, I'm a bit of an older gentleman. I'm not blinded by stuff, and I went out trying to find my own sort of, and as I say, I got speaking to people, and you're kind of like, why has it been this way? So I do feel that a lot of the comp teams and comp players have had a bad rep from poor influence, I suppose is maybe a word to put it. Don't get me wrong, every side of things has a few bad eggs. But I mean, you get just as many bad eggs in pubbies that no one ever talks about because they're the ones always dropping the slurs, doing all the team kills and stuff like that. No one ever talks about that. It's always that one just because that one individual has a tag in his name and he's done something. Oh, it's because he's one of those. I think that's a very unfair judgment that people have been making, and I think that it's obvious. It's still being used as part of the arguments now. Give me 2 seconds if I read Swoop's comment and then I'll answer that. Right. So Super, with your it's kind of what I'm saying. I don't like that influence being pushed. It's why I do try to stay in my own lane. I go for my bread. I'm too old for that. I do content creation as a hobby. As I like to try and help new players get into the game. It's why a lot of the stuff I do, like with guides, the bar is set very, very low, but I'm trying to do introductory kind of stuff. What I don't like is seeing people putting it doesn't matter if it's one side or the other, putting in such heavy influence. I don't agree with that at all. And I've lost respect for people because of these kind of things. It's happened in various other games that I've been part of where similar things have happened. And I don't agree with that. The way that I've approached content creation, I always try to be as impartial as I can. I don't like getting involved in those kind of things. It's why, like, when I do stuff, I try to stick to the facts, give the pros, give the cons, and my own personal feelings. I don't like my feelings or my opinion of things to be influenced by others, especially because I kind of know, I think I know the video that you mentioned because they also mentioned another person, and yeah, there was absolutely no need or reason to have that in there. That's just purely it purely fuels that fire that doesn't need to be fueled anymore. The squad community is clearly divided. We need to find a way to bring the community together because that's the best way to get things changed is if we're all unison. I know it's harder. It's probably never going to happen, but yeah, just putting more salt in the wound isn't going to help anybody.
Absolutely. I think we can all agree that the comp players as a whole have gotten a bad rep because one bad apple can spoil the whole. And you can't really target the non-comp players and be like, oh, all the non-comp players are bad because that's the vast majority of squad players. Is there anyone else who'd like to give their feedback on just what they thought comp was in the pro ICO side if they didn't already know?
So I imagine that the competitive squad was just a remake of the Project Reality tournament that we had back in the day. I think there were like several dozen of those things that we used to have. And it was Project Reality played to a very, very high degree where we knew what map was coming. People had practices and trainings and stuff like that where they would come up with strategies for whichever team they were. There was a greater overview of that too, where you even be able to allocate like the number of tickets you wanted to invest in a fight, right? So you could overwhelm people with numbers of tickets. So there were this whole history of playing this style of game in a competitive and high tier sense is not new, right? It's not something that's just come about because Squad is here, right? There's also competitive games and almost anything you could imagine, right? PlanetSide 2, which is obviously not Squad, also has a competitive scene, right? Within, where clans fight each other for territory and stuff like that, but in a different fashion. The one thing that I want to say about this is that there was once upon a time where everybody was new to the game and the game just booted up. Same thing with Dota 1, League of Legends, and StarCraft, right? Eventually people started trying to play it at a higher level. And that will always come about. There happens to be a scene now, but I don't really buy into the whole, we're the only ones who are kind of holding, the game will suffer like this foundational collapse if a couple of veterans kind of disappear and the game turns over, right? I always believe that if the game, has a solid base, the game will come back and that new players will come in and there'll be a new competitive scene. I just watched the competitive scene of StarCraft die, and now there's another one that booted up in its place. But there will always be room for people looking to play at a higher level, and I appreciate what those people are, and games change, and the scene around that might also change as well. But I refrain from holding any group of people.
And
cut
I
out.
think
Yep,
he
it
cut
happened
out
again.
again. All right. Well, Socrates is going to yell at me if I don't move on. But one last quick thing, if you can keep it short. What is the competitive
that he cut
gameplay? Was a
out.
question that came up in Socrates's Twitch chat. Like, could someone explain what exactly competitive gameplay is? Because we kind of touched on what it was, but talk more about the communication aspect, like to reach more on the runs where you time yourself to get a logi from point A to point B or a vehicle point A to point B. If anyone could cover that.
I
Yeah, I'll
would
take
like
it.
to jump in. I would like to
Okay,
jump in
go
for
for
a
it.
quick 1 minute 30 seconds, hopefully. That what is competitive gameplay? It's a nice question. This is exactly what you expect from the game based on communication and cooperation. Imagine the best public game that you ever had when everything clicked and you had guys that you could ask for help, and you had guys next to you who you knew that they're holding your line and they're gonna help you out. So this is the competitive gameplay. You got 40 people who are dedicated to win a single game, and as I think Zero mentioned it or Swooper, I'm sorry, I don't remember which one of you, but you got 20, 30 people preparing the strategy, the tactics for the game. You got 20 to 30 people who are actively engaged to prepare for a single map, for sometimes a game that will last 15 minutes. And when all of this clicks, this is when you have the ultimate competitive squad experience. And by that, I mean you got guys that know the roles, that know their angles, that know their areas, that prepare the routes. Everyone spends at least a couple hours to prepare for every game. Everyone spends at least 1 or 2 scrims. One scrim is 2 rounds, so it's 2 hours each scrim. So couple scrims each week to prepare for a single game that then lasts anywhere between half an hour to an hour. And this is the competitive squad. The competitive gameplay is when you push yourself and your teammates to the limits, and you try to clap guys on the other side who try to push themselves to the limits and win the game against you for past week, 2 weeks, or however much time it takes to prepare for the game.
I think if I could just say something super quick, because I think I understand what the initial context of that question was as a follow up to what I was saying. I think it's a pacing difference was the context of the question. So, like, what does competitive play or what does a competitive player look like in a pubs match as opposed to like a casual or I think it's just like Karmacut said in one of the old pods. Can't believe I'm making a reference to an old YouTube video that then people are gonna have to go look at to see what I was talking about. But it's goals focus. It's do you uh, satisfaction from winning a match or rolling a team back to their back cap or something like that. It's the interest in winning. Really, it's an objectives based game, so it really is just playing for the objectives. It's not just about the micro or the macro or even both of them together. It's kind of a holistic interest. I think one of the things that we were seeing prior to the 6.0 update was this sort of renaissance of new competitive teams and people that were trying to kind of get into it that weren't necessarily already at that high skill level. And I think of that in terms of what is competitive play. It's not necessarily that you're at a certain skill level and you're like Moonshine and Zero were saying, like the top teams do. You know, you're not necessarily spending 40 hours a week figuring out how you're going to work this map and what objectives you're going to push and how that's going to work. It's just wanting to win, wanting to do good.
All right. So we're actually going to skip cross examination. I know I do apologize, but I do recommend all participants that are in this podcast have a piece of paper. When someone is speaking and you see a point you want to refute, write it down and then counter that for cross examination. We'll try to keep it on time this time. I apologize. Socrates is yelling at me. But switch it over to question 2. Socrates, all you.
Awesome, thanks. Real quick here, for question 2, I'm gonna pull up a VOD. It's like a 10, 13 second VOD. I'll replay it like 3 times. I know there's a chat delay here. Did I just disconnect? Okay, no, that's something else. Okay, let me go ahead and pull it up on the Twitch chat. Give me just a second here. There we go, expanding. In regards to squad weapon stabilization, I'll play it 2 or 3 times. After that, I'll get straight into this PowerPoint question here with the graphics. So replaying that again. Simply what it's showing is that he's walking and it takes 4 seconds until he can fully stabilize his gun. Like that. I'll play it one more time and then we can get this discussion going. He's not sprinting, he's, just walking. And up to 4 seconds, the weapon sway going down until 4 seconds. There you go. So now getting on to the PowerPoint presentation. Thanks for watching that, everybody. The comments. Oh, jeez, hang on. Some random sound is going on. Okay, there you go. Question 2. Problem with the ICO gunplay is that weapon stabilization time after walking is too long. Currently, instead of running and gunning, the game punish player for just walking/moving around. It is why gunplay feels bad to many people and it doesn't achieve the goal of punishing only those who want to run and gun. What are your thoughts on this? On the right side of the graphics, the left graph shows the current weapon sway after standing, walking, and sprinting, which is a linear curve. And the recommended weapon sway is shown on the right side graph, where walking it barely penalizes you in terms of the weapon sway, and then of course sprinting would throw you up into maximum weapon sway. So Pro ICO, 20 minutes, take it away.
Well, I suppose I'll get started on this one because this is actually something that has been a bit of an irk for myself. Whilst I am pro ICO, I think I've actually spoken with Casper on this one a couple of nights ago, and he's, at least in what I feel, he is right. You're being punished just simply for moving. If they're wanting us to sprint less, then having it that way, that's fine. But to simply be moving, it is it's making things far too punishing to get around. Like if you're walking somewhere, you're not, unless you're absolutely morbidly obese, you're not going to be out of breath for walking 10 feet. Yeah, I don't agree with how punishing the sway is for moving right now. I do feel what Casper's also said, having it coming in much more, more progressional, I suppose, rather than just the current graph you see on the left-hand side. It's Vanya, a straight diagonal line, which is far, far too linear. You should be rewarded for looking after your stamina, and one way of looking after your stamina is to move at your normal walking pace. It's a shame he didn't use this video using the FN FAL, because the the way the iron sights line up on that one, they're a lot bigger to see on the video, but it really, really shows just how bad it can be. And I think it's actually a bit longer than 4 seconds with a foul, but don't quote me on that. And again, same thing. You just move 10 meters and you've got to wait 4 seconds for it to line up. Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm guessing it will get dialed in over time. I know we did get some fixes within the first week, but at least my personal feelings, I don't like the fact that I'm punished simply for base moving. I would like to see something added in on that, in where when you ADS, I've quoted this a couple of times actually in various conversations with folk, but I quite like what Ready or Not does, where you have your base movement speed, but you can also walk a bit slower. So if they were going to penalize you this much and they don't want to change how it is currently, give us something else in an effort to reward ourselves for being more patient, I suppose. So if you had a keybind to have a much more slower walk pace, probably more similar to the walk pace you get when you reload or like change weapon while walking, because that's a really slow pace now. If they were to bring us that, then give us much, much tighter weapon control so we can clear a building or clear a compound without walking around a corner, literally walking unsuspectedly. And then, yeah, you see a dude and you still got to wait 4 seconds to get guns on. I've probably rambled a bit there, but that is a bad habit of mine.
I'd like to chime in there if I may on that subject with the gunplay. I played a match the other day, and I had this brain moment where the system kind of clicked for me. I was walking, and I had the ACOG, not even the iron sights, and I watched my aim. I watched my aim be kind of crap for that 4 seconds, and I'm like, all right, the game is telling me, because I've done everything correct, you're going to have to aim for 4 seconds if you decide to ADS. I said, okay, all right. Because my mindset coming into this is I don't know what I'm doing anymore because they've changed the mechanics. So I said, what if I try not ADSing? I took my middle finger off my right mouse button and I said, I'm only going to use this point fire system that's been applied for the rest of this firefight. I'm going to see what happens. And I found myself kind of staring at the center of the screen, looking at the periphery and staring back at the gun. So I could try to learn this weird way that this thing's kind of floating around the screen for me. And what I noticed in the firefight immediately was that there is a real correlation between where the gun is pointing on the screen and where I'm aiming. It's just kind of awkward because there's no crosshair like Resistance and Liberation or like an Arma 2 with crosshair on, but it's there. And I was able to very comfortably get into a very, very fast, accurate, and reliable usage of the gun without having to kind of ADS. And it felt good. I didn't have a lot of pinpoint accuracy. I had to spend a lot of ammo. I had to rely on teammates because I was burning through bullets, but at the same time, I was able to reliably hit people that were hiding in keyholes and stuff like that. I don't mean to brag or anything, but what I'm saying is it felt good. The thing I had to do first was stop going back to what I had learned from when every shooter decided that you must ADS in order for your aim to not suck. I realized in that instance that aiming down sights was going to be for something else. Maybe it's for more deliberate fights. Maybe it's for where people are moving less. Maybe it's for extreme aiming. I'm not sure yet. I'm still learning. But right now, in that immediate firefight, I learned that the point fire system is overwhelmingly what OWI is trying to get us to use. And because of that, I'm not so much against the current amount of aim sway or, maybe the aim sway with like a little bit of a reduction, because now I'm feeling, okay, is another system. It's just not what I'm used to, but it works. And it feels good when it works because I'm able to click on heads. It's just, again, vulnerable to suppression, vulnerable to people who are ADSing and pre-fire or pre-aiming in my direction because I don't really have a lot of accuracy. And again, it's not super tight, which increases TTK, increases the amount of ammunition that I have to expend, makes me miss a little bit more. But it's again, where you point the rifle is where the bullets go, right? So I like it, and I'm excited to continue to learn more as I grow to play it. I have the clip. If anybody's interested in watching it, it's like 2.5 minutes from the interesting part where I do the ADS. But it feels good. I like it, and I don't want to see overwhelming changes to things like weapon sway now, because there's another mechanic that we have to get good at, and we have to explore what ADS is supposed to be for a little bit more before we try to say that it's just terrible. You know what I'm saying? I yield my time.
I think just to throw in my piece on this, I think the walk speed change in general is just ridiculous. I mean, if you want to punish running and gunning, walking isn't running. It's it also wasn't obscenely fast before, in my opinion. I mean, you would sprint across the map out of necessity, not necessarily entirely across the map, but in lieu of like a vehicle or something, right? And that kind of, I think, is what people are thinking about when they think of running and gunning and sprinting. So if you want to penalize sprinting, then just penalize sprinting. I don't think anyone would really have a big problem with that, and it would slow the game down in arguably the way that they would like. I think in terms of stabilization, I do think that the stabilization time should be halved from what it is. So if it's at 4 seconds now, bring it down to 2, because you already have the shouldering animation that you have to wait for. So you're not going to get quick snaps and headshots like there were before the update. So adding on top of that shouldering time for you to settle down your aim so you can take a headshot, would I don't know. I think if you made kind of a middle ground change like that, it might incentivize people again to go on offense, and it would make that a little less cancer.
No, yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, because you're literally just punishing people for base, literal base movement. And then don't forget, you've also got that, they call it the clear sights or the over the top sights, whatever you want. Add that into the mix as well, and it slows it down even more.
Real quick, just confused. Or is this the pro ICO or the anti ICO side talking?
No, I am pro. This is one thing that I am.
I'm making a joke.
I know. I am pro. It's one thing I've been trying to learn to get around, but it is one thing that I have been quite vocal about of being on. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this bit.
And that's one thing that I wanted to highlight in the beginning, is that while it is put out as pro ICO and anti ICO, it's really intermingled, and I don't think there's a full I hate this and a full I love this. We share a lot of the same feelings. It's just, it has to be phrased this way so people know the general stance. But continue, anti ICO side. I'm sorry, pro ICO side.
Yeah, I do want to add as well, though. We're obviously, when we're talking about adjusting things, we're not wanting it like completely nerfed, like slap it all the way down to 1 second. We're trying to find that middle ground as something that's okay, right? Yeah, I can live with that little bit of a wobble, but now I can get guns on. We're not wanting to make it, or at least myself, I'm talking for here. I'm not wanting to completely like reduce the effects of things. But on this one, it's something that it's definitely going to have to be dialed in a bit more, because as you say, it's penalizing you for going on the offense, just moving and shooting, or even just moving and being ADS. So you're trying, you need to advance sometimes. There are times you physically have to advance. If someone's digging down your radio, you have to go and get that. So trying to recover one of your assets, which is going to cost you 20 tickets if you lose that, you're being massively punished for just trying to recover something that is a valuable asset to your team. So yeah, trying to find a nice balance on there will reward. I don't know if reward the right word, but you know what I mean. It'll help incentivize people to move.
Right. Moving in general isn't the bad thing. It's moving together that they arguably wanted for this update. So.
Just last thing for me is that I can't. When I first saw this, like, I actually hated it. I despised it to the point I want to uninstall the game because at times like that 4 seconds, even I mean I think the first playtest was 8 seconds, where you see an enemy, you're waiting for the shot, line up, line up, line up, line up. It doesn't line up. By the time the enemy is gone, or they killed you. That's what I hate about it. That's what I want. Some level change where it's workable. But the thing is, the other part I do like it, and the reason why I say I do like it is because it gives you a chance to think when you're about to shoot, taking your time before you make that shot.
Just to throw it in here because there's dead space. I know it's a later question, but this is an absolutely amazing example of something that would have come out if they didn't throw all the mechanic changes for the ICO into a set of playtests.
I generally think that this update should be added like over time, maybe incrementally. One patch, see how we like it, then make some more changes, then immediately dropping it like this, where everybody is now trying to adjust because they can.
I think that's us for the pro ICO side.
Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and restart the timer. It's 7 minutes saved. Thank you. Restarting timer, 20 minutes, and ready.
All right. I don't have a lot to say on this topic. Most of what I have to say is just the biggest issue that I see with the movement penalties as they are is just like everybody else has said thus far is it's penalizing all movement, right? They wanted to get rid of or at least discourage running and gunning, which I get. So my suggestion for that would be if you want to penalize running and gunning, we already had a stamina-based sway system in place. Just make that more punishing. The way that they have it tied to stamina and now this arbitrary stability mechanic, it feels like an incomplete mechanic because you can't do anything to increase your stability minus sitting still and holding shift. If I could run up to a wall and stabilize on a wall, then sure, it might be more of a complete mechanic if I'm able to do things to get stable quickly. It just feels like a half-baked, incomplete mechanic that is enforcing this turtle meta and making the defensive advantage too high, which is one of the things that's causing the downfall in the macro gameplay, the team gameplay. And then just to kind of address the hip fire thing is, it's a cool thing on the development side to have the point fire, where your muzzle is pointed is where you're going to shoot, but you have no way to control that in the game. So instead of it being a hand-eye coordination like in real life, right? I have hand-eye coordination. I can point my muzzle wherever I want to before I pull the trigger. It's very random. It's complete RNG. So the V5 hip fire mechanic was hand-eye coordination based, right? You figure out where the center of your screen is, and that's now your new reference point for your muzzle. You point that muzzle where you want to shoot, and with less accuracy than ADSing, you shoot, and generally that worked. Now there's no hand-eye coordination for your character because it's completely random where that muzzle's pointed at any given time, making it so that, instead of bringing your weapon up and shooting, you're now shooting in the ground in front of you for the first 5 rounds, or your muzzle is swaying all over the place and you don't actually have any control to counter that muzzle sway because it's a random animation. So those are kind of the problems that I see with everything else.
So I'm gonna add in a bit on that graph thing. I don't think it's gonna work for a PC game where we mainly use keyboards unless there's someone playing infantry squad on a controller with analogs. But I don't think that's the case. So unless we have a system that enables us to change that speed somewhat smoothly, it's not gonna work. Simply put.
What I want to talk about is, so first of all, I'm gonna touch on the point firing or the hip firing. So most of the players here who are experienced and playing shooters a long time know that hip firing, point firing can be a very, very powerful tool. But we talk about realism, talk about what's realistic. Firing a gun from your hip should not be better from mid-range than aiming in. I'm sorry, it shouldn't. Right now, you can effectively point fire from 50 to 100 meters, but you can't aim your gun and get a stable shot from that distance, right? When we talk about discouraging run and gun, right, making your hip fire, your point fire stronger than your aimed in fighting is the absolute opposite of what you want to do to accomplish that goal, right? And I mean, I know this, right? I do squad lead a lot, but as I said, I'm a C, right? I run around like a maniac. I play on stealth mainly, right? And that's how I do this. And a lot of my kills come from barrel stuffing somebody when they walk past me because I'm hiding in a corner behind them, right? Like I understand these principles as much as anyone else. And to me, it has actually made it more effective for me to do these run and gun techniques, right? Because for me, at this point, no one can shoot me, right? I can, if I happen to be running and someone looks at me, I know I have a solid 4 seconds where I can just keep sprinting past them before they're able to actually aim and kill me. And this is just such a weird concept, the way that this game is developing. We've talked about the movement speed, right? And we talked about the stamina and the penalty. Like, what is an actual way that we should probably do this? What would be a good thing? I think that we should have walking go back to the way it was, not be extremely nerfed. And I think you should be able to walk without being heavily penalized. I think sprinting, you should be able to go faster. I think you should be able to go as you did were before the ICO. However, I think that's where it should be extremely penalizing on your aim. I think that if you sprint, you should be able to use sprint to get across a short distance that you need to, whatever it may be, right? Whether it's 5 seconds of sprinting or whatever it is. But you should not be able to shoot after that. The point of sprinting should be only for movement, and it should be very heavily penalized. But walking should not be this thing that is so incredibly penalizing, right? And I think that's really where we're getting into this problem, is that the sheer inability to understand that sprinting should have a purpose, right? But the purpose should not be to fight. The purpose should be to reposition, right? Because right now what we're seeing is that there's no incentive for repositioning. Before the ICO, one of the great things you could do, right, is if someone on the other team shoots, right, and they sit in the same spot, they're not moving, and they keep shooting, and I know where they are, right? I should have an ability, and this is what I did, right, to reposition, to get an angle on them, and to take them out from whatever angle I claim without them realizing where I am, right? So now I'm in a different spot. I know where they are. They don't know where I am, and I'm able to pick them off in one way or another. But in the current ADS, right, everything we have, what happens is I do all my movement, whatever, I get my angle, and then I look at them, and I aim at them, and it takes 4 seconds for me to actually get a shot on them. Meanwhile, they've been aimed in this entire time, sitting on their angle, and now they can pop my head off because they can see me stick my head out to aim at them before I can steady my aim to actually get a shot at them. It's killing Peeker's advantage, right? And it's making it so, once again, defenders are just so overwhelmingly strong, and it rewards people for sitting in the same spot. And this is exactly the point I made earlier, right? We talk about, oh, well, relearning the mechanics and things like that. Look, the players that were known for being amazing shooters are still the best shooters. As I said, it's just instead of being more, they're being more static now, and they're having less fun. And it honestly requires less skill. What it does is it makes it so mechanical skill is really the only thing that's required. And now you don't need to have the creativity and the micro fighting sense that you used to have of how to reposition and how to get angles, because you're just not rewarded for it anymore.
I will try to keep it within 2 minutes and hopefully won't touch too much on the cross-examination part. But what bothers me the most is that some of the firefights in squad are happening below 20 meters, sometimes below 5 meters. How much time do I need to think? How much time do I need to stand still to engage the enemy on a distance below 5 meters? Like, I need to aim down sights, I can hip fire or whatever, but within 5 meters, there should be no thought process whether I should engage or no. The guy is looking at me, I'm looking at the guy. This is an FPS. This is an FPS game, and you are supposed to engage the enemies. You're supposed to take the fight to them, and you're supposed to take initiative. And this issue is strictly connected to another one that hopefully we're going to touch upon. And with this mechanic where it takes you 4 seconds to aim down sights after walking, and you're basically, as Helios said, you're forced to use hip fire. When you start hip firing, your arms go full noodle. And the moment you start shooting, the enemy will start shooting back in the general direction where you're at, and your arms go even more noodles. So you got all those clips of people raging that they had firefight MG versus MG on a distance below 5 meters, and they're both alive, and they both have to go to pistols, and they both have to go to knives. And this is ridiculous. Those changes must be implemented. Those changes must be nerfed to the point where you can actually learn one mechanic and then master one mechanic, then learn another mechanic. And the fact the thing that Zero mentioned, that below certain distance there is absolutely no point to think about whether you're going to shoot or not. If somebody is stepping on your head, you shouldn't be considering whether you were crawling for 50 meters and now your ADS time will be 10 seconds, or whether you were running. No, you were supposed to engage the enemy. And RNG mechanics connected with stamina management, with 2 squares coming closer and noodle arms, they make the game unplayable. And unfortunately, it punishes you not only for moving, but it also punishes you for taking advantage and taking initiative. It punishes you for your ability to engage the enemy. It punishes you for your ability to find the enemy, and it punishes you for the decision to pull the trigger. And I do understand that it requires some, I don't know, maybe convoluted communication schematics and procedures to, you will suppress the enemy and then your homie will come from 100 meters away and will shoot them in the back. But this is a shooter game. The core mechanic is aiming and shooting, and with those changes it has been taken away. And that's why I think that all those changes need to be nerfed, maybe not reversed, because we're far beyond that point, but 20% lowering the sway after walking to 20%, maybe lowering the noodle arms effect for like 50% or something like this. All those issues are interconnected, and we cannot address one without addressing others. Stamina, aiming, noodle arms, suppression mechanics that make your gun fly all around the screen. All those issues are what makes the combat overhaul so difficult to address partially. Thank you.
What happened? What did I miss? Why is wait, hello?
Sorry, I moved.
just
Pissed. Sorry, chiming in real quick. I had to move someone in from the reserve roster in here.
Okay. What does that mean for me? Oh wait, am I the reserve?
We're live, Chris.
Oh
my God.
Hey guys.
Okay. 8 minutes left.
8 minutes left of what, the podcast?
Oh my God, Piss.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Just don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't worry.
Yeah, if you didn't know,
eventually
Socrates is a streamer. Just so you're aware.
Eventually you will catch up.
I won't hold my breath. Pissed, what's going on is we're currently discussing question 2. Problem with the ICO gunplay is that the weapon stabilization time after walking is too long currently. Instead of running and gunning, the game punishes players for just walking and moving around. It is why gunplay feels too bad, why gunplay feels bad to many people, and it doesn't achieve the goal of punishing only those who want to run. What are your thoughts, Pissed Rail?
I mean, you said a question, but that sounded more like a statement. I'd agree with that in general. Like, it's just everything takes too long. It's kind of frustrating. Like, maybe if like guns did more damage, maybe if there was more penalties for getting shot, like you'd bleed out way faster, I'd be okay with it. But currently, it just feels like I'm having like a Nerf battle, like a childhood Nerf battle with my friends, and I don't feel like I'm making any progress. That's my thoughts.
And then, real quick, Pissed, if you could just introduce yourself, pro ICO, anti ICO, and then a little bit about yourself.
So I'm anti-ICO, as the update is. I'm pro the concept of, like, trying to breathe some new life into the game that's been around for a long time. My background is squad leading pubbies for 6,000 hours and occasionally playing with comp players, but I haven't played any comp matches. So yeah, I'm mostly just a puppy on tactical trigonometry.
Cool. Did his entrance interrupt anyone? Was anyone trying to finish their thought?
No.
Don't think so.
Okay. And then real quick, Bill Nye is also in here. Bill Nye, you want to give us the same rundown, quick bio, pro or anti ICO, and then an answer to that question?
Yeah, sure. So in general, I have like a pretty nuanced view, but in general for the ICO, I'd say I'm pro just as a overarching concept. In regards to this particular question with the weapon sway, I would actually lean anti-ICO in just in terms of the time it takes, because I think you can have an ICO experience at the same time as having like, consistent snappy gunplay, and I feel like the long range nerfs that you get with the weapon sway is good, but you could definitely tone it back for like more close range encounters.
All right. So we did cut in the middle of the anti-ICO time. Was there anyone on the anti-ICO side that would like to speak based on that question?
I just want to make a general statement here. I think what we're learning is that everybody on both sides, pretty much, maybe with the exception of maybe one person, feels that it is too punishing for when you are walking, and after you are walking, that you are penalized so heavily. Right? I think that's pretty much a consensus here, and that I know we'll talk about this more later, but that brings up a point: is why is that the case? Why did this make it into a live update? Right? We'll talk more about that later, but I just want to pose that thought in everyone's head. If we are all on the same page here, why is that a change that was made?
I would just like to kind of add to something that a couple people have said with the point fire mechanics. I mentioned how there's no hand-eye coordination with the current point fire mechanics, whereas in V5 there was. Another thing is, like, if you want to talk about the realism side of this argument, which I know like some people will say like realism doesn't matter. Some people on both sides will argue realism to the death, but like in real life, nobody's running around with their rifle next to their hip and shooting from the hip. They're still shouldered. They're maybe looking over their sights, canning their rifle, something like that, not completely looking through their optic. But nobody's just running around and shooting Rambo style from the hip. It doesn't happen, which is kind of reinforces my statement of adding a little bit of player agency back with hand-eye coordination based point fire. That's something that I would like to see. But just to reiterate, I think that the entire stability mechanic that they added is unfinished. It's half baked and it doesn't work. So I would like to see it go back to a stamina based sway system that could even be a lot more punishing than V5. I would still be happy with that, but I think that that's kind of the middle ground that everybody would be pretty happy with. That way, you're not being punished when you do manage your stamina well, and you're being punished harshly when you're not. So,
Yeah, that's a great take. Was there any more pro anti-ICO members that wanted to comment on that question? All right. Well, one of the things that I did want to say is that hipfire in video games nowadays is not hipfire. It really is shoulder fires, and this is going off what Super said. But I wrote this down. It really is, the real life name for it is point fire. So going from standing to walking, there's no shift in your adjustment with the buttstock within your shoulder. However, there is when you go from walking to sprinting, and that's represented from the animations in game. So his graph, the recommended graph, actually shows a more realistic and authentic take on what punishment it should be going from walking to sprinting. So I think we're all kind of in agreement there. Cross exam maybe.
Yeah, let me turn
And
on.
shout out to Caspier for preparing this for us.
Yes, thank you, Casper.
Yeah, thank you, Casper. He worked a lot, and this is his dying question, so I moved it to the top of the list here. So let me go ahead and start that 15-minute, and I'll let you know once the time is and beginning. Pro ICO or anybody who wants to cross-examine, go ahead.
Is there anyone who does believe that the current penalty for walking is appropriate? Is anyone?
Yes. Yeah, me. My one thing that I may not be completely correct on, but I do believe is that, as was stated before, aside from exiting the sprint animation, right? Because what we did have technically is that the bullets come out of where the gun's pointing, right? And since this is a third-person game, I'm not exactly sure, but is there any point where the characters are actually hip firing, right? because from what I can see is that the weapon is on the shoulder pretty much all the time, right? I don't know if they've changed it from in the new ICO, but are they ever actually like down at the hip firing, and we see people doing like these kinds of weird like Rambo shots? I don't really think that's the case. And as was just said, the weapons are almost always shouldered, even if they're not like aligned with the sights, however that works, right? Um, and what's going on with this point firing system is that the weapons are being canted and moved in a very strange way. But again, the animations are supposedly 1-to-1, right, with what the players are doing and where their bullets are coming out. So I don't really see that the hip fire argument is exactly where we should be going with this, because I don't think we're actually hip firing here, right? We're point shooting and the weapons
So
are
yeah,
shouldered.
I'm using the term interchangeably for people who don't understand. People who are more used to hearing the term hip firing. Yeah, it is point firing from the shoulder. That's why I was using both of the terms. But the important note here is yes. So the gun is mounted on the shoulder. But I have a ton of clips of this, and I'm sure other people do. I had one from 2 days ago where I was shooting at someone who was on the ground in front of me, just like, and I mean within 2 meters of me. Like I was shooting almost straight down at him. And while I am shooting, my gun at certain points is pointed over 30 degrees to the side. Okay. So I am somehow holding this gun up against my shoulder, yet I am then holding it sideways. And this is also something that does frequently happen when you're going from, it being on your shoulder to aimed in. Somehow we're getting these movements that are just completely unrealistic and illogical of how the gun, where it's pointing at the screen, how it's angled. So I encourage, as I would say, don't always look at where the sight is aimed. Look at where it is on your shoulder. Look at the source of where the gun is, and just tell me how some of these things make sense, right? Why should I, after walking, have trouble shooting someone who's laying on the ground in front of me? These are the kind of things that it just doesn't make sense. Now, if I'm absolutely sprinting, right, I'm running like crazy, right, and I come up to a person laying on the ground, maybe I miss a couple shots. Maybe that is at most realistic. But if I'm walking around a corner and I see someone laying on the ground in front of me and I've got my gun ready and I can't shoot the guy, and my gun is flailing around the entire time and I can't, like, this is what the issue is, right? This is the issue, is that I have to be worried when I'm walking if I'm going to run into someone within 3 meters from me because my gun is going to be pointed sideways and things like this.
I liked what you said earlier, Zero, actually, when you were talking about the difference between sprinting and walking. You're absolutely right. Sprinting needs to have its purpose in place. And as you say, sprinting should be getting from point A to point B quickly. After then, you need time to calm down. Right. Okay, I'm at a place where I can walk. Now I've got control. I really agreed with what you said. And I think if the changes were made somewhat similar to what Casper's put in these graphs, I think that would probably emphasize that, because that would allow you to walk through a wooded area, or walk, say if you're trying to find a hub, or again, trying to defend your own radio or whatever, you're able to walk, you have some form of control. But if a vehicle's been shooting at you, you need to bolt, you can bolt somewhere, because that's what sprinting's for. You need to get away, you need to find cover, and then you need time to recoup yourself. And then once that vehicle's gone, right, get up, let's go, and then you can continue to walk on. I really did agree with what you said before.
I would like to add to this conversation, responding to Helios. Just as a little bit of a background, I grew up in Texas, arguably the assault rifle capital of the world, if you ask some people. I've been shooting since I was a little kid. I've done 3-gun competitions. I've done tactical shooting competitions. I've done long-range precision competitions, and currently I'm an active duty infantry Marine. So I have a lot of time behind a lot of different rifles. So that's just a little bit of a background as to where I'm coming from with this. So the animation, yes, it looks like your rifle's shouldered. From a third-person view. From a first-person view, no, it doesn't look like that or feel like that at all. If you look at the way that the character is manipulating the rifle, the concept of shoulder pocket and cheek weld do not exist, even when you're ADS. For some reason, instead of having a good control of the rear of your rifle and driving the muzzle to where you want it to be pointed, like any any trained rifleman would. It's pivoting at the pistol grip, which makes it feel like the buttstock is floating, which makes it feel like everything is going everywhere. So if you look at the screen right now, that animation, that looks and feels a lot more like I have the buttstock under my shoulder, which is closer to hip firing than it is actually shouldering the rifle and looking over sights. From a third person perspective, it looks like you're shouldering it, but again, like feeling wise and first person animation wise, no, not at all. You're not shouldering the rifle. You're literally spraying and praying from under the shoulder, or under your armpit rather, and that's how it feels. That's how the accuracy of it portrays. And if we want it to be actual point fire where we have some control over it, then it needs to be implemented, that we have some control over actually controlling the buttstock of our rifle with shoulder pocket and cheek wall.
So, to go off your question or to go off your comment or respond directly to you, the reason why is because you and I both know as shooters that when you have a proper shouldered stock and you have it facing forward towards the enemy, towards whatever downrange, that takes up a huge part of your field of view. And in a video game, that's not very fun. And I think that's why you don't see a lot of developers do that. I also want to say, for the most part, the hip firing did exist back in the day. It was a Vietnam technique. It didn't work, and I think that's why it became into video games where they all say it's hip firing. I would say in this game, we have point fire just because you are precise with your aim instead of spraying all over, like, for example, Call of Duty, where I can comfortably say that is hip fire, even though the weapon stock is shouldered.
And actually, to bring up something Gray says, when you ADS now, you see him bring the rifle up, and then you see him like shove it into his shoulder, which actually goes to show that no, at least with the animations that are they're going on, no, that rifle is not in your shoulder. I think if you are point firing, then having your field of view obstructed by your optic or by the rifle that's in front of you is completely fine, as it's somewhat realistic. But I would argue that based on the animations that happen when you ADS, based on the feeling of the rifle when you're handling it, and based on the lack of accuracy, because you say you have pinpoint accuracy, but I mean, what Zero just told you, that's 100% not true. I would say it is more akin to hip firing, and it feels gross, and it's more RNG than it is skill based, because there's no hand-eye coordination involved when you're trying to do it.
I would actually like to hear the Helios take on this, because the initial discussion sprouted from his statement that he still enjoys the combat overhaul changes and how the sway mechanic punishes you after you walk. So I would like to listen to Helios take, if it's possible, of course. After all this being said, how do you feel? How do you feel as a combat overhaul enjoyer in the light of those arguments? And how do you think that a player should go on to look for immersion in game like this, where you cannot hit your target?
All right, somebody's gonna have to tell me when I can answer all that, because I'm not sure how that goes into the format.
We're
You
running
want me to go for that
cross-game right
now,
now.
or okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I agree that the animation for this point firing thing could probably be a little bit tighter, because it's feels like, as was stated, kind of under the armpit and a little bit floaty. But the alternative to that is, when we ADS, the rifle takes up a significant portion of your screen, and we don't get that ability to move the rifle to where we want it to go very quickly without having to get into like this ADS thing, right? But the problem is, we don't want the weapon to take up like huge portions of the screen, like this is, Doom or whatever, where it's like totally centered. So I would say, sure, maybe we could tighten this up, maybe raise the rifle to a different point on the first-person animation set. But I'm not exactly sure how we can do that without making either like some kind of weird third-person crosshair, making the weapon too big, putting it into a really awkward place on the screen so that it takes up too much of your real estate, so you can't really see where it is. Maybe there's some things we could handle with like inertia or something like that, or maybe we could use some part of the weapon to make it line up better. I'm not exactly sure. My own experience with shooting is not trained by the military. I've got a bunch of friends down south, and I've traveled around to places where weapons are less restrictive. But for this, I don't make the realism argument for this because waving a mouse around a mouse pad is not aiming a rifle, right? And I have significantly fewer hours aiming a rifle than you, but I think we can definitely agree on that. The problem is, how do we change intent into action from mouse movement to control in such a way that's not like clicking on an icon on a PowerPoint or your monitor, but it still portrays the weight and difficulty of this in a setting that's balanced for video games, right? Because obviously there's, different mental and physical requirements. And right now, I believe that it's in a pretty good place, but the animations could be tightened up. I think a lot of the RNG comes from the fact that people are kind of spraying at each other, and you're getting aim punched all over the place. But I'm willing to take that into account because, there's teammates, and the end result for me has been satisfying gameplay with large groups of people who have been able to overcome bad guys when I shoot faster than them, even if I have to, do it with a lot of volume. You know what I mean? That's a little bit all over the place, but there's so many different topics coming at me for that one at once.
If I can throw something
I don't
out.
know.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Can we watch Zero's link that he just posted in chat?
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull that up real quick.
Yeah. And so, for a bit of context, as I said, this is a bit of an extreme example. There was a little bit of a sprint in here. Stamina's at 2/3, and I am strafing. But what I wanted to show you was not the fact that that's reacting. I wanted to show you the gun facing sideways. It was the very key point. And this is what I was talking about.
I needed this thing right there.
Got it just ready here. Just give me a quick second.
Gotcha. It's very brief, about 6 seconds.
No, you do bring up a good point, though, about how he does raise it a little bit. I guess just being a Marine, and Super can speak to this as well, there's a certain way that you do point fire, and I just can't imagine how else you fire a weapon.
Training center coming back in the fob.
Ooh, that's rough.
I needed this thing right there. Yeah, a little bit.
Currently playing now?
Right of that, but general area, yeah.
You see that sideways?
Training center coming back in the fob. I needed this thing right there.
It's like crawling after you try to knife you.
A little bit above to the right.
Yeah, and that's a comment on the state of where things have come, is that people go for the knife in close range now. That's where we're at.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Now, I'd say your failure point here, could be wrong, but you full autoed, the full auto recoil kind of took you off target. Every time I've single fire point aimed, I've been pretty accurate, to be honest, surprisingly accurate.
Sure. And what the point of this isn't to say that there shouldn't be crazy recoil here. The point is explain to me how my gun is facing sideways. Obviously, there should be an insane amount of recoil here, but why is my gun turning sideways on my shoulder? Like, how would that be physically possible for me to keep that gun mounted on my shoulder the way it's turning?
And you're also talking about he's not shooting at someone 10 meters away where the full auto recoil would kind of take you all over the place. That's not even a meter.
No, I'm just speaking to the fact that point aim or hip fire, at least when semi-auto fired, is relatively accurate, which is why point aim is a more appropriate term rather than hip fire. But
yeah, I was more just pointing that out for the sake of this room. Something that I want to throw in here just with the last chunk of time is I don't think realism was ever a point of discussion when they were thinking about making this update or tuning things in. I think they obviously just had like a boardroom meeting, tried to figure out what new players' problems were with the game, threw a bunch of threw a bunch of stuff at the wall, and then realized even after adding those things that the numbers weren't quite right to get the goal that they wanted, so they just cranked the numbers up on everything.
I do want to say that in their post, they have said realistic and authentic, both of those terms, multiple times regarding the ICO. So I'm not saying that was their aim, but they do use those terms regarding the ICO.
I saw immersive in the initial update, the 6.0 update. There might have been different terminology in the hotfix, but the only thing that I saw in that was immersive, not realistic.
I can't remember who had this quote, and I can't remember which patch note it was from, but I think it was either from the playtest announcements or the V6 drop. They used the term realistic 6 times and authentic twice. directly talking about the mechanics changes.
There was
One of
definitely
I
mine
actually
would
want to
be,
double back here for a second on something I said. So I went into Jensen's range, and I went and looked down at the character as far as I could turn to the right. And the weapon is shouldered when the character is moving around. But one thing that's very interesting here that's not being shown in the game is that the character's torso and hips don't rotate along with the character, right? And I think one of the issues, and this is a really big deal with a lot of video games. That's kind of my background, is that first person and third person animations are not the same thing. So our perspective, we don't get to see huge portions of our own character being rendered. We kind of have a facsimile of what other people see. We do this for processing reasons and because it would make us motion sick, right? If we had perfect third person to first person animations. Right, so we don't exactly see where our character's own gun is pointing. And that's kind of where you get a lot of this, oh my god, why is the gun floating kind of issue. Just look at your character's shadow when you're moving around in game, because I'm pretty sure the shadows are the same. Right, look at your character's shadow versus what your character's actually doing, and you're going to see that they're entirely different, right? So we can totally change the first person animations if they feel totally floaty. But in terms of doing things like, how is the rifle kind of pointing around to the side? Well, I mean, our character is obviously turning his hips, his torso, his body, his shoulders, in order to achieve what our first-person camera is representing in the game. And if we didn't have this kind of facility, facsimile, you would get sick, right? Most people would get sick. It's just install Skyrim and put one of those third-person animations in game things with the head bob as much as it is in game, and you'll see what happens. So in terms of changing the animations to maybe make them a little bit better, yeah. But there are lots of ways to get a long, pointy, gun-shaped object pointing at where the character is pointing them on screen. We're just not doing them in game because it's animation space and we want the game to, run better.
So we're sacrificing gameplay, right? That's what we're doing. We're sacrificing quality gameplay by making the gun. Yeah, we are. By making your character not be where it appears to be, by making your character appear to be in a different place than it actually is, by making your gun appear to be in a different place that's actually pointing, you're sacrificing gameplay quality, right? I shouldn't have to figure out the problems with the way OWI designed the shooting mechanics in order to be good at the shooting mechanics. The shooting mechanics should just be good by default, right? I shouldn't be accounting for problems that they create. And that's a lot of the things here. I can't reveal all the details about this, but one of the things that I saw was a great example of this, because you talk about making sick. Right, a lot of people have complained that this update causes motion sickness, right? And I saw a serious response from a very well-known member of the squad community, who said that as a serious recommendation, they started talking about motion sickness pills and things. And he's like, well, when I get motion sickness, this is normally what I do to counteract that motion sickness. So are we accepting now that a game should cause motion sickness, and then it is our responsibility as a player to counteract that motion sickness, right? With whatever means we can.
Immersion.
And this is the same thing with this kind of shooting. Are we saying that OWI can create a bad shooting mechanic, or at least one that many would consider to be bad, and then we should have to learn our way around it? That's my point.
So, I hate to cut everyone off, but we are past time. That is stuff to definitely think about. We do got to move on to question 3. We got to be respectful of everyone's time here. We're way off topic. That's all. Sock, do you want to do question 3?
Yeah, really quick, because I know question 3 relates a lot to question 1. So again, because we're kind of a bit over time here, we can skip this question because we have a bunch of other questions I know some people mentioned they're looking forward to. So everyone have a quick look at question 3, and then if we feel this is like a repeat of question 1, then we could just skip over to the next question.
I agree. That is question 1 rephrased.
Okay. We talked a bit about the next one, this hotfix. I know everyone mentioned like that middle ground where things can be tweaked down a bit, so let's skip over that. If we have time, we'll revisit question 4 about the recent hotfix. Here's one. Audience question. What changes would you make to encourage more teamwork / tactical gameplay in squad matches? Oh, pro ICO side. Let me start that 20-minute timer.
and you are set.
Wow, that's a question.
Well, this is something that I've been looking at in video games for a really, really long time. Back in Project Reality, it was a lot more natural, in my opinion, to kind of have this. Things would happen to you in PR if you didn't follow the rules. If you didn't have a mic, you get kicked from the squad. Sometimes you get kicked from the server. It was aggressive. Sometimes if you didn't run things the same way that people liked, you were more likely to get kicked. And the reason I'm bringing this up is not to say that this is the way we should go, but there was much more of an attitude, I feel, a long time ago to kind of play this way and take things a lot more seriously than we do kind of take them right now. Um, and I feel that we've gone a lot more in the other direction where a lot of people are saying, hey, man, I'm tired from work. This is my relaxation from work. I'm here to do my own thing. And if you're not in that crowd, I feel that you're kind of going to get made fun of for sweating too much. So I do feel that outside of competitive communities, which I'm going to tell you right now, as a member of that niche, it is a niche, right? Outside of that community, there is an incentive to just be chill, not take it too seriously, and not put too much work in because you're trying that hard, and that's kind of lame. And therefore, mechanics aren't going to solve this entirely. The best way to do that entirely is to kind of teach people, hey, hanging around and doing things in community and kind of putting a little bit of work in is rewarding. And that's going to be much more of a less of a gameplay design kind of thing and more of a community design kind of thing, because you don't get that sense of communion where like, hey, I'm going to go deliver supplies for forever and everybody's going to work together and we're going to wait for my homies to show up so that we can have this cool assault, right? And we can actually make it successful. You're not going to get that unless people are incentivized through community and however you want to do it to actually make those changes. Otherwise, people are going to kind of go with what the, collective belief is. And the collective belief is put as little work in as possible, be as chilled out as possible. Don't tell other people what to do. Don't, listen to other people telling you what to do, and, just kind of go for what's immediate and accessible. And I don't really think that we could make this as Arma Ace 3 mod with max realism settings as we want. Your people are still going to kind of go for, what's easy and what's collectively shown as what everybody else is doing, right? Be the change you want to see, and people will follow you, right? You can't gameplay out this behavior. But if there's a lot of people doing what you're doing, people will follow. And that's been every single squad game with a few bad exceptions that I've had so far. I start squad leading, I start talking on command chat, people start following, and I get a lot of things done, even if it's not perfect. And that's be the change you want to see is the summary that I have for that question.
Could I jump in on here?
Yeah, I'll let you
real
go.
quick. All right, so I actually like that. That is a valid point. But I would actually also have to say incentivization through game mechanics actually does work. So like just for a quick example, like I'm just gonna pull something out of the air here. So like say like the rally point system. If we could rework that system so that say placing a rally is easier if you have more of your squad members near you, like maybe the radius gets bigger. Or here's another one, you could like say there is a grace period for when you place the rally and then you get a faster spawn timer than you would normally have. So maybe the spawn timer for rallies goes up, but a recently placed rally is a way to get back into the fight sooner. Incentivization like that will change how the players play because players are naturally going to do what the quote unquote best thing is over time. So if you change the mechanics and say, okay, if you stick with your squad, you will be benefited, I think naturally it's going to change more towards that.
Just a question because
Yep.
someone's going to immediately ask you about it. What do you mean by radius in terms of a rally?
Yeah. So what I meant by that is currently when you place a rally point, you need to have just one squad member within like 10 meters or something like that, and then boom, it's done, it's over. But say if you had 4 teammates and they were all within 40 or something, it's far easier to fill that requirement if your squad is playing together or like even larger. Think about the HAB scaling overrun, how it gets bigger with more people. Apply that concept to spawning, and you are incentivized for playing with your squad mates more.
It also incentivizes actually using rallies as well.
Yeah.
One thing
Maybe
I'd
just
like.
cherry
Oh,
picking on that specific point. I apologize. Just to mention something. If you're playing as a team, you wouldn't need a bigger radius to put down that rally because people would be next to you.
True. Yeah, very true. Very true.
this
Real
is a
quick.
point I actually. Oh, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
real quick. If I could have everyone put pro or con in front of their name, so we can have everyone know who is on whose side when they're talking. That would help personally me, but also everyone who's watching the stream. Check it out. If you need to know how to spell pro or con, I'll go ahead and put it in general right now, just for some of you people out there. Hate to interrupt. Just wanted to make sure it's clear for everyone watching.
Name changes.
Also, if we
I'm
could
glad
stick
you
to
said
the
that.
list that I put in general, where it's bracket, all capitals, pro, and then end bracket. Another reason why we're doing this is to organize the voice chat. That way, we have cons on one side, pros on the other side, and then all the random people like me, Socrates, and
You
Dodo.
said brackets.
Yes, brackets.
Okay.
The square
saw-
parentheses.
Yeah, I saw somebody using the vertical bar. I thought I was doing it wrong.
Yeah, we'll give you an extra 2 minutes on this because I know this is cutting into everybody's time here, but no worries. We'll give you an extra 2 minutes.
So, if you don't mind, I'll kind of pick up a bit on here. I'm going to take a slightly different angle. I agree with a lot of what you guys have said, but I want to approach it from a slightly different angle as well. I think I'm going to aim this towards the newer players, so people coming into the game, because they're always the ones that are the most clueless. They could really start off with having a much better. Like the tutorial needs overhauled from top to bottom completely, but on top of that, I feel that you should be made to do the tutorial before you can even join a game, because I'd been playing the game for nearly 1,000 hours before I even realized there was a tutorial in it. Put it that way. But within the tutorial, I think they need to mention, go into things like the game mode. So the main ones, at least, advanced and secure, random advanced and secure, invasion, because so many people don't even know how to play them. The amount of times, even just basic invasion, I've put invasion in my server rotation, and there's always 3 or 4 people. What the hell's this? How does this work? And imagine what it's like when you put in territory control. So I feel like if the tutorial was given a big overhaul and you were made to do the tutorial, is going to help, again, the bottom bar, should we say, but it's going to give people a little bit more of an idea, because at the minute you can just buy squad, load it up, join a game. And the only way you're going to learn is by leaning on those around you. And when you have a big influx of new players, like I understand why people get so frustrated at free weekends, you end up with free weekender squads. None of them have got a clue what's going on. None of them know what to do. And it does descend into chaos. But on top of that, I feel that they need to have a feature in like a microphone check functionality. Like before you can even load into a game. Right, you've done the tutorial, well done. Next up, we're going to make sure your microphone works. And it's just, it doesn't have to be a thing that you have to pass, but it's something that you can test that your mic works in game. Because again, that is another huge complaint from newer players. And then another one, I'm going to kind of pinch this a little bit. I think, does Hell Let Loose do this? But I think within your first 50 hours in squad, there needs to be random pop-ups. Like you get near a friendly radio, it'll say, as it does, this is a friendly radio. This is the heart of your blah, blah, blah. I think it should do it on enemy things as well, or just basic bits. I buy a Humvee. Hey, you can. I know they've got the ammo icon there, but hey, you can rearm from this vehicle if you're short on supplies. Just loads of silly little things like that. I think will massively help the newer end of the player base, because at the minute the only way newer players are learning is from either in game or from playing with playing with established members of the community, or they're turning to Twitch and YouTube. And that's not exactly ideal, really, because so many people on Twitch and YouTube have different opinions and different ways of playing the game. For example, you could take 3 new player guides, and they could probably all 3 would be totally different, and all 3 would probably tell you contradictory things. For example, so if there was an actual in-game tutorial that really showed you how to play the game, it treats you like an actual recruit. Make it a bit more maybe cinematic, a bit more immersive. I think that will really help people at least get their teeth into the game. And I think that will kind of help it's a long, slow process, I suppose. But if you're helping the newer people coming in, it's taking a little bit of load off of your mid to experienced SL, having to having not carry them, but you know what I mean, having to really, really Sherpa them. And I think one thing they really need to do is, if you're under a certain hour threshold, if you go to make a squad, they should at least have a warning pop-up saying, "Are you sure you really want to do this? Because this is a commitment," for example. It might make people think twice about, oh, maybe I won't make it. I'll just, oh, there's an open squad, I'll go and join that one. But that's kind of that for the short time I've had to think about this question, because I haven't had much chance to prepare for this podcast. That's, I suppose, what I would suggest that would help improve things within the game.
Gonna fucking launch into this immediately. Things that the ICO didn't update, or I read that question wrong, that the update didn't address. Any bug fixes, like I mentioned earlier at the very beginning of this thing, like I can understand that it would take an incredible amount of time to go through each map and really go over, like, oh, this low wall flips vehicles because it's at a very specific angle, so let's find every low wall that does that on Cora or something like that. I understand that. Easy fix. Have the time that it takes to flip vehicles, and then that's a good stand-in. That's not something that takes a whole lot of time. That's just a changing a value on a screen. People have been asking for it forever. Server optimizations. Add in options for server owners, so that way you don't have to download a mod every time that you want to spice things up, right? Why do I have to download a mod for my server and make people download a mod if I'm never actually adding in any assets for the game, right? I want Russians versus US on this map, and I don't want these vehicles. I think there's an absolutely untapped market that's been there for forever. Just in terms of, like, hey, I want Gordok, but I don't want tanks. I just want MRAPs. But I also don't want the skirmish layer, which is like 50 meters wide. That'd be huge. I think that right there, server customizations would give people a real reason to surf around between servers. Like, oh, I play on TT because they've got a really good selection of, like, close maps. I might need to work on my gunplay a little bit before this match coming up. And then I play on Bellas because they've got really good vehicle-based maps, and I need to kind of work on that and stuff like that. Community pieces and spotlights on the main menu. I feel like the game doesn't do anything at all. I don't even think well, I guess they do. They have a small link for the squad community Discord, but a lot of the people that are picking up the game don't have people to play with, and that's a really big piece, because the largest skill gap in the game is really just knowledge base, knowing where you're going, why you're looking over here, where people are going to be coming from most likely when you're on this objective or in this area. And if you don't have people to kind of help you out and explain that stuff, the best tutorial is a Sherpa or someone that can kind of mentor you and be like, hey man, you know, you need to be over here with me instead. They don't. The update could have included some links to some Discords or some YouTube content or something. And then YouTube content in general, I think OWI, same thing with, like, their communication in general, has been really terrible for a really long time. I think they could easily incentivize people to make YouTube style tutorials and stuff like that, and then that would be awesome. You would be engaging the community, and new people would be able to, yeah. And then Jensen's in general, just because it wasn't mentioned as part of, like, the tutorial piece, everyone agrees. If someone in here doesn't think that the tutorial needs updating and, like, extra depth to it, then they're crazy. But something that I don't think gets talked about enough is just how inadequate Jensen's is for testing things out on, like, the training range. If you're checking out a new vehicle update for damage models or something like that, or even something as simple as, like, we've seen a couple of videos so far for the podcast where people are going in and trying to show, hey, it takes 4 seconds for your aim to stabilize. why isn't there a range where it simulates the suppression so that way you can actually see how crazy your aim gets when you're suppressed at different levels? Why aren't there people on Jensen's that go down in 3 hits? Like, those pop-up targets are great, but people don't die on one shot unless you get a headshot. And the kill house is just, I don't know who thought putting the enemies that close was going to be a great idea, but it's kind of where I've got all my notes.
Just to add on that bit you were saying about the Jensens, the only time you can get any form of accurate, say if you wanted to learn like vehicle hitboxes or vehicle damage models, the only way you can do that is by joining a live server that's set to Jensen's range, which they're kind of few and far between anyway. But yeah, I don't understand why the damage values are different when you're in your own instance to being in a live instance. It throws a lot of people off.
It's because of the way that the server or the game itself calculates the damage value. It doesn't do it if it's not connected to a client, and it's a client correction. It's a server side calculation, and the client side does not calculate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be it. Is there anyone else for the pro side for question 5? I know Helios wants to say something. You might be able to fit it in 4 minutes, or you could wait for the cross exam.
One thing that's frustrating is that rally points don't particularly feel good right now. I feel that there's some kind of restriction. Somebody just answered me before on the number of people that can spawn in a rally point wave at the same time.
There is not.
No.
Okay, maybe I'm just bad at the game then. I'm not sure what's been going on with
Socrates.
that.
Well,
Timers are currently off on rallies. This is an in general problem. When OWI released the fix for TPS, I think this is an ongoing belief of many server owners that they didn't actually fix TPS. They're instead shielding it and making it look like it's fixed, but instead they created a completely separate problem. And that is why your rallies are screwed up. It is because the rallies are spawning at the wrong time.
Okay. Because here's the point that I wanted to make with keeping squads together. In my opinion, the optimal way that a squad of 9 wants to fight is with this and lose is with this kind of mechanic, right? They walk out from a drop point together, they approach their objective, they drop their rally point a couple terrain features away, they get to their objective, they fight to the man, and nobody spawns, right? Until they're all wiped out. They say, all right, we're done. We're going to come back to the rally point. We're going to group back together and try again. Or some kind of maybe some wave of people will come in as a group, right, to come in. It's not going to be this kind of trickle in effect, right? That's what we ideally would want to see outside of like super hyper optimized competitive games where they're doing like weird shit with their rally points and moving people around the map on like a giant scale, right? The squad should be saying, hey, we want to go in at once. And the fact that I felt forever that rally points were limiting the number of people that could come out at once is ridiculous. I don't feel safe attacking an objective like I'm going to be able to, all right, guys, we're wiped. The 9 of us are going to go back to the hab, right, and spawn in. I don't feel safe saying that unless I have a hab up because of how screwed rallies are, right? It's bad, the fact that they don't work and the fact that I don't have many tools aside from hab spam to keep my guys in the fight. It would be, and one other thing I'd like to see to prevent the alternative of this, which is just the blueberry wall, is to do some kind of reinforcement system where we can curb the number of spawns coming out of a hab or have a squad leader, as was mentioned last time, control the places that people can, and maybe even have the team influence the number of times that can be spawned out of a rally point, right? So rallies aren't this infinite wave box, and maybe habs aren't this infinite wave box. Maybe put some kind of incentive or reinforcement timer so that squad leaders can control it, and there's a limitation on how many people we can do it. Maybe we got to have the trucks drive back and forth more to be able to enable more spawns. Maybe we only get so many of them out of a certain hab before we got to refill it or something like that. Those are other gameplay mechanics, and frankly, I feel unimaginative for not for trying to say earlier that you can't fix it with gameplay. I think the tutorial thing is great. And I think gatekeeping needs to happen because let's be honest, even World of Warships, Dota 2, League of Legends, all these super high-pitched games with a lot of teamwork are telling you, dude, go do the tutorial. Gatekeeping is important. We have to if we have any kind of expectations for how people are going to play. We got to tell them no. And people got to understand, hey, you got to play no. You want to play soccer with your friends? You want to play basketball with your friends out in the court? You got to know the rules. Because if you foul somebody, nobody wants to play with you anymore. And if you don't know how these basic mechanics work, like you get a logi blown up, nobody's going to have fun in that game. So yeah, you got to gatekeep at least a little bit if you got to have any kind of standards. I yield back the time.
It's an argument to be made that that could be a commander feature as opposed to an SL feature, because as the SL, you're on hot take doing more than the commander typically. If you're doing a good commander job, you're spending most of your time in assets and you're not really running and gunning and shooting. But
Cool. I think that's everyone. Any more comments from the pro side?
The last thing I want to say is probably the tutorial needs updating. It needs updating. Gives because it's quite not much information there. I mean, also I can name drop YouTubers like Captain. From what I see of his content, is like it gives you one-to-one guide on what you need to do. I mean, yeah, you can rely on the community as well. I mean, when I first started playing squad, I heavily depended on other SLs telling me what to do, where I need to go, what to do, where I need to be a logi and stuff like that. So basically, the tutorial needs updating. I think that's all something we can agree on, really.
I will also comment as a very garbage content creator. I got some videos out there. Don't look them up, please. One of the reasons why I don't make tutorials is because squad is ever changing, and the tactics and strategies that are needed to efficiently perform that role or do that job pretty much changes almost every single update. So that your favorite Moy Dog video that you watched and learned how to play the game, it's outdated. So unless you're going to join in the rat race of constantly updating your stuff, it's very hard to make a general update or a general tutorial video. Hancho, I'm sure he could preach to that or call me an idiot, whichever.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's why I'm literally because I have done a bunch of various guides. I heavily focused on like more tips and tricks for a while because they seem to be a bit more rounded. They do generally stay, but the one I've already got my eye on was Marksman, because the Marksman, I know people rag on the Marksman, but that kit has probably been changed the most now, how that kit plays. It's but yeah, everything. The ICO update has made a lot of guides pretty defunct. They're going to need updated or tweaked, at least in some very minor ways, but just to stay relevant.
Right. And as a mod, I have to take a middling approach. Well, I think we're all in agreement that what changes would you make to encourage it? We all agree that there needs to be more. But I think the best way to learn squad is to jump in and play and just learn through the fire. I know that's not some people's way. They'd rather read about it or watch a video, but videos just sometimes aren't all up to date. We're going to transition now to the pro con side. I got it.
Gotcha. I'm going to start first here, and I think we've organized a bit of a structure here. But so the first thing I want to talk about is addressing the other side and what is teamwork. There's a few things that I've heard regarding the rallies and the grouping together and things like this. I think there's a misconception on what teamwork means. Standing together in a 9-man blob, I don't think is a good example of teamwork. I think it's a bad example of teamwork. I think a good example of teamwork, to be extreme, would be, say, when I'm playing CE and I sneak behind enemy lines, I'm 300 plus meters away from my team, and I bomb a radio. And I have 2 mortars sink their mortars on both of the doors on the sides of the radio room so no one can come in. And I do this at a time where my team is then coordinating a push behind my hab take. So now I'm 300 meters away from anyone on my team, but I'm making a huge team play that, by the way, to do these in comp when we do this requires team speak and multiple different special channels for all this. This is incredibly coordinated, and it is by no way being near each other. Real teamwork when you're moving as a squad and infantry means holding vastly different angles. The only time 2 players should ever be near each other is when one of them's a medic and the other is a non-medic, right? When you guys are clumping up on each other, that's why this isn't working. And when you say the rallies aren't working, well, because we're not waving properly. If you're hitting a 9-man wipe, you've waved improperly. right? There are people in your squad who should be anchoring, which means they should be sitting in one place and they should be shooting, looking for what we call refrags, right? And there are people who should be moving forward, pushing, and doing what we call fragging, right? So if you get in a fight, you kill someone, that's a frag. If you get killed by someone and then your teammate then kills that person, that's a refrag, right? So the most valuable person in a squad like this is going to be your scoped medic, who basically is going to travel with an infantry member in the squad. If that infantry member goes down, they kill the person who kills the infantry member and then they pick them up, right? This is teamwork. When you do this and when you have a structure to your squad, your rally isn't weak, right? Your rally is very strong because you're not going to be wiped. Because if the guys who are pushing all die, then all of the anchors just sit there and hold. So this is kind of the thing here, to come back to the question, is what changes would you make to encourage more teamwork and tactical gameplay in squad matches? We have the mechanics for this. Right now, OWI can make mechanics encourage it or discourage it, and I feel the ICO has made it discourage it. But a lot of the problem is that people, even extremely experienced players, just aren't taking advantage of it. Now, all of the things I just described on the mechanics of refragging, this is all very, very surface level stuff. This all does exist. There are many guides, such as there's a guide made by Gino on how to shoot. There's a guide made by Kudu on just in general settings and things on how to play. There's a medic's guide on how to be a medic and explains all of the orders of how you should do it. There are so many materials that are made and updated frequently by players. And these materials are made by competitive players often. And these are often very shared. They're not elite. We have a channel, in our case, that we provide all of these materials to anyone who wants it. The problem is OWI doesn't want to use these things. So the real solution is to let your more senior players create content for OWI that OWI then sponsors and uses. And I understand making tutorials is difficult, but there are people willing to update those constantly. And that's why I don't think a video is a good way. I think a document is better, and that's what we usually do. But that ultimately is the big problem here, is that what are we defining as teamwork? There's like this conception that if you stand next to each other, you're working together, and it's just not it. But I'll pass the rest of my time to my fellow Han people.
All right, I think
So
we could Moonshine is next.
yeah. Thank you for that. So my previous answers, I was trying to keep the timer on my stopper for like 2 minutes 30 seconds stop, but now I would like to elaborate on that because I think this is an extremely important point, and it most of our answers, I believe, and I hope that will show why the issues with the combat overhauls are so. Why the competitive community is so vocal about the overhaul mechanics. So I would like to build a structure of my speech on 3 main points. What was done to increase the teamwork, team playing, what is being done, and what can be done. So starting from what was done, and I would like to actually praise OWI for some of those mechanics. I know that not everyone agrees, and some of them were really, really stupid when they were introduced, but I believe that some of the mechanics that were introduced by OWI are actually forcing players to play together, to communicate, and those were the overrun of the hub mechanics, the medic, the dead mechanic, that you actually need a medic to gain some stamina to not die instantly after being tapped. The mechanic that allows every single player to res each other, but the medic takes like 6 seconds and the non-medic it takes like 17 seconds or something. And the refrags, on which Zero already touched upon. So all those things, even the local chat, the squad chat, the commander chat, all those things incentivize you to communicate and to cooperate with your teammates, with your squad mates, and with guys next to you on the local chat. The ultimate goal is to win the game. I understand that we all hop on to have fun, but you have fun in squad by trying to get as much of the gameplay as you can. And some of those mechanics actually allow you to cooperate with your teammates and help you out. Now, what is being done? And I would like to point out that all of things that are being done exclusively by communities, not by the developers, exclusively by either content creator communities like Socrates, like Moidog, like whoever, and by communities like national communities, like teams, like clans, like Discord communities. So first of all, you got community tutorials. You got tutorials for German communities, for Polish communities, the English-speaking communities. You got all those tutorials. You got documents. all this is available for free. You can just reach out to Discord, to any Discord. You can just hop on any Discord and squad, and you will find tutorials of how to get good, how to cooperate, how to communicate, how to utilize game mechanics. Communities are spotlighting the best players. You can get whitelisted for a server for staying for certain hours. You can get whitelisted for squad leading. You can get whitelisted for going through certain trainings in the military simulator mechanics. Like Milsims will actually give you whitelist on their servers if you participate in their boot camps, in their like role trainings, if you join them. But you don't have to be a member of community to find ways to cooperate, communicate, and to eventually get better. Now, what can be done? And besides spotlighting the community by OWI, I really, really believe that what can be done is to put emphasis on the fact that so many people have so many ideas about this game, and there is so many ways to play this game. Like you could be a, a backdoor combat engineer, you can be a squad leader, you can be a helipilot, you can have fun in all different ways. Even I'm sorry for I would like to apologize to the whole competitive community for saying that, but you can even sometimes have fun on a super fob. I know this is an edgy statement, but there are so many ways for you to have fun in this game, and all those ways are being spotlighted by the communities. And the way to increase teamwork is for the developer and for all the communities to get together, to spotlight each other, to help out, to share their solutions, to share their ways of doing things. And the best thing, in my opinion, at least it was for the players that I had the pleasure to introduce to the game, was show people how other people are having fun by communicating, coordinating. Of course, we got the peak performance of the high level competitive communities where you can actually call a mortar shot on the hub in the precise moment where the wave spawns or whatever. And you can have YouTubers, you can have Twitch streamers who will showcase how they were communicating, cooperating with other people. But ending this part, I have a very important question. I hope that not to all who are watching, but in general to the community. I think that the question that we really need to answer when coming to this topic, to this subject of how to increase cooperation is, do you really need incentive to play squad as a squad? And if so, isn't there something wrong? The game is strictly about communicating and cooperating, and yet there is a lot of people. I do understand that this is normal. We're jumping onto the game to have fun, but do you really need an incentive to help out your team? Because if you do need incentive to help out your team, I don't think there is any incentive that can be placed to fulfill your needs. And I just don't understand it. And the biggest initiative, at least for the people I have ever played this, is that squad is inherently a competitive game. One side wins, one side loses. You are striving to have fun by winning. And if you need an incentive for you to bring supplies for your homies so they can win the game, if you need that incentive, well, we suggest you to play a different game then.
And is that all you have there, Moonshine?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I detailed a very detailed answer to this question. A couple of the points have already been stated very well by Zero and Moonshine, so I'll just gloss over those. But first and foremost, what are tactics, right? What can we define as tactics in this game? Are we trying to implement real-life military tactics to LARP as a Marine? And then the follow-up question for that is, were we not using tactics, whether gamified or not, before, right? We really do need to combat the rhetoric that close together means teamwork, and I think Zero mentioned and touched on that very well, so I won't really get into that. But just to reiterate, we teach in comp that a squad clumped up close together is a very bad thing. So thinking that that means all of a sudden entire teams now being clumped up means teamwork is ridiculous. That takes me to gunplay nerfs and nerfing individual agency. It does nothing to address teamwork, in my view, from playing pubs for over 40 hours of the ICO now, is that those are actually hindering teamwork on the macro level, in my opinion. And then next thing, I think the first thing we can do to address more teamwork and tactical gameplay from OWI's side is more support and encouragement for the communities that exist within Squad. There is a lot of anti-clan rhetoric that goes on in the pub community. It doesn't have to be a comp clan. It can be a Milsim clan. It can be a very casual clan, a group of friends that play together. But this is a social game. Having friends that you play with consistently not only increases teamwork because it increases cohesion, but it also dampens the learning curve when you have experienced players in your community that can take you under their wing. So encouraging communities is one of the first things we can do. Spawn mechanics. We've all heard the term run, die, spawn, right? The biggest contributor to that is the current spawn mechanics that we have. I have some unorthodox opinions on this, some things that we can change. The first thing would be limiting fobs, right? Almost everybody can agree that fob spam is bad. When they did the ticket increase for radios, that curbed fob spam in the comp community because we are very cognizant of tickets and what doubling the ticket cost for radios does to a game. But people don't care about that as much in pub games, so I think that their intent there didn't really do anything. So actually limiting fobs that you can put on a map would do a lot. It would make it so that you're no longer spamming habs, and it's making the rally more powerful. B, it makes the team really think about like their fob placement as well as what that fob is going to be used for and the pros and cons for what they're using it for and where they're placing it. C, it puts an increased logistics element to the game where if you need to move a fob, well, now you have to have somebody that's going to go dig it down, move all of the ammo and everything else, move a logi up to the next spot to get that next fob down. I think that would help a lot when it comes to teamwork as well as the run, die, spawn mechanics. I think another thing you could do is rally and hab spawns, making a minimum amount of players in your squad able to spawn at a time. So maybe that's 3, maybe that's 4, maybe that's a fire team, right? Making it so that, say, Bravo fire team has to spawn together. If you die and give up, well, now you have to wait for your other guys to go down before you can spawn. I think that would help a lot. It would help with the trickling for sure. One thing that we see a lot is, squads will push and work together, but as soon as they start going down, they'll just start spawning in one by one and trickling. Maybe make a minimum amount of your squad members that have to spawn at one time before you can respawn. These are just ideas, right? Moving on, making death more punishing by addressing those spawn mechanics, maybe even increasing spawn timers when you prematurely give up, and make death more punishing. I think that would help quite a bit. I personally think that going back to medic only revive would do a lot to increase the teamwork aspect of the game. That's kind of one of my more controversial opinions, but I think medic only revive is a very good mechanic to have, and I think that it would help with quite a bit. I just went through that, so those are kind of my ideas with those things, but I think that the ICO did absolutely nothing to address teamwork or tactical gameplay, except for maybe on the micro level where it feels like you're working more as a team because you're really immersed in this firefight or whatever. But when we're talking about tactics, how many people in the squad community actually know how to properly organize, setup, and pull off fire maneuver? I would say not very many. How many people actually know like real life military tactics? So if we're talking about trying to make this game a LARP simulator, basically, well, you're not going to get very far because there aren't a lot of people in the community that actually know these tactics, and the ones that do know the tactics use them to a detriment of their team 95% of the time. But that's all I've got with that question.
I'm gonna touch a bit on the respawn and all that. I think maybe increasing the medic revive and healing time could work as well, because then we're actually punishing players for dying and for not playing together, instead of punishing them for moving at all and not standing statically. And another thing, I don't think tutorials are very popular within the community. I haven't myself played a tutorial as well. But in that regard, I feel like Battlefield 2 did a really good job of playing voiced tips in the game environment, and maybe Squad could do the same thing.
Just a brief thing to touch on when we're talking about tutorials. Sorry, did I cut you off, or are you done?
Yeah, you can go.
Gotcha. Just in terms of tutorials, I don't know if it's tutorial, but there's aim training mods as an example. There is the aim training mod, and there's a few variants of this, where they actually allow you to prep your aiming. They have moving targets that are much more coordinated. They have a bunch of different ranges. They even have grenade ranges and things like that. They have vehicles. You can choose between any gun at any time, right? There are close range fighting opportunities. There are these custom kill houses and things like that. There's so many options and so many things that have been made, but none of that is advertised. So most people outside of comp communities don't really know about them. And that's kind of an issue, I think. But sorry. Does anyone else have anything else on this side?
I mean, everyone said everything pretty much. Like in my opinion, like better training or better ranges. Like they've done nothing to make the training range better. They've done nothing to elevate like modders that make very good training mods. Like I don't. There's only so much you can do to force people to work together. I think they've could have probably just helped to educate the community on how the game is actually played. Like, they say, oh, there's no way to play the game. No, there is a way to play the game. And if you tell people you can play it any way you want, those people are going to do bad against people that know how to play the game. And that's something I think that's always really hampered the community majorly. Yeah, that's it on this question for me.
I'll use about another minute of our time then here. So something you don't really think about in necessarily teamwork, but server balance is very important on pub servers. Now, TT's, I think, one of the few servers, I think the only server that has a publicly stated balance policy. But balancing meaning just making sure that the good players and the bad players are mixed together so the teams have closer results, right? The ticket totals are better at the end of the game. And this is a great way to encourage teamwork, in that one of the things you really want to do is if you have a bunch of experienced players on the team, we'll go out and we'll open SL, right? And we'll have all of the squads will be mixed of the competitive players and the non-competitive players, and the non-competitive players will be guided by the competitive players, or just the experienced and the non-experienced. You don't have to be competitive to know what you're doing, right? But the problem with that now is by scaring away your communities of more experienced players. Now what you're doing is I'm someone who often open SLs and commands on Tech Trig, but I'm doing that less now because it's just so much more draining on me, right? And it kind of feels like not necessarily comp players, but the experienced players in general are kind of carrying the communities, right? In the fact that they're all, and I know some great examples of non-comp players who fall into this ballpark, but are really carrying everything and doing everything they can to train people and to help them get better, right? But we're getting tired. And we need OWI to help and step in and actually help with this situation. And right now we just feel like our calls are falling on deaf ears. And now you're seeing people leave, and it's sad.
Absolutely. I can definitely agree with that sentiment. Something I've said in the beginning was with this update, the amount of effort and attention that's needed by a squad leader is definitely increased. I don't know by how much, but it is reaching a point where it does get a little exhausting. We're going to swap over to the cross-examination, which is, it seems like we're all pretty much in agreement here, but if anyone wants to go after anyone's comments specifically or add more to the comments they make, they are free to do that.
Really quick here. I'm going to start the 15-minute timer, and I just want to thank everybody. It's been 3 hours of this podcast. I'm actually down to go for another 2 hours before I need to go to church. But anyways, I'm going to DoorDash all you guys some food for lunch because... anyways, yeah, 15-minute timer.
Yeah, so I'll
someone for some Chinese food.
So I'll start.
So where's that food at? But
why don't we let the pros start, Swooper, also, because we just talked for 20 minutes. Why don't we give them the ball?
Let me just comment on this one thing real quick, and then for sure. Just before it gets buried in chat, Riddick Mint commented, my take on how to improve and encourage teamwork would be for more transparency and encouragement for people to join communities. It took him 800 hours before he joined a community, and a teamwork experience increased tenfold than just playing as a random. OWI needs to integrate more into the game to introduce players to communities, and that's basically exactly what I was saying. I absolutely agree. This is a social game, and you're going to get the most out of your squad experience if you're playing with people that you play with consistently. That's really all I have for that.
Does anyone else have anything to throw in to say to that? Because if not, then we can end this cross-examination early and y'all go off the PCs quicker.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention really quick for the sake of my rally point comment. I have recently been educated to the fact that there is a minimum spawn timer in effect for how rally points work. I had no idea about this mechanic.
That works out for OWI not teaching people how to play.
And that is a serious problem because all I do is squad lead all the time. And eventually I would just be like, oh, I didn't click the button properly. Or, oh, something's wrong with the timer whenever for some reason my squad got wiped. I'll touch back on that later. Why do I have to go to a wiki to understand this concept? That is really stupid. I should just be blindingly made aware that, oh, I died with 19 seconds left on the clock. It's taken me 4 seconds to get back in. My spawn timer is actually 75 seconds. Okay? That's huge. Because now there might be a bunch of people waiting for other members of the squad for an extra minute and some. And I have to prepare the people for that mentally because people's first instinct is to kind of trickle back in. And yeah, I understand this whole thing about refragging and whatever, anchor points. You're preaching to the choir on that. I'm talking about, my example was specifically with a squad on the defense, right? We're holding a position, right? We're trying to keep somebody back, whatever. This tactical situation determined. We don't want to come in, we don't want to send people in trickling in. We want to come in as a wave. And if that's the choice that we make, because we want to come in as a group, however we want to do that, maybe we want to set our pieces out however we want to do it, it should be blindingly obvious for us to be able to make that choice. Because it's a choice that we're making collectively. The choices we don't want to make are the choices that people make because there's no guidance. And right now, we're missing a lot of tools to really be able to give people that guidance so they understand how these mechanics work.
Well, so there's a couple brief responses, and then I'll let anyone else jump in. But so first of all, there's actually more than you can do to just react, right? I mean, the fact that you know when the timer is, if you have your wave timer in chat, which you should post in squad chat, tip to everyone, always post your rally wave timer, then you can actually do things like take peeks and basically take risks when it is a favorable time to wave, right? Like, when would you rather die? Would you rather take a risk when you have 30 seconds to your rally waves or 20? You'd rather do it at 30 because you're going to catch the wave. And so there's a lot of tactics here. But the thing I actually wanted to address, less of that, is sure, OWI is flawed. We've established this. They need to address this stuff. They need to teach. But in the meantime, they're not, right? They're not doing that. So what can we do in the meantime? Play on experienced servers and ask for help. And then when people offer help, don't be offended and just accept it. Now, I will say there are some toxic players. There are some, words that I'm not going to use out of respect for the stream. But there are some people who are not great and are jerks, sure. But there also are a very large amount of players who are helpful and who want to teach other players, especially those who are receptive to learning. So until OWI puts out all of the great material that we want them to, what I would do is I would encourage everyone to not assume they know best, myself included, and realize that they can always learn more things about the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just,
That's
100. Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead, guys.
I was gonna say that's something I've been saying for a very long time, even through my journey of making content. Is I'm close to 3,000 hours. Like I said, I've been playing since 2017, and I'm pretty much still learning stuff myself as we go. There's always something new that I'm finding out, and I've always felt like if you're not learning, you're not trying hard enough.
And this is extremely important because everybody is touching on the same subject, and I just don't get it. Like, squad has already all the mechanics that is that are forcing or incentivizing people who are willing to play with friends and with others to play as a team. There is not much more to be done. The nerfing of shooting mechanics, the changing of the way the weapon is being handled, all those things affect players on the most basic level, which makes them fight the game, not the enemy. All those mechanics that were mentioned, all those things that were being said about the communities teaching their members and people around them, all those things are already incentivizing new players to learn and to teach others. And if there are still people who are coming to squad who don't want to learn, who don't want to play with others, that's okay. Let them have fun. But in general, on the developers' part, there's only one. There's actually, in my opinion, only one requirement. You need to highlight and spotlight communities. You need to help people who like your game, who mastered your game, who are willing to put time into playing your game, to find new people to play with, and the game will develop. The modders will mod the game. The server owners, by the way, this is, I don't think it was already said in this podcast, but OWI doesn't own servers. All the servers are community owned, and yet the communities barely receive any love, if any, from the developers. If you spotlight the communities, they will bring people together, and they will teach them how to play. And that's all you need to do. You don't need extra incentivizers like you're gonna get weapon skins. You don't need those. You don't even need the point system. You don't need anything. All those mechanics are already in game, because eventually what you get is you get those end screens, which shows that you and your homies did better than the opposite side, that you won the game.
You actually bring up a good point. Like, throw away pro and con ICO. One of the things that hits worse about this ICO is that it feels like we're not being listened to as a community when this is a community run game. Like, all your tutorials and guides, it's made by people. Yes, there is an in-game tutorial. It's bad. And yes, people make guides and they change. But a lot of the teaching is done in-game. And if you're not comfortable doing that, what's your alternative? There isn't. And we're not getting any support as community owners, as server owners, as comp players, modders. There's just so little support for such a community game, and it's amazing, to be honest.
Well, and so you bring up a good point about whether we're being listened to or not. So I made a comment in the community Discord in OISC, and what's his name responded to me, Ross, I think it was. But so what I said was that they did the Q&A about a month ago. You might remember there was a Steam Q&A prior to the ICO, and they got a lot of questions, a very large number of questions. And eventually they did put out responses. And the thing I pointed out is they didn't respond to a single critical question. They responded to over a dozen questions. Not a single one was critical. Now, I understand in the comment section, in the question section, there were a lot of mean questions that I wouldn't have responded to if I were them either. But there were a lot of very productive, very respectful, critical questions that they refused to respond to. Now, that is a terrible, terrible look if you are putting out a Q&A and not responding to anything critical. And this is why we feel like we're not listened to. They said the feedback they got from the playtests were positive. Well, after the first two playtests or so, most of the people who didn't like them just stopped playing them because they knew they were bad. They read the list and they didn't want to read them, right? So they just stopped playing. They also didn't take any feedback from China, which is the largest market they have for Squad, by the way. For those of you who don't know, they took the feedback only via Google Forms, and Google Forms is not available in China. So they completely disregarded their largest community, which is just another problem here. But so many people feel like we just haven't been listened to at all. And this is why everyone is so frustrated, because we've played this game for so long, we've contributed so much, and we feel like we've been ignored.
Okay, just gonna add into that. I feel like they've lied a lot in that statement when they said there was a positive feedback to the ICO during the playtest. Because even in the first one, there was a lot of people, and that was the closed playtest I was a part of. A lot of people were actually very negative about it, and a lot of people suggested changes. A lot of people said that this will never make it at all in any positive way. And I feel like they were just ignored at this point because we still see a lot of those issues that were mentioned by the people then still present in the game today.
this is incredibly important statement from V, because coming back to what Zero mentioned, there are some messages in OISC Discord from the Chinese community and guys who are able to give feedback because they speak English. So to back it up with some data, they received 934 feedback forms with less than 20% of positive responses after playtest 3. And after every single playtest, there was a Q&A. There was those Google Forms that could be used. There were the playtest discords, and all the conversations were taking place in there. There were people who were testing out the game for years and years, and they were participating in all the playtest. And overwhelmingly, the feedback was negative on those discords, and there was no address from OWI to this whatsoever. There is interesting comment about the Chinese community. I'm surprised that they don't transmit any feedback from Tencent guys to OWI. It's not only a month ago when we give you solid feedback and statistics. So the Chinese community is providing statistics, they're providing feedback, and there is no response whatsoever. And what Zero mentioned, the fact that no negative feedback has been addressed, uh, even now, there is absolutely no movement from the community managers, from the other than from Discord moderators on Squad Discord, to any feedback they get. Like, if there is an echo chamber that some things work, that's of course upvoted and that's catered to. But there is plenty of players who are talking about minor tweaks, who unfortunately, maybe due to the fact that they're voicing their concerns in not the politest manner, they're just being pushed back. And well, feedback is feedback. If it has substance to it, if it's addressing important issues, maybe the form is not the most important part. Maybe what's actually being said should be addressed. And there is no communication whatsoever. There is no spotlight to communities. There is not even an incentive from the developers for the communities to communicate with each other. Like, we know that the Chinese community was giving feedback only because certain members of Chinese community has reached out to the Europeans and to the North Americans and some Russian guys also. So the communities are talking to each other, and there is no incentive whatsoever to communicate and cooperate on the side of the developer, unfortunately.
So the other problem with the playtest cycle and the feedback cycle that OWI did is it was very biased, it was very confusing, and it varied so much from playtest to playtest that there was, to preface, I played every single playtest, I filled out every single feedback form. It wasn't consistent. They changed too many variables from playtest to playtest. Every single feedback form was different. Every single feedback form was biased towards positive feedback. There weren't a lot of places, other than the free form questions at the end, to give negative feedback. It was kind of like, instead of asking, what do you like, what don't you like, it was kind of like, is this mechanic better or is this mechanic better, right? Like, it was very, very biased towards positive feedback anyway. And just the simple fact that they changed so many variables at one time, it was hard to tell what was different from playtest to playtest. It wasn't always obvious. And then the feedback forms were completely different every single time, so there was no way to gather any consistent feedback from playtest to playtest. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
I'm gonna chime in and say, when I was filling out those forms, because I was complaining a lot in chat whenever I would play, because I just get frustrated. They were, oh, go do the forms, go do the forms. Okay, I'll do them. It just felt like bare minimum, like pretend feedback. I didn't feel like, I'm like, no one's gonna read this, because as I was looking at the questions, they were all, like you said, they're all very basic, and a lot of them tends towards like, what can we do better? It was just, here's a cookie cutter, ABC kind of questionnaire that doesn't really provide detailed info or good information to the person that would be reading it. I like
Yeah,
the last one, but all of them were like pretty terrible except the last one, I would say.
A lot of them felt like, do you like this or do you love this, right? Like,
Really quick, quick chat from B. Dean Cow. He says, "Can we talk about the questionnaire they sent out one time asking for the other games we play and how many we own and whatever?"
I thought it was pointless. I was very confused when I filled that out.
It's just data mining, probably, because it's partially owned by Tencent.
Reach.
And, I'm not like a Tencent conspiracy theorist. Like, but that is like obviously like, oh, here, give us your free data that we will then sell to questionable people.
No, I definitely felt the exact same way. Like, it was so devoid of like what OWI normally asks. I was
They just
like,
gave a bunch of wrong information just for the memes.
yeah, right.
Yeah, I live in Uzbekistan, and I'm a supermodel. Yeah.
I think one of the questions was like, what don't you enjoy? I just put like the ICO.
Based and
Well, I mean, that
It was
question
also
is. Oh, sorry. That question is normally asked from most game companies. Like, for example, when I had applied for a job for Sega or Total War, they would ask a question: "What games do you play? What type of games you play? How many hours you play those games?" I think that sort of information is trying to get like what parts of game that you like and what games they want to see that they want in their product. So, I mean,
Right,
the
but
question. Yeah, I mean, the question is basically it is fishing for information. That's all it is, really. It could be good, it could be bad.
it was
I mean,
also
the
hard for
context
me to
of that specific link on because that was featured on the main menu for Squad for the 6.0 update. I don't know if it's still there for the hotfix. The context of that link was how do we make the game better? But then you're going through and answering those questions. I, it might be misconstruing some of what the people that are leaving positive reviews for the game are saying as like OWI's interest. But if people are championing that the game is trying to get its own legs and it's not trying to be like the other Call of Duty and Battlefield games, why are they asking what other games we're playing?
Yeah, and it was really hard for me to answer those questions as well because like one of the questions was framed as like, what are 5 other games that you have downloaded currently? And I only have 2. I I
Well,
play I play sorry, 3. I play Starfield, DCS, and Squad. Like
Well, that's a
so
good question actually, because if you play, for example, turn-based RPGs only or JRPGs, and then suddenly you start playing Squad and you say, "Well, that's amazing." They know that there is something in their game that makes sense. Or when you have guys that play exclusively JRPGs or RPGs in general, and then they come to FPS game like Squad, and then they will answer in the feedback forums that, well, the game is not like RPG much. They know that this is not the feedback that they should take. So this is actually a good question. What other games do you play? It makes sense. It makes them know whether you are in the focus group or not.
It's definitely trying to harvest information to see what. I mean, the way that I felt it was, all right, what parts of Squad do you like? I remember that was one of the questions, and this might be like a catch-all for, hey, what should we focus on in terms of updates to appeal to the vast majority of people?
Just for
Are they going to
reference,
do a
that
survey like
form is
that
still
though,
on
and then
Slashdot.
not engage with the community in their own Discord?
Very carefully.
that's one of the biggest issues that I have with the company right now is whether we're a vocal minority or a bigger majority or whatever it is, like how have they not released anything more than the 6.1 announcement as far as like communication with the community? Like how is this happening to the extent of like I just don't get it. Like yeah, they addressed the negative feedback in the 6.1 announcement, and then they also like they pushed the update 3 days early because people still weren't happy. But like still, like that's not a good form of an official statement. Like at least put out an official statement saying like, "Hey, we hear you," or something like that, instead of just here's a band-aid, deal with it.
I mean, look, to explain the way people feel, I put out to my community, both pro and anti-ICO people, and I said, look, please, ahead of this debate that I'm going to be speaking in, please give me any feedback that you want me to express, you want me to carry over. And I received responses upwards of 3,000 words long. And one of the points that was made that I think is the true thing here regarding all of this is that we talk about this being a spiritual successor to PR. So the guys who have been around, guys and gals who have been around since PR, I know a lot of you felt lied to by OWI. You felt kind of betrayed. You were expecting a spiritual successor, and then they pulled it more towards arcade, right? More tactical. And then now, later on, all the people who have now bought it later on, well, we're complaining of the same thing, right? And we're saying, oh, well, now you're going back to more on the milsim side, whatever, less away from the tactical shooter FPS kind of thing. And now we feel lied to. And we're sitting here debating against each other, and just in general, not just in this Discord, but everyone in the community is debating against each other of saying, well, we were screwed over, and now, well, we were screwed over, and we're both mad at each other. But I didn't screw over the PR people, and the PR people didn't screw over me. OWI screwed over all of us, just at different times. And that's just the key point I know as we're getting late here, I want to point out is that really we shouldn't be fighting with each other, right? We have a common goal, and we were all kind of wronged by the same group at different times. And that's just something that we all, I think, need to remember.
For sure. Great words of wisdom there. Socrates, are you good to move on to question 6?
Yeah, really quick. I know someone mentioned this earlier. Just wanted to get your guys' input before we could possibly skip this next one here. Question number 8. If everyone's fine, unless someone wants to, spend the whole 20 minutes, the full question time period to discuss this. If not, we can skip it and go to another question.
I think we've already covered that pretty well.
Yeah, pretty much we mentioned it already.
All right, sounds good. Let me check. How about this one? Audience question. What are your thoughts on matches becoming more defensive rather than offensive due to the ICO update?
I think that's a pretty good one, to be honest, but...
All right.
We just talk, anyone can just talk, or...
Oh, no. We'll do the 20-minute thing. So let's do this one. 20-minute...
Can we start anti-ICO this time?
Anti? Okay, let's do anti-ICO. Let me start the 20-minute timer starting now.
And real quick, just don't feel like you have to take up the entire time. We can move on if you guys don't really have anything to say or someone else covered it.
All right, I'll speak on it. Okay, is that cool?
Yeah.
You start, yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm anti-ICO, obviously. The match is becoming more defensive. On one hand, at face value, it's nice to see people defend, but again, the same kind of pitfalls of squad, where it's it depends on if the people actually care enough to defend. So it's okay. I'm not against being more defensive, but I am against how long these games go, and for no reason. You could say oh, the game slowed down now, but I don't think it was worth it. I don't being more defensive cool, but the cost of it being more defensive is not cool, I would say. Just yeah.
My opinion on this is, if the game was being played correctly before the update, there was a pretty equal balance between the need for good defense and the need for good offense. And in any game that is worth playing, that's the case, right? You're playing chess, you have to play defense and offense at the same time. You're playing football, you have to play defense and offense at the same time. I think now it has gotten rid of that balance to where there's no incentive to play offensively, especially in RAS. AAS, it's a little different, but not much. I don't think it has made it become more defensive. I think it has forced it to become purely defensive. Whether you're attacking a point or not, you're playing defensively, and it has taken out the offensive aspect of the game, at least in pub matches, where you don't have the incentive to attack anymore, which is why so many pub games are stalling out on the mid cap. It's gotten so bad that people won't even attack to go save a radio or go save a point that they got pushed off of. They'll just get stuck in a firefight and not advance at all. It's two sides playing defense, and when you have two sides playing defense, you don't have a game. And that's kind of one of my biggest arguments about the effects of the update on the macro gameplay is it has completely ruined the macro gameplay because we don't have that balance of offense and defense at the same time anymore. That's kind of my take on it.
I'm just gonna add into that. From my experience, and I have played at pubs after the ICO hit, a lot of those games just turn into a double defensive stack, as mentioned. But there's this thing that at certain time of pretty much every game, the command chat is pretty much let's stop attacking, just set up on defense and let them come to us. And if both teams do that, then you have a rather boring and a very repetitive game. And well, obviously you don't want that, so maybe there really is a need to increase the pace of the game again to make the attacks possible. And honestly, right now it's just not cutting it.
To add to what Hancha said in chat, I mean, it's not just invasions that are doing that. I've had RAS games, and I had a Cora AAS game last an hour and 55 minutes yesterday. Like, there, and it was purely because like the points went double neutral, and neither team was pushing the neutral point to try to progress the game. Like, if you have a Cora AAS game lasting almost 2 hours because there's no defense offense balance, that it's broken. That's the best word I can use for it. Is the game is broken in its current state.
Yeah, I understand that it should be easier to defend than it should be to attack. We all know this, whether it's from a realism standpoint or whatever you want to say. Obviously, yeah, but within reason, right? Because if you make it too difficult to attack, you're making it not a game. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a game, right? The goal should be to have fun. I saw a message not too long ago. Honestly, there's so many people trolling and there's so many people not trolling right now that it's hard to tell what's what. But I saw a message of someone saying, well, war isn't fun. So the game might not be fun, but it's about immersion and everything else. It's like, well, look, I understand immersion matters, but we're playing a game because we want to have fun. Now, whether you're having fun because you're immersed or you're having fun because of the gameplay, or for most of us, some combination of the two, right? The goal is to have fun. And there are very few people who genuinely think just sitting around doing nothing for 90 minutes is fun. Very, very few. And, that's it.
Okay. A bit more towards the chat, mentioning of observation towers. Those pretty much became an unbeatable obstacle on smaller maps like Koken. I had a game last time where there were just a fuckload of, sorry for the profanity as well. There was just a lot of observation towers, bunkers stacked on top of rooftops on, was it Market, I believe, Cap. It was just not possible to get through because there's fields all around it everywhere, and you don't obviously have the speed or the even accuracy to even counter those towers anymore. And with the limitation of one mortar per fob, it's even worse.
All those changes recently, from shadows to implementing camo nettings, I'm not going to discuss whether they're good or bad, they're fun or not fun. So all those changes, the lack of ticket bleed on random advance and secure, the camo nettings, even the hub overrun mechanics, all those changes, and the shadow update, which disincentivized a lot of players to move around quickly, which like you can just sit in the bush and shoot people because you're in the shadow and nobody sees you. All those changes were made to make the game slower. And it's obvious, for me at least, it's obvious that all those changes were made to make the game slower. And combat overhaul also makes the game even slower because it starts to punish you for moving. But on the other hand, this game, whether you're gonna call it the military simulator, whether you're gonna call it arcade shooter, this game is a first-person shooter. And inherent part of first-person shooter is a player taking initiative on the individual level, pushing the game mechanics, pushing the opposing team, and part of the fun in game is making the game more difficult for the opposing team by taking initiative, by gaining objectives, by pushing, by trying to get more aggressive. I'm not sure if I'm gonna express feelings of a lot of experienced players, but there is absolutely no fun in shooting a bush for 2 minutes straight with your friends. You could do it in an offline server. And right now, all those changes that are making the game slower are making the game less fun because every single first-person shooter that you're gonna play has its own gimmick. You got games like Arma, which will focus on the large-scale operations, which are slower. You got the games like Battlefield that will extract only the shooting part, and then you got games like Squad, like Hell Let Loose, like Once, Postscriptum, and games on the same engine that were focusing on the individual experience within a bigger group. And right now, we got the initiative was taken away, the reward for movement was taken away, and the reward for shooting was taken away. And the biggest question after playing every single playtest is, where is fun? At least for me.
Just one thing I want to highlight. I typed this as a response to somebody in one of the discords that I was talking in. We were talking about how the update made the gameplay objectively bad, and their response to that comment was, "Well, good gameplay is subjective." So my response to that, and this ties into what we're talking about here pretty perfectly, is good gameplay is only subjective after we agree on the basis of the game that we're playing. The basis of Squad has always been capture objectives, bleed the enemy's tickets, conserve your own. Do that through teamwork, communication, and coordination. This update feels like, if the creators of chess came out and said, "Hey, we're updating the rules to this game," and it actively incentivized people not to play for the checkmate. Sure, you're immersed in having fun, taking down more pawns in a more tactical manner, but the objective of the game is to get a checkmate. And if the majority of people aren't playing towards that objective, it's objectively bad. And that's kind of what we're seeing here is like, yeah, people are having, maybe on the micro level, people are having more fun in these firefights, shooting at each other, getting super immersed in this firefight, but they're not playing squad anymore. And that's my biggest problem with the gameplay right now is very, very few servers, or I wouldn't even say servers, very few matches, even on good servers, do you have a team that's actually playing squad anymore. And I mean, if we want to make this a firefight immersion simulator, then get rid of the ticket system, get rid of the objectives, get rid of the entire basis of the game, because it's useless at that point if people aren't going to be playing it.
Can I add to that? I want to add to that. I've, as a squad leader, trying to learn the meta because I've been told by many an ICO enjoyer to get good, and so I've been trying to do that. And what I've found in getting good is that you actually just ignore the objectives entirely because it's really hard to attack now. So you don't even have to defend; you can just let anyone defend, and they'll be fine. And then you focus on an asset that you want to just wipe off the map. So like if I want to, if I want to work with my friends, and you need to do it with your friends. If you're with randoms, good luck. Good luck to you. I'll work with my friends to wipe out all their armor, and we will either take armor and wipe them out, or we'll take, a small anti-tank squad and go wipe out their armor. Or like let's say, okay, it's been a slog, the game's been going for X amount of minutes, let's go wipe out their back habs, because people who don't know how to play the game, which is a majority, will build 1,000,000 habs and then lose them because they can't defend 1,000,000 habs because they don't have 1,000,000 players. So instead of actually like focusing on attack or defense, I just wander around wiping off assets, which can be fun, but I feel that the core of gameplay has been kind of just transmuted into this monster that is not squad. Like he said, it's not squad. It's something entirely different. And if you want to play squad, the way it used to be played, you just have to go wipe out their assets, which, it's funny in an infantry combat overhaul that I don't want to play infantry combat. That's just striking to me. That was it, but I'm done.
All right, then. Do we have anyone from the con side that has something to add to that?
I think we're ready to move on to the other side.
Roger. Let me reset timer real quick here.
Yeah.
In that case, I will give the word to the pro infantry combat overhaul side.
Yo, what up?
Whoever wants to start may go ahead.
I think I can start this one. So I think, surprisingly, the one thing that was missed in this question by pretty much everyone is, what are your thoughts on matches becoming more defensive rather than offensive due to the ICO update? And that's a big thing, is because everything that has been mentioned, ticket bleed, for instance, going out of RAS, that was in a prior update. And I'm not going to disagree that matches are more defensive. When you nerf offensive infantry, yes, it's going to be more defensive. But I think, really, it's been a failing of just a lack of counterbalancing, like the defensive nature of the ICO update with more offensive additions. So, for instance, a lot of people who play the ICO will say, well, you have to work with vehicles now, and that is true to an extent, but sometimes there's things that vehicles can't do. And so that's how we get into these stalemates, is that we just have infantry, they attack, the point can't be captured, you have nothing else. We have like commander powers that happen once in a blue moon. They're not granule at all. It's just a big ass strike, and if it does something, it does something. So yeah, we do have a problem with the game potentially becoming more defensive, and it's part intent due to incentive. Like for instance, the ticket play, that's a huge one. I remember this one competitive game I was in. It was a territory control on Yehorivka. And we actually, it was a stalemate for the most part. It was literally field, so you know what that's like. But we actually managed to capture 5 hexes, but we obviously bled a shit ton of tickets doing it. And what happened is, okay, you've got all these things, but we got no incentive back from it. You don't get tickets from obviously territory control. It's a game mode that's not played. But the point is you need an incentive there. And yeah, sure, it's become defensive, and that can or cannot be a problem. But the biggest thing when it comes to defensive or offensive is the incentive to attack, which hasn't super been updated or altered by the ICO. It's been updated by patches prior to the ICO. So I think we can have a totally fine, pretty defensive ICO update if we want to keep it this way. We're just going to need something to counterbalance all of those changes that we've got with the ICO, rather than like, we need to completely reset it. I feel like that's kind of a thing that we all really need to think about. That's all I got.
Can I respond? Wait, is this only pro or what?
It's only pro.
Okay, sorry.
I don't really have anything to answer. I think everyone's kind of covered stuff from both sides.
My sorry. My perspective of this is like it depends on the flow of the round. If the round is going fast, you would change, you would try to adapt quickly to how to counter that attack defensively. But it does force you how to think with the update. It does force you how to think how to push an objective and also how to defend an objective. It does mean if you're engaging enemies from afar from defense, you're going to win. Also, when you're pushing in, you will have like red optics to push in. I mean, I had a game some while ago on invasion on an Albastra. The thing that we had was communication and suppression. We were able to suppress the enemy pushing, and they can suppress us. So it does add a nice element, but however, I would say like some parts of this needs to be changed to make it better, make sure it's more playable, I would say.
Damn, is this pro?
Of course I'm pro. I am pro, but I want it to be better. That's all I want to say.
So one of the things that I thought was really interesting is that somebody said, well, I can't push this objective. And defending is kind of easy. But I'm a really coordinated player, and I've got a bunch of homies. So I'm going to take the hat kit. We're going to get a small anti-tank team. And we're going to go wipe out all the enemy's tanks. And then we'll be able to push the enemy. Or, I got a bunch of guys here. We're reasonably coordinated. We're going to go smack around a bunch of habs so the enemy can't spawn and reinforce their defensive position. And if we really can't get in there, because the enemy has super fob directly on the point, well, we're just going to artillery the shit out of it, and then we're going to walk in, because they're not going to be able to counterattack or respond with their tanks and their habs. And I say, well, maybe it's not in your perspective that smacking all the enemy tanks and denying them the ability to use this heavy fire supports that you have a monopoly on it is somehow not in the greater realm of winning the game or capturing the objectives. But in my opinion, we should be targeting the enemy's assets in order to make them unable to defend this position, right? We should be saying, all right, well, we can't just march onto this objective, right? How we used to do it in the past. We need some kind of advantage. How do we... Maybe we run around and shoot it. Maybe we just knife their habs or something like that in the back. Okay, now we've enabled the ability to do it. It's not just, you don't just smack a bunch of pawns down because smacking pawns is fun. Well, I mean, it is. But you smack the pawns down because the pawn is standing in the way of you getting the king, right? You can't do one without the other. And I think the fact that the process of doing one is now standing in between you and getting the objectives is nothing short of a great thing for the game. Because now there are a million different ways that you can accomplish this, and it's super pronounced. You got to get rid of that BMP in order to get into the objective because it's going to shred you otherwise. right? You got to get rid of that tank so you can get your IFVs to suppress the infantry, suppress the emplacements. So you can get your infantry in there, right? You got to do one for the other, and I think that that's exactly the place the game needs to be in, because it's not about just standing on the flag, right? This is like Raz is like a representation, right? It's a place for us to go. It's a concentration of the fight, because what we had before that was, our classic conquest where all the flags are open at once, right? And the objective was just grab as many of the damn things as possible, right? And Raz has now concentrated this giant map into this small portion. And we have to systematically and repeatedly defeat the enemy's defenses, overwhelm their forces, remove their advantages, and then concentrate the advantages to our faction. And I think that right now, none of that's changed, right? We had hat teams running around sniping tanks before the ICO. It probably was just a little bit easier to take the flags with just pure infantry. Now it's a lot harder to do that. Now we need the team to make sure we have an advantage, and now all those advantages that we had before are just more important. And to me, this is a collective macro scale big thing, and that's exactly where it should be. One thing I might say is that in some places, tanks might not work so good at getting you those advantages, right? We can't shoot through a lot of objects. Artillery doesn't go through well with things that are inside of huts, unfortunately. So maybe we ought to look at, instead of looking at these mechanics, what kind of things can we do to circumvent defenses differently than our regular what we had before? Maybe it's not enough. Maybe we need to add more weapons. Maybe we need more mortars. Maybe trucks should carry more ammo, so we don't have to do it a million times over, right? But I don't think that the idea behind you've got two equal forces, one of them's got to attack, attacking's hard, and you need to have some kind of edge over the guys you're trying to attack, and maybe it's got to be an overwhelming edge. I don't think that's bad. And I think finding that edge is a good thing, even if we don't really know how to do it as a group just yet. I'll yield the time back.
I'll chip in a little bit here before I have to dash off because I've got graft in the morning. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't mind that there's been a bit more emphasis put on defense now, because I say I've generally played, well, I've only played pubbies, and it's primarily been on like newer player friendly servers, as that's what I run. So basically getting people to just defend used to be a chore. That's just how it is with blueberries. You all know that pain. This update, at least I can only go from what I've seen on my server, because since I've had it, I haven't actually played anywhere else. I have seen an increase in more people playing defense, which is kind of, to me, it's been a good thing, because I don't have to like Sherpa people into doing that. But both attacking and defending since this update, I'm not going to lie, I have had some of the best games I've ever had on Squad. I can't pinpoint exactly why, but I have been enjoying them a hell of a lot more. We've had to take I do prefer defending myself, mainly because when I'm playing Squad, I'm streaming. So it's like a bit of a back foot role, I suppose, that I can take, where I don't have to be constantly on it to know what's going on. But like with defending and stuff, I've noticed recently I'm seeing a lot more mechanized infantry rushes. So to combat that, I've been taking up ideas of like just blocking off certain key roads. Like if I know that there's a main road that they're going to use in a certain area, I'll stick some of those. If I'm a militia, use those hedgehog things, or little Heskel blocks or whatever. Just trying to stop them being able to bum rush a vehicle onto point. With some of the times I have been attacking, command assets, they feel like they've got a bit more value now. Being able, like, again, like for the more experienced players, you guys know the drill. If commander's going to call an artillery strike down, you time it up, don't you? But right, command's going to put artillery over this point. It's going to go east to west. Everyone get ready. Once everyone's staged, command puts the artillery down. I'm starting to see that kind of trickle in now into the newer player pubby games, and it's put more emphasis on the assets and stuff. But I do think as well, a lot of things are going to get helped when less people stop fighting over objectives, because it's always happened in Squad. It's still happening now. Seen it in loads of videos or streams all the time. you'll see like a 45-minute over a hab that isn't anywhere near an active objective. That's still going on. It's still draining tickets. And again, this kind of goes back to people not knowing how to play the objectives, to play the games, blah, 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 whatever. I haven't seen as much of that happening, but because the gunfights and stuff are taking longer, when that does happen, it is an absolute chore to get that stuff moved. I can't deny the fact, though, that attacking, you're still penalized too much. And this goes back to the video that Casper did, showing that just simply by walking, you're being heavily penalized. I reckon if some changes are made on there, that the walking sway is much more progressive, a much more lenient climb, that I think you will maybe start seeing. It'll be a bit more, not 50-50, but you know what I mean? I don't think it'll be as heavily emphasized as defense, because more people will feel confident with their own abilities to start attacking again, because they don't have to worry about the stupid clear sight, aim, wobbling stuff just from simply walking. I know I've rambled on a little bit here, but yeah, it's. I said I've enjoyed it. I enjoy defense. But it's been nice seeing more than one squad defending as well, might I add, because that adds to another dynamic itself, because you have one squad directly defending and you get one squad being proactive defending. So when an attackers get a hab down, that squad can disappear while there's still a squad on. But again, experienced players, we all know these bits and pieces, but it's nice seeing this kind of stuff happening amongst the newer block of players.
All right, then. Does anyone from the pro ICO side want to add anything?
Yeah. So, should I do my introduction or just move right into the question?
You're new. Yes, we would love an introduction, please.
Hey, all right. So I've got about 900-ish hours in squad. I've been around basically since day one. I've taken long breaks because they've kind of gone towards gameplay decisions I didn't necessarily agree with. Kind of back for ICO. I play machine gunner and I do a lot of squad leading. I pretty much exclusively just play the public stuff. I think part of what makes squad has to be a fundamental mechanic is that there essentially always has to be a slight defense bias, because defending needs to be easier because attacking is complicated. It's got moving parts. One of the biggest parts of squad is that teamwork. If attacking and defending are just kind of 50-50, at that point it just kind of becomes just throwing blueberries at each other without there being essentially a defense bias. It should be, for squad, in my opinion, to work how the mechanics should translate, it needs to be easier to defend than attack. It's really kind of just that straightforward.
I think.
No.
Oh, sorry. I just want to quickly add. I think a lot of stuff could be helped, I suppose, with some of the layers. I think are going to need tweaking and adjusting, because you get some games of RAS where, like, midpoints essentially like polar opposite end of the maps from each other, and you get other ones where it's just so predictable. Like, yeah, I just feel like some of these, especially invasion especially, some of these layers and rotate. They're not. Some of the layers are definitely going to need adjusting to help along with the update, because some of the attacking sides now in invasion, they're just at such a. They were already at a disadvantage. They were already a very difficult invasion layer to win, and it's become even harder for them now that it's just not even a point putting them in the rotations anymore.
If that's all of the pro ICO, I have cross exam to go
Well,
into.
Oh, real.
I was just about to say, if no one would like to contribute anymore, then I would thank you all for doing so, for contributing, and that we can shift over to the cross exam so we can
All right. Thank you,
get y'all
Dodo.
debating.
Starting up the 15 minutes for cross-examination. Pistra, I know you mentioned. Excuse me. I know you mentioned you're dying to respond to somebody's comments here, so let's go ahead and start.
Yeah,
off.
who said that? Who took my words and used them against me? Who was like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
I
that
was
was you,
going to
right?"
respond to that as
Hell
well.
yes.
Okay. All right. So you said that it's good that we have to take out these assets before the gameplay that I want to experience continues. But I never clarified that that's like why I was doing it. You can attack whether or not whether or not you do any of those things. I do them just to end the game quicker because I'll try to play infantry and I'll try to enjoy the combat experience and I just hate it. So I'm like, all right, well, what can I do to affect the change of this game? Now that I can't do it with my shooting skills, how am I going to do that? Okay, I'll just do this side quest. It's just a bunch of side quests for me. When the point of the game is capturing objectives and moving the goalpost forward, I feel like I've lost my ability to do that. I've lost my squad purpose, so I just go and do this side quest.
I'm just gonna help you articulate your point, Pist. I think I know what you're saying. I think you're missing something in the verbalization here. The point he's getting at is that he's not when he refers to a side quest, he's saying he's not doing these things to make it easier to capture the point. He's doing these things to create a ticket differential because you can't create a ticket differential by taking a point. That's the thing. You win the game by having more tickets than the other team. And what he's saying is that no matter what you do, in certain situations, there's just no reasonable way there's no ticket positive way to take a point. So essentially, people just end up playing games where they try to snipe each other's tickets in one way or another. This is exactly what happens in a true Turtle Fest, which you can really see in a comp game, right? Where we can go 30 minutes with maybe 5 people dying total, right? Like it's insane. But that's what's happening here is basically people are saying, well, at this point, I have no intention of trying to get the enemy objective. I'm just going to try and conserve my tickets and snipe off the easy tickets off my enemy. And that is the principle he's talking about here, which is really what we say a problem is. And then while I'm talking on this, the other point that I wanted to address that was mentioned was the thing about vehicles, right, and being able to attack with vehicles. Well, ironically, this is the problem that with the new hotfix, right? They made AT effective from 10 meters on arming distance. Right. So what that inevitably does is that's a punishment for vehicles at close range, right? But it's not a punishment for vehicles at long range because at long range you have so much sway and suppression and everything else that it's still not effective to hit vehicles at long range. So now what you're encouraging vehicles to do with all of these things is you're encouraging your IFVs and everything else to sit far away, snipe in because there's no AT that can steady a shot on you at 500 meters out anymore. So you just sit on a hill somewhere and you shoot in and you never push because if you push, someone's going to arming distance you from inside a building from 10 meters away. Right. I mean, I had one yesterday where I jumped in front of a tank shell. I got out of my tank and jumped in front of it, and literally it hit me and not the tank, and I absorbed the shot. Amazing clip, I want to point out. But because someone's firing at 10 meters away, like it's just so ridiculous to imagine that someone can attack a tank from 10 meters. But so you wanted to talk about, this most recent or this update in general and how it affects this balance. Well, now armor shouldn't push because of the new update. Because now you're going to drive up to a building. You could literally camp a hab with your BTR, whatever it may have you, and someone inside the hab can shoot you with rockets. It's like, well, there you go. So armor criminally less effective after this AT change and pushing. Instead, they should nerf armor sitting on a hill. They shouldn't nerf armor trying to push, in my opinion. But
So, kind of the little rant that I'm about to go on is kind of responding to everybody all at the same time. Some of it will be specifically responding to Helios. Some of it will be responding to everything. So you mentioned, hey, these squads that are going out and killing this armor, that's exactly what we're supposed to be doing because now we're getting rid of their armor. We're making it easier to attack. It's coordinated, this, that, and the other. In a perfect world, that's a good theory. But is it happening is the question, and the answer is no. I think I might be wrong, but I think Zero was actually playing with me on this match. We were playing Mutaha AAS, and I was running a command squad, and the team had gotten rolled the last time, so I kind of took charge and started kind of giving out instructions to squad leads and everything else. And we all know how to play this layer. We all know the timings on this layer, at least in the comp community. Like, we have played this layer so exhaustively that like we know how to play this layer. So I was running logistics, I was running command assets, and I was kind of watching the flow on the map. In my squad, I had a hat, I had a lat, and I had a combat NG. Or no, maybe it was two lats and a combat NG. I can't remember. But something like that. It was an AT team with a combat NG, and we had set up all of the habs necessary, which was only two. We had taken out every single piece of armor that the enemy had. We had taken out at least what I think was most of their habs, if not all of them. And calling this out to the team, saying, "Hey, their armor's dead. I've taken out this hab. We just dropped a hab at Cheese Grater. Nobody's on police. Get on police and start capping." In your theory, right, that should have been enough to get on police, cap it, and continue the fight. But instead, what was actually happening is the entire team was so immersed on fighting over ammo warehouse, which was not a cap, by the way. They're just fighting at ammo warehouse because they're immersed in the gunfight. Nobody was flanking around to try to burn rallies that the enemy team was using. Nobody was trying to progress the game any further. They were just dying, spawning, running back to ammo warehouse, and fighting over ammo warehouse the entire game. And we lost that game because nobody did anything but fight over ammo warehouse. This happens more and more and more. I'm noticing it happening. Neva Lower is the active objective, and people are fighting over Hilltop Bunker for God knows what reason. We tell them, "Hey, Neva's completely open. Sorry, I can't do anything. I'm suppressed right now," is the answer I get from squad leaders. It's not just that the game is defensive, and this will go into a second part of this response. It's even pre-ICO, defense was easier, right? You're talking about how defense should be easier, this, that, and the other. Defense was easier. One good squad on defense could defend a point almost indefinitely if you were doing it pretty correctly. Using active defense, using passive defense, using rallies in good spots, using habs in good spots. One competent defense squad could prevent 2, 3, 4 squads from pushing onto that point before the ICO. The problem with it now is there is no, like, even when it was somewhat balanced with still a slight defensive boost, there was still an attack defense balance. Now there is no attack defense balance, and it's not even to the point where teams are playing defensively now. It's to the point where teams aren't playing squad. And that's the problem, is all of these things that you're talking about are great in theory. I don't personally agree that it's balanced the way that you think it is. But it's only theory because we're not seeing it actually happen in the vast majority of pub games. Now, there are some games that go off well, and there are some games that happen well with that, and that is attributed to good squad leaders being on both sides. But at the same time, it's not happening in the majority of games. So that's kind of my response to what everybody kind of said on the pro ICO side. Yeah.
So a couple of points I want to bring up is I'll go backwards. I just want to ask, what server is this? Like
Tac Trig.
that's
That was
I mean, that's
Tac Trig. I also play on Bellas. I also play on Frag Shack. I also play on One Shot. I've also played on Potato Fields, even though I don't like playing there, but sometimes they're the only ones that popped. I play on Bad when I feel like going and just shooting people. I also play on Seals. I've also played on CI. I also played, what was the server I was on last night? It's a European server. I don't remember what it was, but I play a very, very wide swath of servers. This isn't just one server.
And for reference,
it was
Tag is the most experienced server in the Western Hemisphere. So
I would, yeah, it is.
Yeah. The do they vet their squad leaders? Do you have to go? Do you have to take some kind of test to press the button?
No, you don't get. We do not test people to take squad lead. That would be pretty interesting, but no.
That's against OWI. So if anybody is
it's
doing
code of
that,
conduct violation.
I know, also rhetorical. But the point is that anybody can make a squad and get 9 people to follow to be attached to them by this link. But if somebody tells me, I'm like, hey man, all their tanks are dead. We got 15 minutes to play. We got 15 minutes with no armor going to interrupt us. And that guy's response is, I can't do anything, bro. I'm suppressed. You are talking to a bad squad leader. Not because the squad leader is suppressed, but because they have elected to not take their head out of their situation for long enough to be able to change what they're doing. Because they have 15 minutes before the next vehicle spawns. And I'm frankly that's a little bit inexcusable to me as somebody playing this game, right? There's just no reason to not be so out of it by the fact that you have like a blank screen that you can't look at the map and say, "Oh, guys, all right, when you give up, spawn at this hab over here and help people out." I mean, I'm sorry. I
But
think that's a little pathetic.
This is what happens when you emphasize immersion over gameplay. This is what happens.
I'm gonna tell those people over here to get good because hold on. I do want to just finish the point because this is a cohesive point. I want to say that this kind of behavior is about the players because I don't have this issue. And I feel that this isn't encouraged by the gameplay mechanic, and maybe I'm just immune to the suppression somehow. But I don't have this issue whenever I play in servers. I usually see maybe a squad and like some randoms defending on a point. Maybe a couple people might get sucked in. But frankly, I overwhelmingly see people want to go to the next flag because it's more glorious until they get some kind of thing stopping them. I played like 5 or 6 rounds. I only saw 2 guys on defense until the halves got broken and they had nowhere else to go. Then people played defense until we got more halves up. And the minute people get halves up, that's everybody wants to spawn on it. I just don't feel that these suppression mechanics are so like pervasive that that people just cannot get it together because I just don't see it. However, I did have a game where people were attacking Hilltop Bunker. We had way too many people doing it. And the enemy team just rolled us. They threw us 3 flags back, and we ended up with like a 70 ticket differential by the end of the game because we had too many people scrambling backwards and too much crap wasted on Hilltop Bunker for us to do anything. And like everybody on the end chat was like, "Man, why were you guys all on this flag that had nothing to do?" And everybody was just like, "Oh," but nobody had anything to say, right? And the enemy team walked on us. It turned into a stalemate. We got rolled because we wasted too much time. Right? And yeah, there was probably like one squad up there holding us off because they wanted the hab so bad. But it made us lose. The other thing about armor is that I don't feel that fixing armor is a necessary answer by giving them the ability to like drive up and punch people in the mouth. Right? I think vehicles should be incentivized to do exactly the thing, which is sitting at a great distance, using their narrow, deep optics field to like support by fire infantry moving up by attacking specific points, right? The problem is that people just don't know how to do that with squads because nobody wants to hold G and say, "Hey man, shoot this building so we can go storm the building," right? But whenever I employ that as a guy running infantry or a guy running vehicles in support of infantry, and I can get down with the other dude who's working, or he's my friend, or he's a pubber that's cognizant, it works. And we roll through defenses. On invasion, doesn't matter. On Raz, it doesn't matter. One thing that might really matter, though, is if there's just no place for the vehicle to drive so that I can get access to that kind of position to provide that kind of support. Or that there's a tank rolling around and he shoots me in the mouth and my IFV blows up and there's nothing I could have done about it except run, right? I believe that people are just choosing not to change their behavior. And if a squad leader says I'm suppressed, I can't do anything, I can't think, hand it over. You're not doing your job. But because the game mechanics ain't stopping you from spawning somewhere else. You got 500 tickets, just use them.
So
Can I
follow up
counter that?
question for you.
I
I
just
just have a
wanted
follow
to.
up question.
I just really wanted to lay some kind of a groundwork here, but like I know it's not my turn, so it's I'll let moderators decide. I'll be quick. I'm hoping to kind of finish my point in 2 minutes or less. Am I good to go?
It's a cross examination, so
All right, just
Yeah,
wanted to
sure.
make sure I was didn't just wanted to make sure I wasn't running anybody over. All right, perfect. Super and Zero, both of you are pretty much at the highest level of competitive squad, right?
No, but
I got a world
we're up
championship
there.
under my belt, but yeah, only one.
Have you considered some of the disconnect is just that a pub game is never going to play like your competitive matches?
More of my hours are
gonna
played on
happen.
more of my hours are played in competitive matches than competitive matches. I also am one of the top admins at TT, right? I run public events for the server. I play a lot more public than I do competitive. I will note that there is a difference in competitive gameplay between a server like TT and a server like Potato Fields, for example. But no, the opinions we're formatting are based on public gameplay, right? We're not deciding. No one's saying that the game should be catered to comp gameplay. We are acknowledging how this is played publicly.
So my follow-up question actually kind of answers your question, as well as giving the follow-up to Helios, is if this is a player behavior problem, get good noobs issue, then why are we seeing this on a much bigger scale after update than we did in V5? Why is this an issue now? It's always been an issue, but not nearly to the extent that I'm seeing. So tell me why after update is it an issue to the extent that I'm seeing now when it wasn't before?
Well, I think Moonshine has a point, guys. By the way, that he was trying to get to.
Yes, I want to kind of wedge in because I kind of started to believe that this is counterproductive because I'm really sorry to speak directly to you, Helios, but the fact is that you're being faced with facts from server owners, community owners, and I'm not talking about community members, server members, or people who have whitelists. You're being faced with facts from owners who see the deterioration of their communities, and the answer that you give them is, I feel I am not affected by suppression. Well, that's kind of amazing, but it sounds like a squad leader that's being kicked in 2 minutes for flooding the commander's chat with his insights and complete disregard for other players. All of us answered the question, how would you make or try to make the game more, let's say, inclusive and team play friendly? And here we got an arguments and counter arguments and basically statements that always begin with I feel. And now the question is, do you feel that you could answer this question not from the experience of a player who starts every single answer with I feel like? And coming back to the question and the groundwork that Punished Venom dropped, this is extremely important. I think that the question that you have asked to Swooper and Zero is absolutely amazing because this brings the competitive community, asking those kind of questions brings competitive community much closer to the public in general, because many competitive players started their playtime as what Helios described as pubbies and other SLs. So generally speaking, if you dropped like 4,000, 5,000 or 3,000 hours in squad, most of that playtime will be on public servers. And at certain level of squad playtime, of squad gameplay, of competitive gameplay, you will see roosters of like 27 players of each side, of which at least half at one point was leaders of their communities. And those guys are reaching for something more, are searching for further and more elaborate experiences in squad, and that's why they face to comp. That's why they go to competitive. So many players in the competitive player base have very strong background in public servers. From Swooper, Zero owning his own server, or guys like many members of top teams from AK, Ravens, KOD, or anything. Most of those guys had huge experiences leading their communities and teaching other players in the communities. And at this point, the issue that is coming to the competitive community and to the most experienced community is that those guys are being burned out because although they put so many hours in teaching other players, they put so many hours to mastering the game, nothing they said is being listened to. And I know that it was voiced over and over during this podcast, but this is extremely important, and I really appreciate that you asked this question, because we need to set up the groundwork for discussing the competitive players experience and experienced players in general and their role in the communities, because every single experienced player, and by experienced player I mean guys who put time and work to master the game, they are responsible for teaching new players, for making the communities more inclusive to newbies and more inclusive for people who are willing to learn. So here I got two things. I really appreciate your question and the groundwork that you laid down. And to Helios, do you think you can answer any of the feedback that you got so far? Any, like from the beginning, but not I feel, and maybe giving up some examples of how amazing the game was, on like recordings, maybe on experiences of other people, because I feel this is very counterproductive to talk about how we all feel like if you're being faced with facts and the solution of communities and you know the draining of experienced player base. Thank you.
And just
Okay.
to kind of
Well,
add on
let's let
to
Helios respond, I think, directly, just because he's.
this is to add to Moonshine for Helios, is a lot of the things that we're saying is coming from watching matches from admin cam, not being on the ground, actually watching what teams are doing without being a part of the team. So just keep that in mind on your answer.
Agreed.
Okay, so in terms of answering questions with I feel that this is a certain thing. Feeling something is in a tactical response, is in the tactile response of, hey, I have this ability to do something, or I have an understanding of the situation. That's what I mean by I feel. And frankly, there's nothing. Here's some facts. You can open up your map and tell people to do something else if you're in the situation. You always have the ability to change what you're doing. And the reality is that people are simply not choosing to modify their behavior when they are faced with being told no. And the fact is that these piles of blueberries, skillful or not, are choosing not to modify their behavior in the face of something that they already understand, that they feel that they understand, not me feeling that they feel that they understand in terms of the new mechanics of the game, and they're saying, change the mechanics back because I don't like it. And okay, fine. If that's what we want to go for, that's okay. I personally did not like Squad before 5.0, and my choice was to stop playing. And now that 6.0 is out, I like Squad and I have made the choice to come back. This is the exact same behavior that people can use when attacking a flag that doesn't work, right? If you can't attack the flag anymore, stop doing that. If you can't win the game by defending fully, stop doing that. If your old methods of attack don't work, stop doing that. But the reality is that people are simply not choosing to do it, and maybe this might be a pile of competitive players. Maybe this might be a pile of newbies. Maybe this might be a crazy mix of both. But this update is weeks old. And these gameplay mechanics are also extremely new. We don't understand the full meta of what's going on. It will take a significant amount of time before any experience that is gained is disseminated properly to the community. And as we've discussed in previous questions, we barely have the tools to do that because we have very poor community outreach from OWI. We're not getting a lot of pubbers taught how to use even basic fundamental mechanics when they boot up the game. We have a tremendous influx of new players whenever we get some kind of announcement or Steam sale, and we're teaching them poorly. We're not getting them properly acclimated. So all of the things that are simply easy, even if they don't work, I mean easy to start doing, not easy to be successful with, are repeated over and over and over again to the result of terrible gameplay that we're complaining about here, as a pile of people who are not going to say on Squad Chat, hey man, I killed all the armor, let's do something else. If you ask me or anybody else in this room, their answer is going to be, oh shoot, I'm in a bad spot, let me change what I'm doing. I'm sure everybody in this room is super humble and would be like, oh yeah, man, I'm being dumb right now. I'm attacking a flag that doesn't matter. Let me move over. But the problem is that the vast majority of people are not being properly reached out to, and they are going to choose not to change their behavior because, again, this is the malaise or zeitgeist or general overview of how video games are. We're not going to communicate unless we're dragged into it. We're not going to work together because it's easier to be separate. And unless we change that, this is the way it's going to be.
So I'm gonna break down what you said a little bit. So first of all, I agree on the sentiments towards OWI. I do agree on those parts. But this is kind of to Moonshine's point here, right? You mentioned the idea of, well, if it's not working, just walk away, come back another time, whatever. This is the perspective thing. Many of us here don't have the luxury of doing that, right? That's the thing about running a server. We have I don't even know the number, but many thousands of members in the TT community, for example, right? If I don't like the gameplay, I'm not just going to walk away, right? I haven't just walked away from Squad. I don't enjoy the gameplay right now. I don't enjoy playing Squad right now, but I enjoy the community, right? So I'm here only because of the community. It's my responsibility to be here and to make the game work for those who do want to play. Because that's all why the server owners are here. No server owner, no server lead admin is here because they just want to play Squad that much. If you wanted to play Squad that much, you would just play. I don't spend most of my time related to Squad actually playing Squad. I mean, I spend a lot of it playing Squad, sure, but I spend a lot of time managing stuff, organizing things, and just making sure the server runs smoothly. And that's the big thing here, right? Is I'm looking at all of these things from the perspective of the health of my community, right? I'm looking from it from the perspective of holistic gameplay. And while it's easy to say, well, it's just some people are going to listen and some people aren't. That's very true. However, based on mechanics and based on a lot of other things, based on things as simple as what we put in the name of our server, whether we say teamwork required in our server, which TT does, or whether we try new player friendly or all these things, little things like that, little things like the average broadcast we send on every game, we've noticed statistically significant differences in ticket differentials and other factors of the games, right? There's so many minute details that are so much more precise and so much more tiny in the grand scheme of things in the ICO that have an actual impact on teamwork. So saying that making massive changes, is or isn't going to affect teamwork, it's just the people, it's just not true. We have data to say otherwise.
And amazing part about what Zero just said is, especially in connection to the fact that meta has changed. No, it didn't. The fact that right now the gameplay is slower, that the shooting mechanic is more annoying, that soldiers have noodle arms and obese person stamina. No, when you have experienced players squad, when you have like 9, even 5 people, this is the difference that makes or breaks the game. The guys who were carrying their teams before the combat overhaul are still doing it. The guys who were able to get on the server and make a difference within like 7-man squad, either running armor or running infantry, they are still making the difference. The experienced players, even though they do not enjoy the game, like Pist already said, that he is able to flip the game and still he doesn't enjoy like hunting down the armor or hunting down the hubs. The experienced players are still capable of carrying or throwing the game. This is the choice. So this is not the meta has changed. No, the meta has is started to be more annoying, but the people who have mastered it before are the masters of it still. Because I guarantee you, 100%, any server that you got 9 competitive players or experienced players, like community leaders and guys who are selling, maybe like yourself, Helios, hopefully,
Moonshine,
to the
you're
server.
Your
kind
microphone
of
is dying.
cutting out right now.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, better.
Yeah, you're
hopefully,
getting
hopefully.
static.
All right, that was a really
Yeah.
good speech. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so you got those people are still capable of carrying their side, and guarantee you that you drop 7 of those guys on the server and they will still roll it. They won't have any fun doing it, but this proves that the meta hasn't changed. Playing every single playtest, there was like 9 of us, I think between 5 to 9 people, and there was a tremendous difference because experienced players are still able to push, experienced players are still able to teach others, and experienced players are what makes or breaks good competitive or public game. And you need those players and you need to cater to them if you want to have old, valuable, and experienced communities. And without those, the game is dead. Just like Project Reality.
Any rebuttal, Helios? I kind of let that go because so as a mod, I would stop it. We did go over time, but I thought the conversation was actually fruitful to get your insight, Helios, on this. You seem to be the one who has a lot to say regarding the ICO, and I think your feedback is valuable. So do you have anything to say back to Moonshine?
I have a tremendous amount of respect for the players who can roll a game by jumping on with their 7 friends and absolutely determining the fate of a server. And the reason I do it, the reason I have so much respect for those people is because it's usually about quite a bit of selflessness. And it's usually about the ability to do something very simple. Look at a situation, determine what needs to be done, determine what resources are available to do it, and then go do that thing as quickly as possible. And it's a very, very quick and often selfless analysis. The difference between those super experienced players and everybody else is, as I said, the willingness to learn what those things are and the willingness to actually do them. Most people will choose not to do those things. They won't choose to go grab one of the abandoned lodges in the middle of the map and build the hab that needs to be built. They won't choose to play the kits like planting mines in the back of the map. They just won't do it. But those experienced players will do it. And the problem is, we are not fostering more people who want to go or will go and do those things. Most people would like to make those effects, but they don't feel that they can because they're not being communicated to, they're not being led, and they're not being brought to that position where they can because, frankly, the people who are going to make those changes just took the initiative on their own to become those people. We can build more of those people, but as I said, that is not a gameplay choice. However, I will go and say that I do grieve for the people who feel that they've been betrayed by OWI because these gameplay mechanics are not fun for them at all. I disagree with that. I like the gameplay mechanics as they are. I'm sorry, that they are enjoyable for me, even though the characters are slow and have noodle arms or whatever. But this thing of building more and more team players and stuff is something that I've been doing in other titles for a very long time. But it is not something that you get out of changing the mechanics. It's something that you do out of a long grind of changing people's behaviors.
Really quick. Oh, sorry, Helios. Just wanted to read Honcho's comment from the Pro ICO side. He had to hop off, but he added in his text. I'll read it out real quick, and then we can continue this. He says, I just want to add, quality of games are still up and down due to a big influx of returning players who are only here to play around with the update. They were never going to play the game like we all do. This happens every major update. And then Honcho adds on to a response to Moonshine's comment saying, all servers have seen a decrease in quality. Honcho says, my server has seen an upturn. That's all.
But I didn't say all. I said that we had reasons to believe that our servers. So you got proofs from the server owners that are in this chat. I don't know about all the servers. I was only referring to what Zero Super and other guys said.
I also just wanted to say very quickly, I have to hop off the call, but I want to thank the Socrates, the moderators, and everyone debating with me and against me. I thank you all for your time.
Thanks so much for being here, Zero.
Hey, thank you.
Can I respond to his statements about basically like players not changing their behavior, or no?
If I could butt in before that.
Yes.
So one of the things that I wanted to point out in terms of the server owner stuff, if your server is playing some high level games, V5, and V6 comes out and it's worse, but if in V5 that your games are kind of not very good and that got better, I mean, just understand that like if it wasn't really that good to begin with, you're going to see an increase with V6. Or maybe it'll stay the same, but if it was at high level, you're going to see a decrease. I think that's just natural with any update. Plus a sale weekend, I might add, that we just had. Something to think about.
Okay. So can I respond to his spiel?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I kind of think you just defeated the entire like philosophy of the ICO by saying these people are refusing to change their gameplay behavior. Because the point of the ICO is to beat them over the head with a stick until they performed, team functions. And yet they are, in spite of all the odds, they are still not doing that. So I feel like you just accidentally undermined the whole concept that is the ICO is we want to make teamwork more of a thing. We want to stop these, solo, run and gun people, or we want to stop these 4-man, 5-mans that are just wiping the floor with the server KD wise. Okay, so you've stopped that, but you haven't actually stopped the people that are the people that degrade game qualities. The people that were never going to teamwork are still never going to teamwork. It's just hard to shoot now. The whole philosophy of the ICO is broken, and it was never going to fix teamwork. It's just going to make a lot of people upset that don't deserve to be upset. None of the comp players should have to deal with this update. I shouldn't have to deal with this update. Pub ESLs shouldn't have to deal with this update. The trying to encourage teamwork should have come from somewhere totally different. And OWI had a million options. They just said we don't need any of those options. We'll do this one. And so I think that's the whole point of the ICO out the window, with people still choosing not to work together.
Can I
I
actually
want to just
respond?
interject.
Oh, apologies.
Just because I don't want this to be a back and forth between me and a bunch of other people, me and the other people in the team. I feel that my points is getting way too much attention, and taking a lot of the time for this cross exam. The only response I have to that is the specific. I don't have a problem with a 5-man group of dudes doing well. I have a problem with people saying, "Oh, I'm too suppressed to do anything, and I don't care," suddenly being super powerless towards a bunch of people who are properly identifying a situation and doing what needs to be done about it. Because right now, with the ICO mechanics, if those people who were being stupid chose not to do that, they have a group of fantastic tools to put a stop to those people who will run around doing the things that need to be done to win the game. They just choose not to because they choose to be immersed in their cool firefight. But the thing is, the firefights are awesome. I love the firefights that ICO gave me. I'm also going to choose to make the good decisions. And I don't like that people choose not to make good decisions, because I make good decisions and still get good firefights. But people will choose to do what they want to do, and as a community, we have to shepherd them into playing better games and playing the objective properly, or else they're just not gonna. We need a better tutorial, for example. That's my response to that.
I don't have a comment. That's fine.
Awesome.
I mean,
go ahead.
It seems like so I was just going to make a small comment. Helios, it seems like you're feeling kind of what everyone else is feeling, and what this update has done to the community as a whole, regardless of good squad leaders coming or going. It's the state that it's increased immersion to the point where games feel less effective overall, just because you are so immersed. I personally don't feel that. I kind of see the suppression as an annoyance, but it's not about me, it's about you guys.
Just to kind of bring this around back to main point, I think that Zero and myself were trying to make with these cross exams, and to kind of find at least a little bit of middle ground here, is it seems like we agree at what the main issue is behind the bad gameplay, and that's player activity and behavior. My biggest thing is I don't feel like how do I phrase this? So the update was supposed to be this big teamwork update, right? That's what they marketed it as. That's what Reddit tells you it is. That's what a lot of people will say is happening. I think the biggest argument here is that not only do I not feel like this update helped with that issue, because we can all agree it existed before. I not only feel like the update did not help with the issue, I feel like the update actively made it worse. So whether the issue exists or not is not up for debate. We all know the issue exists. What is really the point of contention here is, did this update do anything to help that issue, or did it actively make it worse? And I think most of us on this side are on the side of it actively made it worse.
I feel that it made it better. The way I feel, the primary example that I have now for making it better is I took a bunch of new people who joined the game and were telling me things like, how do I change my kit? And I realized in that moment I was dealing with a squad of people who had no idea what they were doing. And the first thing I did was I spent the first minute with a truck outside of the main base, explaining to them that they got to wait a couple seconds to aim. And they said, "Oh my God, what's going on?" Then I asked them, "Hey, have you ever been shot at before?" And they said, "Yeah, my screen went crazy. I couldn't see anything." And I said, "All right, we're going to spend the entire game doing that to the other guy. All right? We would go up on hills, go up behind other squads. We'd set up a machine gun, ammo, and we would just provide cover fire for the game. Right? We would just be in the back. We'd protect a hab. We'd set up an attack hab, and we would go cover." And we got other squads in the door. Other squads were thanking me. "Hey, man, thanks for the cover. You got us in the door." And when they got in, I'd follow behind and we'd cap the flag. We just did that over and over. Real simple. Because these guys barely knew how to aim. Barely knew how to pick their kits. Barely knew how to do anything. It was just a small amount of leadership. I didn't need to turn them into super soldiers. Go here, shoot that way. I didn't have to micromanage. Hey, look. Spend 10 meters between you and your other guy. This is what it looks like. Basic stuff. Right? And you were able to affect the game very well. And the reason I did this is because, again, these people were brand new. And after the game, they told me, "Hey, man, thanks for taking me on. I had a lot of fun." I had an experienced guy in my team who was like a hat god who was running around like nailing dudes at like 700 meters or whatever, right? Also telling me, "Hey, man, this is one of the best squad games I played in a really long time." And I took this approach because I knew that the people in my squad were not experienced enough to understand the CQB mechanics, but they could go on and provide a lot of cover fire. They could do it as a group. They were socializing. They were interacting with other people. They were having an effect on the game. They felt important. And you know what? That's what squad's about, in my opinion. And before ICO, this really wasn't nearly as effective as it is right now. Yeah.
Helios. So that's conjecture, and I have my own conjecture as someone that teaches new players and have been doing so for the past 5 years. Your experience is something I do every single Sunday. I've been doing it for years, and it's the exact same. It's the exact same experience, man. But now it's gotten harder and more difficult. So it's not a unique take to teach new players and experience it and feel good about it. You're just doing it again with different people and you had a good time that motivated you to do it again and again and again. You're going to have bad students is not the word I want to say, but you're going to have bad students. You're going to have good students. Some people are going to listen. Some people aren't going to care and they just want to play marksman and run off on their own. It's always situational.
And I just wanted to add. Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm also in the same boat. I do the same thing. I was doing the same thing before V5 as well, and the same exact type of situation happened normally before V5 as well. So I don't think that's really a statement as to whether V6 made that better or not. Like I was still taking brand new players and puppies and leading them and making them have an effect on the game. The only difference was it was actually easier for me to do so. And it was easier for me to teach the squad while also doing macro SL responsibilities and like helping the team as a whole instead of just being really focused on the squad that I was teaching. I find that it's a lot harder to do that now than it was before.
The point that I'm trying to get to, or the point that maybe we're trying to get to, is that if that's your main point of why the ICO is has improved, I think you're kind of missing the point in general because it hasn't, in my opinion, and some other people's opinion as well.
I'd like a kind of another groundwork thing. Did anybody think you can effectively suppress somebody pre-ICO?
Yes.
I would say no to that.
Of course. Have you ever played against mortars?
Not even mortars, MGs as well.
Yeah, MGs, mortars, VIX, HE.
Suppression is purely psychological, so technically, suppressive fire was more accurate to real life.
Suppression is purely psychological. It doesn't translate in squad then.
Wait. Let me finish. So, funny enough, it was more accurate to real life pre-ICO because if you were inexperienced and you got shot at, you would lay down, and that's suppression. You're suppressed. If you were not inexperienced, you would say, "Okay, I'm getting shot at. My response should be to shoot back," which is what a trained soldier would do. They would shoot, or they would shoot back. Okay, if you're in an ambush, you fight out of the ambush. That's what a trained soldier does. You don't, hit the deck because then you die. And in the game, that's how it was. If you took the passive role and you some people would you'd be in the middle of nowhere, you get shot at, you lay down. If you have no cover around you, you're dead. The proper response in that situation would be to shoot back. And so literally suppression was like in real life. It is purely psychological. It is a psychological thing to prevent the enemy from doing something counter to what you're doing.
Besides,
so that's my point.
Really quick,
So
guys,
on the
wait. So
Yeah, sorry.
on this topic, we actually have a suppression question, so let's just transition into that,
Okay.
and move on from the cross examination because I think cross examination is really nice here. Anyways, question 9. Let's see right here. Audience question. What are your thoughts on the current suppression mechanics and its effects on firefights? What changes would you like to see? So I know we're about to get into this cross-examination about suppression, but let's go ahead and hear both sides first. Let's go ahead and hear from the con side since that Pist was in the middle of that, and then 20 minutes each, and then we'll go from there with cross.
So I'm going to start by answering the question. I actually like the concept of suppression in terms of how it affects the game. I think maybe your regular rifle shouldn't suppress at all. Maybe just let's say a scopeless machine gunner, maybe he gets the suppression buff and no one else does. I also think that if I were to, completely transmute the game back to V5, I would leave vehicle suppression in because I think vehicle suppression makes sense for it to give an added buff to armor. Even though, I know I just argued against suppression, but I don't even hate the concept of it in the game. I just think it needs some tweaks. I think only scopeless machine gunners should get it and armor. And I think yeah, that's pretty much it. That's my whole opinion on it.
I like suppression. I don't like how overdone it is right now. I don't like that it's a full blur blinding effect, but I do like the idea and the concept. What I would like to see changed is keeping the same amount of blur and vignetting that they have now and the audio effects that they have for suppression on the edges of the screen that kind of gradient towards a more clear picture in the center to simulate what your body naturally does during a high stress situation, which is to go into tunnel vision and hyperfocus. I think it's complete bullshit that if you're a frontline infantry squad, sorry, I didn't mean to curse. But if you're a frontline infantry squad, that your vision is completely blurred 75% of the game now. It takes away from the immersion. It might make people feel more immersed, but for me, it takes away from the immersion of the game. It takes away from seeing all of the cool, cinematic things that are happening around you. And it also just makes it almost impossible to really make a next move when you're under that level of suppression. If I can see something at least, then maybe I can find a piece of hardcover that I can get to, or I can, return somewhat accurate fire to gain that fire superiority. But as of right now, it's especially if you have a Vic that's shooting into a point, you can't see anything well enough to make any informed decisions, and you're just basically stuck there. It's not well implemented, but I like the idea of it.
Speaking of implementation, I feel like it's completely borked. It's just done so wrong. You can get suppressed by a bullet hitting something, whatever is a wall, a bush, a ground about 5 meters next to you, 5 meters above you. You can get suppressed by a bullet hitting 3 walls. Well, 3 walls. That's not a very good thing, but you can get suppressed by a bullet that doesn't even hit anything remotely close to you. You can be behind a wall, but if a bullet hits, you're still getting suppressed, and that's pretty much the biggest issue with the suppression right now.
Yeah,
The
I had an interaction a while back where I was trying to push it was just one of the Samirs with an MG3 on the back. And I was pushing him from the front because the Samir was parked behind a wall, and I knew I could push up that angle because the firing arc for it couldn't aim enough to shoot me. So when I started trying to shoot him, the dude just sprayed a brick wall that my guy was 10 feet away from, and I couldn't aim. That just doesn't stuff like that doesn't really make sense. People complain about gimmicky stuff like QE spam, but that's being able to just shoot a wall that someone is like several feet away from to make it so they can aim. Like stuff like that seems more gimmicky and arcadey to me than like something like lean spam ever was. Now I also didn't like lean spam, but like that's just another gimmick. I don't think a suppression system is really like inherently bad, but like before, like the reason like you guys disagreed when he said it was purely psychological. The reason that suppression was psychological is before is because you know that if you repeat that angle, your heads are gonna get taken off. You're gonna die. Like sometimes people would repeat and be greedy, but the only reason that it didn't work before is because so many people in this game's player base are so bad at the game that it doesn't matter. So now the new suppression system rewards people who are bad at the game. I don't think one is inherently wrong, but I just think that both systems have their own downsides.
Anyone else for the? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So just to kind of add to what's been said so far is, damn it, I just lost my train of thought. We're talking about suppression mechanics. Oh, a lot of people, and there's actually one in chat. Long Road Von
Long Rod.
Hugendog. That guy. Yeah, that guy. He specifically stated that it's harder to lone wolf or whatever. And I mentioned in chat that no, it's actually more effective now, and he disagreed. But good players know how to abuse mechanics, right? It's a lot easier for me now to go lone wolf, find a squad that's doing something, get set up in a bush or on a hill, pop 2 or 3 rounds over their heads, suppress the entire squad because they're clumped up doing their teamwork, and then start popping heads and kill the entire squad by myself. I do it on a normal basis now. It it's a mechanic that can be abused that I think it has just gone too far. Now, when I'm going in to clear a hab or a building that somebody's in, all I have to do is fire a 3-round burst through the door before I break the door. That does 2 things for me. It starts the suppression mechanic for the enemy, and it also gets my gun up so I can point fire accurately. It's a mechanic that I can abuse very easily and play alone a lot more effectively than bunching up with a squad.
Adding to that, actually did this very same thing on the first playtest, and that was the close one, in case someone doesn't know still. Pretty much taking a gun that was on car round, running on rooftops and just sniping people off because they either weren't able to shoot me back or just didn't see me at all. And that's due to the suppression and then the blur that was even worse than it is right now. And, well, apparently it's still happening, so something's wrong.
I completely don't understand why this mechanic have been implemented this way, because the way the game is made and the way the game is being experienced by the players, with disregard whether you are experienced or not, the fact that the suppression mechanic takes away sight of every single player, you cannot see where you're being shot at. It handicaps both experienced players and handicaps unexperienced players. It takes away huge amount of fun from the game, because of course for like a couple hours you can enjoy suppressing people, you can enjoy abusing those mechanics, but in general I don't understand, and hopefully many people agrees with me. uh, if you're being shot at and the enemy doesn't hit you with the first bullet and you're not able to return fire besides shooting in that general direction of the guy, what's the point? And why?
Moonshine,
Yes.
you might try to fix your microphone again.
Okay. Then I yield. Let someone else talk. I will fix it.
I think it's a cord that's going wrong. I need to
Yeah.
unplug it. Probably didn't hear that because he's fixing his microphone.
All right. Do we have anybody else from the con side that would like to chime in while we still have time?
Go for it.
All right. So just for the sake of time, we'll go ahead and transition over to the pro side. Switching over. Let's keep it down to 15 minutes because I think everyone's already said things pretty fast. So 15-minute timer with pro.
Put me in, coach. Put me in.
Yep.
Okay. So this is going to be some really heretical shit coming from me, but I actually kind of like at least the framework for how suppression has been done. Obviously, I got all the numbers in front of me, right? Now, they might be overtuned, and I do agree that the blur is a little bit much at times, honestly. But just due to the fact that they have different weights for larger vehicles and like calibers, I think is a great idea because it allows us to do things we've never done before, even if they don't really make sense. I'm a big fan of open top drive-buying. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's fun as shit. And the new suppression allows you to effectively use these open top vehicles we frankly never saw before. Like we've one-tapped people out of the open top gunner countless times. You've all done it. I've done it. And what the suppression system finally allows us to do is use these things. And just like for some suppression stats, for instance, there is fall off on it, right? So you have to be within 1 meter to get the full effect, and it is a decent amount. But I think the key part, the best part, is even though I hate it, the aim flinch is what makes it effective. Like the blur, it could go. I wouldn't really care that much, but the aim flinch means like if you're being shot at, like first off, you're probably going to get hit, which is like the main what was suppression was before. But second off, you're now being aim flinched, so you do have to find a different angle, etc., etc. And as for suppression going through walls, I believe the explosives do, but it's interesting that they have different effects. So depending on the size of the explosive, more or less of the suppression will go through, which is actually kind of neat. And then finally, there is a maximum amount of suppression that each weapon class can do, and I think that's interesting because they could play with that to make it to a scenario where rifles felt better while the heavy things kept their punch. So I think there's like some really good framework they could use, honestly. And I think with a little bit of tweaking, it could honestly be a pretty great system. And then to cap that all off, I think the one thing, I think if everyone like thinks back to V10 when they first implemented suppression, just due to how it worked, I think it was applied to the projectile, and since things were hit scanned before, it didn't apply in 50 meters, which made close quarters fight feel a lot better because we weren't getting constantly aim punched. I think they could apply something similar back in so that your close quarters fights wouldn't get disrupted by the system while still leaving it effective at range. So honestly, I'm pretty impressed with it. It could be refined, but honestly, I do like suppression. That's all I got.
Yeah, ready to go. Feel free to cut me off if I go longer than like 5 minutes, Mod. So what's frustrating for me, speaking directly to Rails, is that I'm like forced to fight against a circular argument. Because it's like, it's fair to say you think pre 6.0 suppression is better because it's psychological based, right?
Well, I'm sorry. You know what? It wasn't really like, oh, it was better that way. I'm just saying it was. I said it was more realistic. I don't think it was better. I don't think it was. I'm not saying it was better.
It was more realistic. Not up for debate. It was more realistic. But the problem is that it assumes that people are scared of dying in squad.
I wouldn't say it would assume that because I'll shoot it. You could tell when you're fighting like an experienced player versus a new player based on purely how they move, and I've shot at many a new player and they will hit the deck and they will not shoot me back, and I will say, "Aha! I've suppressed this guy because he doesn't know where he's getting shot from. His first instinct is to lay down." That statement I made, it wasn't to like, oh, it was better then. It was just my little pithy like comment on it. Like that's what I thought.
Yeah. Alrighty. Sorry for assuming.
That's fine. No, it's cool. That's all good. I don't. Yeah.
I'm not disputing that that ICO suppression is kind of gimmicky, a little bit. Like I'm not disputing that. What I am saying is the changes made have made suppression more authentic, in that you can actually use it to support somebody going up on a building now, where before you just couldn't. And the biggest issue is, what makes it so effective is the exact mechanics that you know what? I don't want to say sweeping statements, but I will say most of the competitive players hate, which is aim punch and blur. And so it gets difficult to like understand what the middle ground is when it sounds like a fundamental opposition to the very first building block of ICO. So my question is just kind of from that is like if you're against aim punch, if you're against the blur, what does a middle ground to simulate suppression look like? Because I think it's fair to say the previous system didn't really work to as an authentic outcome, if that's making sense. I'm done.
Just to clarify, I think you're putting words in our mouth. Nobody ever said that we were against aim punch, nor that we were against suppression in general. It's just the blur that everybody's complaining about, just to clarify.
No, I think the aim punch is stupid.
Okay, yeah, because I would say most of the competitive players were criticizing the RNG aspects of the gameplay, and like, yeah, I'm not gonna try to say aim punch isn't RNG. Like that'd be dumb. I'd just be arguing in bad faith.
For clarification, can you describe what you believe aim punch is?
Oh, essentially that the gun is knocked off target whether you want it or not. Just randomly, based on the suppression.
Okay.
Or more flinch. It's
Is that sway? Maybe.
They're kind of multiple words for the same thing, but essentially the theory that if you're under suppression, your gun should be knocked off target to simulate, you being scared shit. You being scared, basically. And
right. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's not RNG, but what I am saying is like that factor is needed for suppression to work effectively.
I mean, aim punch is an old mechanic that like even like CS:GO uses. But the difference is that in CS:GO, if you want to trigger aim punch, you have to actually hit them versus land shots in their general direction. It's an old mechanic that a lot of other games have used. It's just
And that's what I was thinking aim punch was, but I just wanted to clarify what aspect he was talking about, just so everyone understood.
Yeah, no, I'm specifically talking about the fact that your sights are knocked off target from suppression. So aim punch, sway, whatever you like to call that kind of that basic RNG concept, which is it's arcadey, but I think it's needed for it to work. Not to repeat myself.
Well, I think the more RNG aspect that we're referring to is more when it comes to the everything combined, especially at close quarters, when you're talking about the randomness of the weapon movement, the randomness of where your muzzle's pointed with the new point shooting systems, the complete blur making you have to guess at what you're shooting, the everything combined creates the general RNG argument that we're talking about. I mean, even V5 had aim punch when you're getting suppressed. It wasn't nearly as pronounced as it is now. And then other mods have implemented it. You talk about Karma Cut's dynamic direction mod. That was one of my favorite game modes to play. Was dynamic direction, and he implemented it when you were getting suppressed. You had much more aim punch, which is just the movement. And I think if you want an authentic experience, aim punch is one of the first things you have to do for suppression, because if a round flies past my head, I'm going to flinch. It's going to happen. And that flinch is going to cause me to come off target at least a bit, if not completely. Like, I'm okay with it personally. But what I have the problem with is the full blur mixed with the random movement of my muzzle, mixed with the uncontrollable weapon. My entire thing with everything combined in this update is, this is supposed to be a game where you're playing as a trained infantryman. Being a trained infantryman in real life, active duty Marine Corps infantry, it feels almost insulting to an extent, and it's so immersion breakingly bad at how these characters manipulate their weapons in any and all scenarios that it doesn't feel like I'm playing as a trained infantryman. It feels like I'm playing as a little kid that got handed a rifle in the middle of a firefight.
Hey, did the pro people finish talking? Did we let
That's
them talk?
no, that's actually what I was about to say. We're not at cross exam yet. I assume he's just a little
My
sleep
bad.
deprived.
My bad. I thought we were.
No,
I
not
thought
yet.
you were pro ICO for a minute. I was confused here.
Yeah, it was a little back and forth. My apologies for getting us off track.
Did anyone not get a say for pro?
Yeah, I think suppression is I think it's pretty based, but I think the numbers and some of the effects can be a little tweaked. In order for the mechanic to work, to get it to do what you want it to do, you got to take away the Saving Private Ryan moment where the marksman shoots the machine gun, but assume the marksman is actually getting shot at by the machine gun. We got to take that away, right? We can't let the guy just aim through it if we want the mechanic to do what it does. So the aim punch has to be there. Now, the issue with the aim punch being RNG is if it's not RNG and we can memorize the algorithm, we can predict the algorithm, we can overcome it by aiming, right? To at least some extent, unless we make it worse than it is right now. So it's got to kind of go everywhere. Now, I would argue that the center of the suppression cone is the part that, or excuse me, for the blur, the center of it's got to be the part that gets a little bit wacky. Because, in real life, if you flinch, it might not be just your hands that flinch, it might be your eyeballs, you might get things taken off, but you as a person are just kind of sitting there, behind a monitor, right? That flinching effect is going to have way more effect on your muscles. We can't do that. So what I would say is you got to blur something. Am I going to say we got to blur the entire monitor? Heck no. Maybe sights misalignment. Some people don't like that. But we got to take away the business end, and we got to make the business end less effective. I'm going to say that in the center of your screen, I would say leave the blur effect in there. The periphery, the outer, I don't know, if you take a square, that's going to take about 30% of the monitor. You stick that in the middle, the rest of 70% of the monitor, leave that unblurred. I'd be okay with that, right? You get your periphery so you can see what's going on, because right now it's oh my God, the whole screen's gone. I'm sick. Give my eyes a place to run away from, or at least run away to, right? Take away the center, I think it's better. Now, sorry, my dog is killing me.
Wait, sorry.
Please
I
give me
just want to understand. You're saying that the blur should be in the middle of the screen and the not blur should be on the outside of the screen?
Yeah, not blur outside. Give me the periphery, neutralize the aiming business end of where the player's going to be looking, right? So he can't collect information as well. He can't aim as well. Give him the rest of it back, right? Or some kind of disruption on the aiming part of the screen other than aim punch is what I'm talking about. So maybe sights misalignment or something, right? If we don't want to do blur because it makes people sick. Some kind of disruption about where the business end of the character is in order to achieve that kind of effect, right? Just because it's a person, say, behind a monitor that we're actually trying to disrupt, right? This is a gameplay design mechanic that's trying to target the person, not actually so much the player controlling the person, because they are two separate things, right? Sorry, I lost my my thought train here. The other point I want to say is the detection radius could probably do a little bit of work. Maybe if we have some logic that determines whether or not two people are within each other's 10-meter radius, maybe some kind of line of sight checks for both players being outside of each other's line of sight, right? How many barriers are between each other, so we can get some kind of CQB work, right? So that we don't have the guy shooting around a corner to get his gun up and the other guy's blurred to death and they're within 5 meters or they're in the same kind of building. Sorry, that's what I meant. Maybe they're both the same building, it doesn't work. Maybe we're nerfed a little bit for rifles, just to kind of target the abusive parts of it just a little bit. Maybe the rounds must impact a surface near the target, so you just can't blast a bit over somebody's head, right? Maybe they got to be inside of the beaten zone for that to be effective. Maybe we significantly impact walls so that you got to shoot the rounds into the window, into the room where the person is to get that surface. So if you put a wall behind it, right, a wall between you and them, it's not so bad. But if the rounds are impacting behind the wall or something like that, maybe just the walls will improve or reduce the recovery time, right? I think there needs to be more complex logic in how to do that, and I'm totally open to experimenting with that in light of being told about how it can be abused. But I like the mechanic because I believe that the mechanic is targeting the person behind the monitor, not necessarily the actual avatar in game, right? That's my time.
Is there anyone else who has any feedback from the pro side? I mean, well, we are kind of low on time, but anything quick?
The only thing I want to say that the suppression does work. I mean, when you want to push to objective, you have a vehicle supporting you. You can suppress the enemies. You can push the objective easily. But I think it needs some tweaking. And I think what Sweeper mentioned about the character model being a bit flunky, I think that needs to be tuned up.
Yeah. Badly. Animation need complete animation rework is needed badly.
Really quick here, something was brought to our attention. A comment in the chat from Longrod Vaughn says, "What if the steady aim ability temporarily ignored the suppression while active? It would play into the stamina pool management and offer a risk/reward for sticking your noggin out of cover." And we'll go ahead and transition to our cross-examination period now with that.
I pointed out this comment because I think it's actually great, because I don't know if my mic is working correctly now. Hopefully.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
No issues.
So I think it's great because it highlights the fact that you need to make the player be able to make decisions and take initiative. With the current state of the suppression, which I despise from the ground up, makes you want to quit the game, because the moment you're getting shot at, and you're going to get shot at in squad, somebody mentioned like 75% of the time when you're in the front line, when you're in the blob versus blob, you ain't going to see nothing. And the fact that Long Dong actually mentioned that is, I think it's nice, because it gives you a pool of mechanics, I don't know, some kind of tools that you can choose from. So for example, it will force you to cooperate with your medics, because if you got no stamina, you got no way to counter the suppression. But if you have your stamina, you need to manage it the way that you have something for sprinting, something for aiming, something for countering the suppression. And I think it's absolutely great, because the player needs to have tools to fight against the enemy, and sometimes, unfortunately in this case, to fight against the game. If you introduce only the mechanics that will constantly punish the player on the weaker side of the map, because let's not fool each other, everyone is talking about how it's fun to push the objective or to defend the objective, but there is 50 players on the other side, and I guarantee that they're not having fun while being suppressed and while being denied from the objective. You need to give players a way to fight against the mechanics that you introduced that were supposed to make the game more difficult. If you want the ultimate and hardcore military simulated experience, you need to give the players something to fight against it. And this is actually very nice suggestion. I wish that there was some community manager that we could reach to and talk about this, because then you have extra layer of decision making. And coming back to what I think it was Zipulia mentioned, suppression wasn't purely psychological pre-combat overhaul at all. It was huge factor with VXMG's mortars, and of course it was absolutely huge, and it was visible not only on the tryhard and sweaty servers and scrims, because when you had a good setup in MG with a decent player behind it, or good mortar support, you had huge areas of the map absolutely cut off, and there was no way you could move around in those areas of the map. And this is okay. Let's say that this is not individual suppression, but this was the way you could counter enemy team, and you could deny the access to certain areas of the map. And you don't need to punish only a player. You don't need to punish the player for trying to play the game faster. You can apply suppression mechanics in a smaller scale, and maybe by giving the player ability to shoot back or to see what is shooting at him, maybe this will change the players interact. Maybe it will change the way the team members are communicating with each other, because I totally agree that the pre-ICO suppression wasn't purely psychological. It was a valid thing. It was used by many teams with mortars, with rocket techies, with everything, and it would not suppress the player per se, but it would suppress the overall team ability to move around and to use the map to its advantage. And coming back to Long Dong, I think it's a great suggestion, and I think it should be implemented, because player needs to have ability to enjoy the game on his own terms, and this way you could fight against the game, which you have to do, unfortunately, with combat overhaul. But again, coming back to what I said at the beginning, we cannot discuss only suppression, because while addressing suppression, you need to address noodle arms, you need to address RNG, you need to address the long ADS time, you need to address the fact that right now it is more rewarding for players to sit back and just relax in the back line than to actually play the game. And that's it from me.
So like there was actually before when Moonshine was talking about like players being able to shut down the map with suppression, like the reason people say that there wasn't suppression in the game before is because there was actually skill to suppression as well, to like being able to do it effectively. And now there's zero barrier, or there is zero skill floor required to do suppression. And it's so powerful because of how it messes up the aim. That like because it's so easy to do and there's so many new players, like one person will walk around and like start shooting people from the back, and rather than like counter suppressing, you just end up with like four people who just don't respond or do anything. They just sit there and four people get killed one at a time and don't do anything because they're confused. So like there needs to be a barrier to like there needs to be a barrier to entry to like actually be effective at suppression, not just randomly shoot into nothing and hope that what you do is meaningful.
There is actually one more thing. Like, it was very visible on the urban maps when you had a person holding an angle or holding a room or fighting from the room. You could actually ask your teammates to shoot at the walls so the enemy doesn't hear your footsteps approaching on the stairwell. It was used all across all of the maps. You could shoot in the general direction of the enemy, and then he won't hear your teammates approach. And this was actually rewarding because it's not like someone the suppression pre-ICO affect your aim physically, mechanically. Well, it was, first of all, it was heard, so you can't hear anything that's going on around you when someone is shooting next to you. Physically, yeah, it was increasing sway, I think, but I'm not sure how much. And was it visible? Well, it depends on the map, because on the darker maps, any hit that is in your vicinity will cut off some part of the screen. But in maps like Talil, I wouldn't say that it was visible. But coming back to my point, the fact that you were able to coordinate with your teammates and not use the overpowered mechanic with just basically shuts down the enemy's monitor, it was much more rewarding and much more team play oriented than right now, when you can basically fire MG constantly over the enemy objective and there is no one inside that objective that can fight against it. Because when you got a person with more than 5 brain cells, you could just set up an MG,
Hey
suppress
man,
the
my
point.
F key's not working. I literally can't get in. You should just leave without me. Go without me.
Okay. Okay.
Go.
So
Solid copy.
you got the MG shooting over, you got the MG shooting over a set of buildings, or MG shooting over the objective, and it completely shuts down the enemies inside or the friendlies inside, and that MG could be shooting from like kilometer away, and it will still affect the way the game is played on the front line. You don't have to actually see the enemy, you can just yeet your rounds across the map and it will still affect like 20 plus people on the objective, and that's ridiculous. This is just pure this is just ridiculous.
So my response to all of this is kind of twofold. First, why I have a preface to this question that I will add afterward. Why do you think that having as little as 10 to 20% of the middle of your screen being clear, why do you think that that would get rid of the magical effects of suppression that it has? Squad developers in a lot of different blog posts, a lot of different release notes, they put the quote in, and I'm paraphrasing here because I might get the quote wrong, but it's observe, think, do. They want to reinforce that loop of observe, think, and do, or see, think, do, or something like that. If you can't see, you can't observe. If you can't observe, you can't really think. And if you can't think, you can't do. So it breaks their entire loop. And then, second question after the why do you think 10 to 20% of the middle of your screen being clear is a bad thing? Have you ever worn drunk goggles where the center of your view is blurred and the outside of your peripherals uh, are clear? If we're talking about motion sickness right now, I couldn't imagine how motion sick people are going to be if the middle of their screen is blurred and their peripherals are clear. Like that's honestly, in my opinion, a ridiculous thought on how to approach this. And then third, I'm a professional skydiver, I'm a base jumper, and I'm an active duty infantry marine. I'm very, very, very intimately comfortable with high stress situations. In those high stress situations, your natural anatomy makes you tunnel vision and hyper focus on what you're doing directly in front of you. Your peripherals disappear, and you get like pinpoint vision and pinpoint focus. If we modeled that, it would make it so that people on an individual level as well as SLs on a organizing their squad level would be able to see, think, and do in order to figure out what to do. But as of right now, we're just blind and we can't see anything. And in fact, we're getting a lot of team kills in public matches right now because you can't even see if somebody in front of you is friendly or not. So
The team kills are
that's
because
kind
of
of my 2 cents.
team kills are more because of the name tags not showing up. I
Yeah.
think.
No, that's
I don't think
that's
it's a
part of
suppression
it.
issue.
No, that's part of it at range, but in close, when people are getting suppressed, people are like shooting at any flash that they see, and a lot of times those flashes are their friendlies that are 10 meters from them.
I don't know. I haven't seen that as much, but I could see it.
So that all in a nutshell is kind of my response to what Helios kind of went on about. I disagree with almost everything that you said there, and if we can't agree to even some of what I just said, I don't think we're going to find common ground on it. But that's just kind of my point.
I think we generally all agree that the blur needs to be readjusted, especially regarding people who have motion sickness. I'm not sure if I was the first to mention this on the feedback forum, but I did say like this needs to be dealt with because people are getting sick, people are getting migraines, people are getting headaches. It needs to be dealt with as soon as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
no.
number one issue. If your game is making people physically
I have a
ill,
feeling
there's a problem.
Yeah, no, that, like I said, it can be tweaked. Sorry, am I going on Con's time? My bad.
No.
No, you're
You
good. This is cross.
All right, beautiful. So like, yeah, it can be tweaked. Like, we can do center stuff, but it's hard when I hear stuff like from Moon is like, I'm angry, suppression takes away my initiative and stops me from fighting back effectively. Yes, suppression should punish you for playing quickly and make it hard to fight back effectively.
So, do you think that suppression should require the player doing it to, like, should there be a skill floor required to actually suppress someone, or should you be able to blind fire the opposite side of a building that they're on, like maybe 10 meters away from them, and they can't do anything, like they're completely incapacitated because you're shooting the other side of a building that's nowhere near them, right? Like that's not the issue.
Yeah.
The issue isn't like I can't do anything. The issue is they don't have to do anything for me to not be able to do anything.
So kind of by skill floor, you mean like make suppression stop happening by accident effectively. Is kind of what you mean by skill floor?
I mean, there should be like the it should be harder to inflict suppression than it currently is.
So you want the fall offs reduced, is what I'm hearing, basically. So you have to hit closer to inflict the same amount.
Definitely,
Yeah,
yes.
you'd probably have to hit a lot closer. I don't. I don't know. I think. If they got rid of the flinching and made it so just like it was harder to control your weapon like before, and then also added aim punch, where instead of flinching when they shoot near you, you flinch if you get hit. Like that would be a lot better, and then just have the peripheral blur. So that way, it's like it's more intense than what we had before, and it actually like implements even more. But at the same time, you're not completely incapacitated, and there's actually a skill floor to inflict it. Like because now you can just shoot into nothing, and you can have an MG. Like if you were to actually get people to play like a high level comp match in ICO, like on certain maps, you would just have MGs sitting at the back end of the map, spraying over wherever the entire team is fighting, and no one can do anything because this MG or this AR is just suppressing like 10 to 15 people at any given time. Like it's really oppressive.
Yeah, no, like suppression should be a purposeful mechanic. You shouldn't just get to send rounds over the heads of from behind a hill with a 50, with a 50 cal. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. My biggest thing is that for suppression to work how I envision it in squad, it has to hurt your combat effectiveness. And just the most objective way to do that is flinch. I think there's lots of tweaks that can be made. Me personally, I think actually how the suppression is now is it's a little too aggressive initially. I would like to see it where there's more delay, less flinch initially, but on the very kind of back end of it, it keeps that blur. So, say if you're in a building and you're just getting hosed by a Bradley, there's just not much you can do with that. But I can definitely understand when people are like, oh, well, he fired 3 rounds and I can't do anything. Yeah, I can understand that part.
So then, can you answer my question that I presented to you as to why, instead of a full blur, having even 10% of your screen clear in the center to allow you to at least move and do stuff, why would that be any less effective?
Oh, I think the biggest thing is as long as you might not necessarily have to even use blur. You could just turn up the flinch, but I think blur contributes to again making it hard to effectively fight back. It doesn't really have to be blur. It can be any other mechanic. I just think right now, currently, with how it is, blur works the best.
Okay, so keeping the same blur that we have now, except for the 10% in the center of your screen.
Yeah, sure.
Would that not be a good compromise?
Yeah, I mean, even as much as you could do it in the center, I don't know how I feel about because blur doesn't currently work for PIP optics, correct? It
Yeah, it
doesn't.
doesn't work anyway.
that is
So
correct.
it's only for hipfire, which makes it even worse actually.
I'm
Yeah.
just talking about for general, like looking around your environment and moving to figure something out. I'm not even talking about for shooting back. I just mean having some sort of visual ability.
Yeah, I will say that's definitely a big on OWI's part is like blur should be more in your optic than hip shooting because simply put, like it's meant to disturb effective fire, precision fire, not you from shooting back. I don't. Yeah, even as somebody who's like very, very, very much likes the ICO, I just kind of view that as a bit of a frustration mechanic. I don't really get why they did it, but I wonder if it's just they needed more time with the PIP optics and they didn't take that time. But yeah, no. Overall, I would be fine with tweaking it, but I want to stress that things like flinch and aim punch or whatever you'd like to call it need to be kept for it to effectively do what suppression does, which is hamper your awareness and stop you from returning effective fire. Sorry, I went over, went on there for a bit. Helios, you got something to say, bud?
I think my point was too wide, was too long. What I meant to say was, I want the aim punch when things fly past you. I want there to be some kind of mechanic to disrupt precision fire. If we keep the blur, if we get rid of the blur, I want either the blur to affect specifically the effective part of the screen, right, when we're being shot at, or I want the aim punch to keep doing things like disrupting the sight picture and kicking the sights around, such that when you're being shot at, and hopefully with more of a ramp up, it is still difficult for you to aim precisely on target. If we were to get rid of the blur in the center stage, I want the aim punch to still be very disruptive, and I want the aim spray to be very much. I want the aim to be very disrupted for that person in the center. If we're saying, hey, listen.
When you finished, I would like to ask a question.
Yeah, if we're saying, okay, we want to be able to navigate, and we're going to make people more sick if we give them drunk goggles, I'll say, all right, fine. But can we offset this center point of clarity from exactly being centered on where the crosshair falls? Right, so that it's not just, oh, everything's so focused, it's still a little bit disruptive to the person's ability to acquire targets.
Well,
Maybe
there's no such thing as a crosshair with point fire anymore, so that makes no difference.
I have a quick question. All those changes, and actually, I don't think it was voiced during this podcast. It might sound stupid, but it's very simple. Why? Is this because the game is too easy? Is this the game is too difficult? Is this because the game is not Project Reality, or is this because the game is more like Battlefield than like Arma? Why?
I actually feel pretty comfortable answering that. Just are you kind of questioning more like why ICO people like the changes, or more?
Yeah.
Oh, well, my problem for me is that the heart of any realistic-ish shooter is fire and movement, right? One person fires, one person moves, for the most part. You know, there's obviously 50 million different factors that affect that. But, you know, I can say, especially coming from my you know, like experience as a machine gunner main, is I felt is and I'm talking specifically pre-ICO. I felt punished for getting closer than like 300 meters, because I use the machine gun not as what I think it should be. It should be used as is a close weapon to support the squad and enable movement and cause suppression. But basically, I stay 300 meters back because this thing is a laser beam, and that's the only way I'm going to get kills. Because whenever I give away muzzle flash, if I don't hit on my very first round, I'm just going to get one tapped.
So you say the game was too difficult without suppression mechanic, because it was punishing you for not hitting the target. So if you don't kill the guy with first shot, he can return fire, and God forbids he can kill you.
I mean, it's not about it being it's not about it being difficult. It's about the method that we use to play the game doesn't involve the tactics of fire and maneuver to use suppression, because you're not, when you're suppressing somebody, you're trying to reduce their ability to observe and shoot back by threatening them with like dying, right? But because people were inherently not really scared of that, you know, if rounds weren't exactly going to kill them because, you know, there's a machine gun, there's suppression not hitting me, right? I'm just going to pop up and gamble that I'm going to shoot you first. So this concept of suppression didn't really work in the vast majority of cases, because it was better to just not give your position away and just try to kill the guy, rather than trying to lay down this thing called cover fire. So we just didn't use it.
This is interesting because
I have to cut in, kind of. I know you are in a hefty debate right now, but we have to come to an end, sadly. And, well, the moderators, Socrates, we all have stuff to do afterwards as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and have to announce the closing statements now. Every one of y'all can kind of contribute their last words without an cross exam afterwards. Now let's go ahead and start with Pro ICO as we have started the podcast. Pro ICO, what are your closing words from everyone?
Can kind of be anything we want for the most part, or
Yes, a conclusion, anything you'd like to say at the end of the
Sure.
podcast.
No problem. My biggest thing is, as I know emotions are really high right now because Squad immediately made kind of a 180 change overnight to a fairly established community. And I get that, but it's hard to make, you know, it's hard to make credible just wide sweeping assertions of like, oh, this ruined Squad, this did this, when it's not even been 30 days. And especially because we know in Squad, after every update, boy, is there some teething issues. So my closing statement is basically let it cook. See if it's give it, you know, a month or two here. And then when we see the problems from there, let's come back and make some changes. Because right now, somebody actually brought up in the chat, it seems like this whiplash. They correct one way and then they correct the other, and just nobody's happy. So I would encourage right now, kind of just let it cook. That's pretty much yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I'll just keep going, tagging onto that because, like, you know, I'm an OG squad vet as they come, and like that's the thing with squad updates is it happens. We've been V10'd before, right? Like V7, when vehicles first launch, you couldn't actually play the game. Servers were crashing that often. So let it cook is a valid train of thought, because the fact is like, if we fight it so hard, we're just going to get more knee-jerk reactions from OWI, which aren't going to help us. But if we let the ICO go and it's like 3 months down the line, they're like, Sergeant Ross, I've just looked at the numbers, there's a 5% win rate for attackers on invasion, there's going to be changes. Like if anti-ICO people think the ICO is as harmful as it is, they're not going to be able to ignore the hard data they're going to get in 3 months. It's going to get changed, right? So that's like, you know, I think the ICO has done a lot of great things, and you know, some do need tweaks. But at the end of the day, I've played so many hours of Old Squad that getting something new, even if it's not great, even if, you know, the vehicles are crashing half the time, I prefer it over, you know, just staying the stagnant, saying no update OWI. You know, bring on the change. Eventually, we might get to a better place than we were before. You know, that's all I'm going to say.
Give me my community manager for Squad and make it not so impossible to find these communities other than joining their servers and reaching out to talk to them. Right. Armor did a great job with every time I try to boot up the game, I'm getting another message about some other clan that did some really cool stuff. The fact that Squad's not doing that with all these really cool developments going on is criminal. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this, is that OWI needs to do more community outreach. Fix the stupid tutorial, please. Make a lot of these UI elements for some of these hidden stats and mechanics like rally, wait times, and the other ones that people have mentioned less obscure and more in your face. And please give this man his tunnel vision, because I think that's probably the only part of middle ground that you're going to get, but we got to keep the aim punch. I don't think middle ground exists for a lot of other points in the game. I wish I had more time to talk about stuff like first person animations being completely separate from third, but I think there's also a lot more work to be done in terms of unifying those animations, because people feel that they're really terrible. As for the rest of it, I think you guys are really cool. We should all play podcast Squad sometime. I think that'd be dope. Yield.
I just want to say that I think we all agree that the new update is an interesting move, but it needs major tweaks very really soon. The other thing I just want to address is the toxicity that we have in the community right now. I mean, I think we all agree that we agree what we like and what we disagree. It's pretty much there. And I think these guys who are labeling comp players as, oh, go back to COD or COD players, I'm sorry, you guys have no idea the different skill level in that game compared to Squad. Look, we need to stop that toxicity, and we need to listen to each other. That's all I have to say on that matter.
Right. Is that all the pro people?
Yep.
I take it as a
Wait.
yes. Con people. What's up?
Sandy hasn't said anything for a while.
Fell
Sandy, are
asleep.
you dead?
I've been
goddamn.
doing some
I
work in the
deserve a
background.
nap.
Closing statement, Sandy.
I mean, I think everyone's done a pretty good job of summarizing everything. I had a bunch of points that I had initially wanted to get to way earlier in the podcast, and just by sheer time and scope, all that stuff got covered. So I think I think even for the items on my list that I thought were going to be pretty niche, that I was going to have to double tap a couple of times, those have all been covered as well. So I'm happy.
All right. I think that's everyone from the pro side. Con side, you want to finish it up? Let's start with V. Just go
Well,
down the list.
fair enough. Well, Squad is a released game after all, so with the update and its many playtests before it actually came out, and still having so much issues that it still has to this day, is quite unacceptable. And I think that's pretty much what sparked the outrage. I feel like many of us can agree on that. That this update really needs more time, and that time should be spent on playtests, not the live game. And well, whether we like it or not, we're pretty much back into the early access. And this is unacceptable for me, at least. That's all.
All right. Oh, was that it, V?
No, that's all. That's all.
All right, Klopp, you got something?
What year did Squad like release like V1? Was that like 2020?
2015 December, I believe.
2015.
No,
yeah.
no, V1.
No, V1, 2020.
Oh, sorry.
2020. So I think regardless of whether you like the changes or not, if you're looking at this from a purely objective stance, like they took a, as far as the actual mechanics that they changed, they took a completely finished product and reverted it into a beta again 3 years after the game came out. And in addition to bugs, it's making people sick. So I like that to me is pretty inexcusable, regardless of whether you actually like the changes or not. That being said, as far as how the changes impact gameplay, um, from the point of view of not whether I like them or not, but how they're going to impact the game, uh, it's the actual meta and how games are going to play out. Uh, the more we give it, the more time we give it, the more people are going to realize that the gameplay loop is just very boring and stagnant, and games take way too long. Uh, and I don't think that the changes have any kind of positive influence on the actual state of the game. Not the mechanics aside, they're going to make the games themselves worse. That's it.
Sounds
I know
good.
that I know that I'm not an anti-SEO person, and I'm probably on some shit because they probably do say something like once a day. But one of the moderators and one of the developers finally said something in their own fucking Discord language. Sorry.
Oh, finally.
It wasn't in response to anyone giving criticism or answering a question.
Is it
which
Australia?
Discord?
The squad community Discord and the squad general chat.
Oh, I gotta look.
You
One
know,
of the
it's
devs
really
responding to someone asking about how to go to the deployment menu, how to kill themselves.
Oh, Virus responds to a lot of stuff. He's pretty good with that.
Right. All right, next up, Moonshine, closing statements.
So I got like 5 sentences from me and 2 quick quotes from
20 minutes, got it.
other competitive players. So hopeful part is that maybe not every experienced player lost patience with OWI, and the sad part is how the devs are handling it. Biggest issue comp community has is the disrespect the devs are showing us. We like the game, we want to play it, we want to give feedback, but we are giving the feedback for so many years, and none of it was listened to. We all agree that ICO could be good, but the weakest point of it and of squad community in general are the developers, the OWI. Great communities, great guys. Sad that developers killed comp. And now 2 quotes from my homies that I wanted to pass on. Hard to swallow pill, but in the end, the high end of competitive squad is dead at the moment. OWI has their vision about the game and their player base, and they never really care about the competitive part. And the other quote, the game is inherently competitive due to there being a winning and a losing team. There will be a subset of players that care about win or lose a lot, be in the competitive or in public games. Those people are usually the ones that become veterans, that teach players how to play efficiently. These are the ones that have patience to get good, teach others, and make the fun for others. Unfortunately, many of them uninstalled the game and the community is dwindling. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the patience on the pro ICO guys who actually had the patience to explain their point of view to us sweaty comp players. Thanks, appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Moonshine. Swooper, you're last.
I think a lot of people have already said pretty much everything on the actual update side. I just want to kind of add to the split in the community portion of it. It's not just comp players that are upset. It's also Milsim players with thousands of hours, casual players that have played the game for years. I mean, it's a lot of people, especially Reddit and Discord, want to frame this as comp versus non-comp, and that's just not the case. Um, Basically, for anybody here that's listening that has never seen or played a competitive match, I encourage you to look up streams of old comp matches and really like pay attention to how it's being played and what comp really is. And then just to kind of last little piece of say, responding to something in chat and talking about like, oh, these people just don't want to learn the mechanics. Like, dude, some of the people that are complaining about this are some of the most veteran players in the game, some of the best players in the game, and a lot of us have still continued playing. You know, I know people that have quit playing completely, but I also know very high tier comp players that have probably played 100+ hours of this update. Saying that we haven't learned the mechanics is disingenuous at best. Like, we know the mechanics, we're just not having fun with them, and they're not conducive to what we believe a good squad game is. That's really all I have to say.
All right then.
All right. Go ahead.
If everyone from the con side is done, then I would like to do my closing statement as well. I think we've heard a lot of very good opinions, a lot of very interesting facts tonight, and I just hope that this update turns out to be something good for everyone in the future. With that, I'm gonna hand the word over to Winter Sin, and I'm gonna say goodnight to y'all.
All right.
Winter Sin, you may go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Dodo, and definitely have a good night, man. I think that this podcast is fruitful in the sense that it gets the opinions of everyone out there voiced and for people to comment on. I do like the addition of the chat, so someone watching this in the future on the big screens when they're discussing it in law school, as Socrates says, can read what everyone's talking about in the sidebar conversation. This entire podcast just shows that it's not pro ICO or anti ICO. There's a pretty good mix of people, and it's we're not really all that different. So just try to keep that in mind whenever you hear pro ICO, anti ICO, and that's not to you guys in voice chat. That's just to everyone listening. So, Socrates.
Awesome. Thank you very much to Winters and Dodo as well for, sticking around the entire time, for helping to moderate. I could not have done this without you guys, honestly. I really appreciate you guys' help, and really great job to you guys. And I look forward to having you guys come back for more, podcast moderations and all that good stuff in the future. And to everybody here as well in the podcast, the actual voice discussion, and those who were here earlier that had to head out because of the different time zones and all that, thank you very much. As you know, this whole past week we've been trying to get pro ICO players, and it was extremely difficult to get the pro ICO players to be willing, to come on the voice chat to have this really nice, civil, calm, educational discussion with the anti-ICO side, and also taking questions from all the viewers in the Twitch chat as well. We reached almost 100 people watching this throughout the past 5 hours or almost 6 hours now of this podcast. This VOD will be available for everybody to watch after the stream. Give me around 30 minutes after we end the stream to get that going. Again, y'all already know how I end the podcast, so I'm not going to repeat that part. But the last thing I will say is thank you all very much for being here. Happy Sunday. Buy Squad today. It's a great game. This is your host, Socrates, Winterson, and Dodo303. Happy Sunday. Be safe. Keep playing Squad and keep buying Squad for your friends and families out there. And keep suppressing. Take care, everybody. Y'all have a great day.